We are live from Council Chamber at City Hall.
Are we going to get a schedule?
We are live from Council Chamber.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Oh, you look different. Beard is gone. You, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Cartmel, I didn't recognize you.
Right down to the blazer.
There you go.
Changed a bit. Good morning.
You got to keep your mustache for a few extra days, right? Yeah.
Yeah, till midnight on Wednesday.
There we
Not
go.
a minute more.
Okay. And Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. So all of us are here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
I will move that the November 28th, 29, and we'll get to it, possibly 30th, 2022, City Council non-statutory public hearing budget meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Replacement pages for item 7.2, proposed 2023 to 2026 operating budget, attachment 2 pages 723 to 726, attachment 2 page 898, item 7.2 proposed 2023 to 26 operating budget, attachment 2 pages 2 and 3, and 7.2 proposed 2023 to 26 operating budget, attachment 2 pages 2 and 3, attachment 2 addendum 3, page 916.
Second.
I think there might be more, I know. And that orders of the day for November 28th, 2022 and November 29th, 2022 be changed as follows. Lunch will be from noon to 1 p.m. and dinner will be from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Councillor Hamilton, it will be from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. and we can handle that via separate motion.
Okay, all right, well, we'll scrap the dinner one, but for lunch, only plan for an hour, noon to 1 p.m.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
There are none, according to our sheet.
There are none. Yeah, no approval of the minutes. Protocol items. Any protocol items? Seeing none. Request to speak. Why this says none?
Mayor, so for the request to speak as a non-stat public hearing, they're usually read around when item 7.1 begins, you read off the full list at that point.
I see, got it, okay. Request time specific, none. Councillor inquiries? None. Report to be dealt at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports, all right. Now, those were exempted, right? 7.1, 7.2, 7.3? They were already exempted, right? Or we need to exempt them again?
At this point, they would be selected for discussion today.
Okay, so, someone click in to select, please. Councillor Wright, you want to do that?
Sure. I'll select 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3, please.
Okay, all right, so those are selected. And okay, so we need to do some housekeeping, right, or some motion to figure it out, how we're going to handle all the non-stat public hearing, make sure that we hear from everyone. So I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton to make that motion.
Yes, would you prefer each one, this is changed for orders of the day, it's not too exciting, but would you prefer they be done one by one or all together?
Let's do it all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I will move that the following changes be made to the orders of the day. That one, that the November 28, 29, 2022 council non-statutory public hearing continue on November 30th from 9:30 to 12 p.m., 9:30 a.m., I should say, to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., and 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Two, that the November 30th council budget deliberation meeting have a delayed start, that the November 30th budget meeting delay commencement, or the budget meeting delay commencement until 30 minutes after the public hearing ends. And that the public speaker registration process for the November 28, 29 City Council non-statutory public hearing be closed at 4 p.m. on November 28, 2022. So.
And if you could also add that the dinner break for today and tomorrow be from 5 to 6 p.m.
And four, that the dinner break for November 28 and 29 be from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. So in essence, what we are doing, just for the knowledge of the public, is that we had 2 days set aside for non-stat public hearing, Monday and Tuesday, but number of speakers registered, we won't be able to accommodate all of them in 2 days. So we're extending the non-stat public hearing into Wednesday, starting at 9:30. And once we are done with non-stat public hearing on Wednesday, we have other council work to do, so we will proceed with that work once we are done with non-stat. And we're also shortening our lunch break and as well as a dinner break. And anyone who has not registered to speak yet have the opportunity to register till 4 p.m. today. Whoever wants to have their say in the budget during non-stat. So that's what we're doing. So we need a seconder.
I second.
Councillor Rice seconded that. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are into our first item, right? 7.1. Good. And 7.2 or 7.3. Okay, now speakers. Councillor Rutherford, can you please read the list of speakers?
Sure. We'll be hearing from speakers in panels where appropriate, and I'll start with panel 1. Linda Ralt with Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association in person. Steve Bradshaw, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569 in person. Tim Adams, Free Play for Kids in person. James Rusnow, Edmonton Sports Council in person. Gary Shelton, Edmonton Sports Council in person. Shannon Pine, Edmonton Sports Council in person. Rob Kyler, remote. Miroslav Bereniski, in person. Jordan Rayner, C5, in person. Lori Fagan, C5, in person. Megan Klein, C5, in person. Greg Riemann, Edmonton Firefighters Union, 209, in person. Lawrence Braun Woodbury, Bissell Center, in person. Blake Johnson, in person. Jennifer McDonald Robinson, Bissell Center, in person. Mary Stewart, Terra Center for Teen Parents, in person. Kajina Robinson, Terra Center for Teen Parents, in person. Hannah Storvold, C5, in person. Mohammed El Sagir, C5, in person. And Herms Elman, C5, in person. For panel 2, I'm reading all the panels, right? Yep. For panel 2, Paul Andrews, Rosenthal Community League, remote. Kelly Cromwell, Lewis Estates Community League, remote. Christine Kowalchuk, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote. Tammy Weeb, the Valley Zoo Development Society, in person. Leah Newton, the Valley Zoo Development Society, in person. Greg Glatz, Bike Edmonton, in person. Carrie Diot, in person. Harvey Voogd, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person. Mike Melrose, Alberta Eco Trust Foundation, in person. Clara Jane Bly, Free Play for Kids, remote. John Corlett, YMCA of Northern Alberta, in person. Teresa Melton, the Valley Zoo Development Society Board of Directors, in person. Nick Schmidt, North Edmonton Minor Football Association, in person. Lynette Thompson, Castle Downs Recreation Society, in person. Nicole Gehring, YMCA of Northern Alberta, remote. Nick Parkinson, YMCA of Northern Alberta, in person. Mike Dowler, the Valley Zoo Development Board of Directors, in person. Deanna Fisher, YMCA of Northern Alberta, remote. Marie Parker, in person. Whitney Haynes, Alberta Workers Association for Research and Education, remote. Angela Morose, remote. Panel 3, Jacob Komar, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee, remote. Bradley Lefortune, Public Interest Alberta, in person. Drina Schneider, Greater Hardisty Community Sustainability Coalition, in person. Bruce Rogers, Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club, in person. Raquel Farreau, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote. Paul Sir, Alberta Basketball Association, remote. Lanny Chudik, Civic Service Union 52, in person. Heather McKenzie, Solar Alberta, remote. Justin Wheeler, remote. Karen Gingras, Edmonton Community Development Company, in person. Eric Lewis, CUPE Local 30, in person. Monica Molina, CEPE QP Local 30, in person. Satya Brata Das, the Digital Economist Center of Excellence on Human-Centered Global Economy, in person. David Cooper, in person. Joe Yurokovich, Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, in person. Joshua Nowochin, Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, in person. Mark Eddy, Aldergrove Community League, remote. Janine Fraser, Kids Cottage Foundation, in person. Bishu Thapalia, Kids Cottage Foundation, in person. And Troy Shalafu, Kids Cottage Foundation, in person. Wish I had water. I was like, I need a water break. Panel 4 is Sheldon Cardinal, Kids Cottage Foundation, in person. Chris Nelson, Aquatic Council of Edmonton, in person. Thank you. Stephen Bordeaux, Due North Advents, in person. Paul Verhessen, Due North Events, in person. Joe Morissette, Triathlon Canada, remote. Dale Conrad, Northwest Edmonton Senior Society, in person. Dwayne Farise, Little Bites Equestrian Program, in person. Harinder Sony Sikon, Free Play for Kids, in person. Jared Buhler, Olympian Swim Club, remote. Miles Berry, Greater Hardisty Community Sustainability Coalition, in person. Renee Chan, Free Play for Kids, remote. Colleen Hamsley, Breast Friends Society, in person. Ron Byers, Rainbow Story Hub Foundation, in person. Alexandra Polwicki, remote. Stacy Powell, Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association, remote. Jim Gurnett, Edmonton Coalition of Housing and Homelessness, in person. Neil Carey, in person. Melissa Andrews, Free Play for Kids, remote. Sean Holman, Swim Alberta Association, remote. And Greg Zawaski, in person. Panel 5, Nick Lilly, Home Ed, remote. Maya Kolagiru, Edmonton Transition Climate Resilience Committee, remote. Peggy Garidi, Edmonton Screen Industries Office, in person. Tom Vinica, Edmonton Screen Industries Office, in person. Gemma Dunn, the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations, remote. Herb Fluelling, the Aquatic Council of Edmonton, in person. Tanya LaRiviere, Accessibility Advisory Committee, remote. Holly Baker, Kinsman Diving, in person. Monica Figueroa, Edmonton Youth for Climate, in person. Jay Froese, Edmonton Youth for Climate, in person. Juliana Weber, Edmonton Youth for Climate, in person. Kevin McGann, Canadian Birkenheyer Society, Birkenbeiner Society, remote. Jess Phillips, Canadian Birkenbeiner Society, remote. Jeffrey Sundquist, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, in person. Harrison Moore, in person. Peter Amaragan, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee, in person. Shafraz Kaba, remote. Christian Futang, University of Alberta's Students' Union, in person. Kaylin Anderson, Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro, remote. And Dale Guinau, Wild North, in person. Panel 6, Marcel Hukulak, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, in person. Mubarak Ahmad, Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat of Edmonton, in person. Martin Garber Conrad, Edmonton Community Development Company, in person. Eric Gormley, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote. Julianne Main, Arts Habitat Association of Edmonton, in person. Reg Joseph, Edmonton Health City, in person. Andrew Senya, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, remote. Ryan Pohl, remote. Darlene Malacco, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569, in person. Jeffrey Deptuk, Alberta Water Polo Association, in person. Mark Senior, remote. Zach Ramji, remote. Sharif Haji, Council for the Advancement of African Canadians in Alberta, Africa Centre, remote. Russell Cobb, Edmonton Heritage Council, ECAMP, in person. Crystal Ling, in person. Chris Chan Yang Phillips, in person. Ying Yi Fu, Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association, remote. William Langenberg, Marathon Skating International, remote. Paula Findlay, Due North Events, remote. George Dalbello, Edmonton Master Swim Club, remote. Panel 7. Just take a. Juan Vargas Alba, Paths for People, in person. Jason Wang, Paths for People, in person. Stephen Rates, Paths for People, in person. Rain Paul, Alberta Water Polo Community, in person. Gary St. Amand, Bissell Center, remote. Mary Ann Home, remote. Dickie Dikamba, Kanavua, Canadian Volunteers United and Action Society, in person. Brian Torrance, in person. Michelle Bernard, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, remote. Alex Haritsu, Downtown Recovery Coalition, remote. Anand Pai, NAOP Edmonton, remote. Yvonne Hooper, remote. Sylvia Taylor, Contemporary Showcase Edmonton Society, remote. Taylor Soroka, Jasper Place Wellness Center, remote. Kevin Campbell, Little Bits Therapeutic Association, remote. Rob Appleyard, Brentwood Community Development Group, remote. Chris Keller, remote. Cam McDonald, Right at Home Housing Society, remote. Omar Yacoub, Islamic Family and Social Services Association, remote. Zoe Sloan, Edmonton Ski Club, in person. Panel 8, Debbie Creaser, Northwest Edmonton Senior Society, remote. Sandy Fleming, Edmonton Ski Club, in person. Melanie Hoffman, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee, remote. Jen Hale, Edmonton Ski Club, remote. Gavin Timsina, Multicultural Health Brokers, remote. Rispa Tremblay, remote. Ivan Quintero, IQ Tennis and Pickleball Center, in person. Jody Kaifuik, Edmonton Tsunami Water Polo Club, in person. Ava Kaifuik, Edmonton Tsunami Water Polo Club, in person. Dustin Badger, remote. Marie Frabone, remote. Christina Kruzewski, remote. Evan Litauer, Protect Our Winters Edmonton, remote. Elaine Soles, Friends of Scona Rec, in person. Jeff Papineau, Friends of Scona Rec, remote. Andrico Lazawi, Friends of Scona, remote. Katrina Semenyak, Friends of Scona Rec, remote. Fabiola Deval, Friends of Scona Rec, remote. Alex Domnick, IQ Tennis and Pickleball Center, remote. And Gracie Klein, Tsunami Riptides Water Polo, in person. Panel 9, Brooke Halbauer, Edmonton Riptides Water Polo and Edmonton Water Polo Club, in person. David Dodge, Edmonton Transition Climate Resilience Committee, remote. Megan Eaker, Edmonton Heritage Council, remote. Daniel Grist, remote. Richard Goodswimmer, Indigenous Sport Council of Alberta, in person. Han Leong, in person. Yasushi Oki, in person. Alan Kwan, in person. Tanika Burley, in person. William Lau, in person. And Keith Hesslinga, in person.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rutherford. I need a seconder. Councillor Principe. Okay. Please vote to.
Just to note, that's not a motion, Mayor Sohi.
It's not just
a
need. Okay,
statement.
got it. Okay. All right. Okay, I will explain the process now. All right. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I just want to let you know that we are truly appreciative of the fact that all of you have taken time to register to speak on this very important budget, which will shape the future of the city and what we will do over the next 4 years. So your voices and your ideas matter to us, and we want to, on behalf of council, I want you to know that we really appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to be with us in person or virtually. So I'll explain the process to you. I am going to explain, so all speakers will be paneled in group of up to 20, as you heard. Speakers will present to City Council in the order they registered. If speakers are absent when called, they will be moved to the end of the speakers list. As a speaker, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. The office of the city clerk has your presentation. If you have one prepared, and you can ask them to advance your slides by saying, "Next slide, please." The green light will come on at the start of your presentation, right on the podium there. The yellow light will come on when you have 1 minute left. We ask that you summarize your comments at this point. The red light indicates the end of your 5 minutes. When you have finished your presentation, please remain seated. Once all speakers within a panel have made their presentation, each council may ask questions of the speakers within that panel. Once all public speakers have been heard, City Council will postpone the public reports listed in the agenda to November 30th, 2022 City Council meeting. This meeting starts November 30th and expected to take place over the multiple days in November and December, during which we will deliberate on the budget. For the purpose of today's meeting, neither the main budget motions nor amendments may be put on the floor, seconded or passed. In addition, no questions will be asked to administration. We have 11 and a half hours of meeting time each day of the public hearing. Here is how you can find information on the status of the public hearing. All the names have been read into the list. The list of the public speakers will be publicly available and updated at edmonton.ca/meetings. Updates are made as panels are read out. Thank you so much for coming to participate in this budget deliberation. And now I will call the names of the first panel. And as I call your names, please come up. And Linda Rold. You'll be, Linda, are you here?
I am remote.
Oh, you are, okay, all right. Okay, remote. Steve Bradshaw, you'll be number 2 speaker. Tim Adams. Tim, are you inside in here? Please, you'll be number 3. James Rosno. James, are you here in person? You'll be number 4. Gary Sheldon. Gary, are you here in person? You'll be number 5. Shannon Penn. You'll be number 6. Robin Kyler. Remotely, Robin, are you there?
I'm here.
You'll be number 7. Miroslav Berzanicki, in person. Miroslav Berzanicki, in person or remotely? Not here, so to City Clerk, Miroslav is not here, so until the panel is concluded?
Yeah, if you just move to the next number,
Okay.
we'll leave their seats.
Okay. Jordan Rienger, in person. Jordan, are you here? Jordan, are you here in person or remotely?
I can speak, Mayor. This is Megan Klein from C5. Jordan is en route.
Okay, coming into City Hall?
He is.
Okay, we'll wait. Lori Fagan, in person? Lori Fagan from C5, in person or remotely?
I am not sure about Lori. I haven't heard from her yet this morning.
Okay.
Hannah Storvold is en route for in person.
Okay. And Megan, that's you, right?
That is me.
Okay.
I'm virtual.
Okay, you are, okay, it says in person, but I'll put you remote. Lawrence Brune Woodbury, Bissell Center in person. Oh, did I miss anyone? Oh, Greg Rahman from Edmonton Firefighters. Greg, are you here in person or remotely?
Nope. No, I've had to switch to remote. Thank you.
You are remote. Okay, then Lawrence Brune Woodbury, Bissell Center in person. Okay. Blake Johnson in person. Blake, there you are. Jennifer McDonald Robinson, Bissell Center in person. There you are. Mary Stewart, Terra Center for Teen Parents. Mary, there you are. Please come down. Kajina Robinson, Terra Center. Kajina, are you in person? I'm not speaking. You're not speaking? Okay, we'll take you off the list. Hannah Storvold, C5, in person.
Hannah is en route. She will be in person.
Okay. And Muhammad Al-Sagir, C5, in person. Muhammad, are you here? Or remotely?
If Mohammed is not there, he might be en route.
Okay.
We're trying to coordinate via text, so I could be wrong, but I think he's on his way.
No worries. Hermes Elman, in person. Hermes Elman, in person.
It's not even sick, it's 200 because we've already approved.
Or remote. Hermes Elman for C5. Okay, we'll hold off. So to City Clerk, we have one extra spot in this panel. Huh? Should we use that spot? One person is not, they're here, but
Sorry,
they're not
Mayor
speaking.
Sohi, just the process we have is just to run through the panel, and if there is an empty spot, we'll leave it until the next panel.
Okay, got it. Good. Okay, good. All right. Okay. Well, each of you have 5 minutes, as I explained earlier, so we will start with Linda Rolt.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right. Thank you to Mayor Sohi and the City of Edmonton councilors for allowing me to speak with you today on behalf of Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association for Persons with Disabilities. My name is Linda Ralt, and I am the Riding Program Administrator for Little Bits. I started out over 35 years ago as a volunteer. Little Bits was formed in 1975 and incorporated as a charitable organization in 1978. Since 1975, Little Bits has been an independent user group of the White Mud Equine Learning Center Association, remaining through all of the changes in ownership, management, and facility. We deliver a program of horseback riding with therapeutic benefits for 180 children and adults with disabilities each year. Little Bits is the largest user group of the Welka facility, as Welka has the ideal location to serve our riders and over 250 volunteers. We are dedicated to providing a unique therapeutic program to individuals with special needs. There is no other organization in the city that offers what we do. A venue in which therapeutic horseback riding is offered, where riders with disabilities of all ages can gain physical, emotional, social, and behavioral benefits and develop their riding skills, and they feel proud of their accomplishments. Our inclusive program also provides parents of special needs children with an opportunity to connect with other parents, where families forge new and lasting relationships, and where over 250 volunteers from diverse backgrounds and our certified instructors care for the growth, health, and quality of life of Little Bits riders. Our program is widely acknowledged and supported by medical professionals. Welka has always provided Little Bits with excellent horses to train and use as therapy horses. In addition, because of its locations, our riders are able to experience the beauty of Edmonton's River Valley and unique horse trail systems near the facility. We are one of a very few therapeutic riding programs in Canada who are able to ride both indoors and outside, not being confined to an arena. Our riders are able to enjoy the scenic North Saskatchewan River and its sights and sounds from the back of a horse. Definitely an enriching and unique experience for them all. As a registered charitable organization, we must closely monitor our growth as we subsidize every rider and depend largely on grants and funding to supplement our costs. The Community Investment Operating Grant from the City of Edmonton is a grant which we apply for every year. And it is important to note that the loss of these funds will mean an increase in fees for our families. Pardon me. Currently, families pay less than half of what it actually costs Little Bits to put the rider on a horse. However, there is still a great need for subsidies because families carry a financial burden in caring for their children with disabilities and for people living on AISH. We are always looking for new ways to raise funds and to keep our costs low so that we do not put any extra burden on families who access our programs. In closing, I would like to thank City Council to realize the importance of funding of the CIOG grant, not only for Little Bits, but for all of the other worthy city organizations which benefit from the grant. We are a great city with great residents, great programs, and many great champions. In fact, Little Bits has 180 champions in our program alone, and we are continually seeking support, not only from the citizens and businesses in Edmonton, but from every level of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Steve Bradshaw from ATU 569.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. We've prepared a short video for you today. May we start with that, please?
Getting around Edmonton without a car takes commitment and planning.
To be a full-time transit user is really difficult in Edmonton, I think. I'm very lucky in that I live right downtown, so service is pretty frequent. But when I think about someone who is living in the suburbs, I think it would be almost next to impossible.
As Edmonton grows, there is no doubt we need more services, more access to public transit to move freely while caring for our environment.
I'd like to see a lot more people taking transit to and from work. But we have to make it affordable and accessible and reliable and safe.
I like helping people get from point A to point B safely, reliably, efficiently, and I take pride in helping the public.
But Edmonton stands to lose autonomy and a lot of ground with a proposed regional transit system.
To the riders, there'll be some that will probably have less service because buses will have to be moved from the current system into the new system. Maybe some routes won't exist.
A new commission would add a new level of bureaucracy and scrutiny. Millions of dollars that could be invested to improve our transit system.
We could get more people on the bus by making the service better. More frequency, more community routes.
This is a duplication of service and a waste of resources and money.
This is most definitely an increase to the taxpayers.
As a city, transit is the heartbeat. We have a chance to grow our connectivity, to move us in our daily lives with certainty.
The majority of my colleagues and a big chunk of operators are worried about our jobs.
I'm worried about further reductions in the frequency of service. I'm worried about longer waits at bus stops. I'm worried about even further cutting of community routes. I'm just worried about the further erosion of our public services to the private sector.
Mayor Sohi and councillors, as always, thanks for making time to hear our ideas about the city's budget. I'm Steve Bradshaw. I'm the leader of ATU Local 569, representing your transit fleet, transit security, and DATS workforce. You've heard from us in the past about the Regional Transit Initiative. You know we think council has better places to deploy $13 million. Frankly, funding the on-demand service is far more important right now. but I'd like to draw your attention to some of the other issues. It's been 8 long years since Council provided new service hours to ETS. 8 years. But we need more buses to provide more service, and we need a place to store, clean, and maintain those buses before we can get new buses. I don't have to remind you that safe, effective urban transit is at the very heart of the city plan. In effect, we need a new bus garage, and we need it urgently. But speaking of safe transit, the community outreach teams and the TCATs are a brilliant solution to some of transit's most pressing safety issues. But our TPOs are desperately overworked. They're burned out, fatigued, traumatized, and they need reinforcements. To build on the amazing successes at placing Edmonton in the vanguard of ridership recovery across the country, we need to make transit safer. Solving the homeless crisis will take massive resources from all levels of government, but we can impact the problem for ETS and the city by placing more and better security on the system. More transit peace officers is the answer. Temporary workers in ETS and in transit fleet are being failed by their employer. We are aware that administration is working to fix the problem, but they need your support. Many in the TFM group have already been converted to permanent, but you can finish the job now with a tiny budgetary contribution that would qualify all of these workers for benefits and pensions. Many of these workers are new Canadians coming here to pursue a better life for their families. Now they find themselves treated like second-class citizens. No benefits, no pension, working the lowest paid jobs we have. Temporary workers doing permanent work is unfair. Please act to fix this problem now. Our 1978 fleet of U2 LRT rail cars is nearing double its life expectancy. It's a tribute to the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the maintenance team at D.L. McDonald that these cars are still on the rails and still safe, but they are not magicians. New LRVs are needed and soon. Now is finally the time to act on this pressing concern. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. I saw Jordan come in. If you could step down, you'll be number 9, Jordan, right here. Yeah. And next we will go to Tim Adams.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I have a video to play in the background, if that could come up, please, and I'll keep talking as I go. It's a background video. My name is Tim Adams. I'm the executive director and founder of Free Play for Kids. It's hard to actually know what to say here because there's so much to say about the last 15 years and especially the last 2. If you know my story a little bit, I moved here in 2007 as a journalist for CBC, and in that time I got to really experience the heart of this city and learn about this city. And I ended up doing a story at one of our city's highest needs schools. And when I went there, I got that experience of trauma tourism, where you go and you tell a story and you never do anything back and you just keep telling the story over and over and over again. And it weighed on me. It weighed on my conscience so much that I felt so much guilt that I wasn't doing anything. And so what I ended up doing was volunteering. I ended up doing the Edmonton thing, which is to step up and volunteer. And so I started coaching a team there, and I got to learn the kids about them and who they were and what made them tick and the challenges that they were going through. And on my team, I had kids who were former child soldiers. I had kids who were sleeping in the river valley. I had most of my team living in group homes, most of them experiencing sexualization, abuse, everything traumatic you can think of, they were experiencing. And I learned it through them. We went on with that team to win anything you could possibly win in this city and this country, which was amazing. But it wasn't enough. That was a team of 20, and there was thousands of kids like this in the city. So what did we do? The only thing that I knew how to do was build community and bring people together and create a sense of belonging. So I started a second team, and a third team, and a fourth team, and an 8th team, and a 16th team, and a 26th team. And eventually we had 64 schools participating in this program with 2 teams per school and 4 different sports year round. 5,000 kids in this program. Then COVID. And COVID, as we all know, was the hardest challenge for many of us in our generation. For us, it was extremely hard, especially as a youth-serving agency that prides ourselves on making sure we take care of those who are most vulnerable. To me, it wasn't acceptable to tell a child they had to go home and stay home, because that's where it's safest. It's not safest if you don't have a safe home. We worked hard, we fought hard, we advocated extremely well with the province, and stayed open every single day of the pandemic to make sure those who were at most risk had somewhere safe to go every single day after school. And that was the massive turn of our program. It turned from being a 1-day-a-week program to every single day. we picked up 700 kids a day and brought them to city facilities to make sure that they were taken care of. Now our program has turned into a doubling service. It's not only a place to grow and belong, it's free childcare. Every single day, 700 kids have access to free childcare, saving them tens of thousands of dollars. This is 24 schools that participate in our free-to-play program, 30 kids per school, 700 kids who are coming every single day. Beyond that, we learned that kids need support after elementary school. So we created a program called Play to Lead for junior high and high school kids. These are the kids who we want to mentor and grow into the next city councilors sitting before us, the next great lawyers, doctors, tradespeople, teachers. Those are the folks we want to see representing our country in all the leadership positions. And so we're taking a program called Play to Lead and growing the next crop of leaders through sport, through play. Now, I use the word sport intentionally. Sport isn't really what we care about. I could care less if you could kick a ball or bounce a ball or hit a puck, but it is a tool to bring people together to help them belong. It was a tool that worked for me. I have many mixed feelings with sport. I will well up, but I've had that experience that you see in the news a lot lately. I had that experience of the trauma that comes through sport. But I also had the experience of the good things that come through sport, the mentorship and the surrounding. And so what we're trying to do in Edmonton is create a program that pushes out the bad and lets in the good. And now Edmonton is being recognized as an international leader in how we do recreation and sport through what was called free footy and now called free play. And you've probably seen the name in the last couple of weeks all around the world in many newscasts, and that's an exciting piece of the story. But a distraction. It's a distraction to what we truly want to do with this program, which is raise a generation of next great leaders. So I thank you for listening to me today. I really hope that there's support here. I appreciate your support in the last budget and I hope we can keep it going with more growth and more opportunity for our next generation of leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim, and thank you so much for your work. And next we will go to James Rosino from Edmonton Sport Council, in person, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors. And for those of you who have not met, my name is James Rosno, and I'm the current chairperson of the Edmonton Sport Council. Today, myself, our Executive Director, Gary Shelton, and fellow board member, Shannon Pinn, will speak on behalf of the Edmonton Sport Council to the following topics: CIOG, Edmonton Sport Council Service Package, the Lewis Farms Community Rec Center, reinstatement of the outdoor pool operating season, and the Community Facility Partner Grant Program. I will speak on the first 2 points. On behalf of the Edmonton Sport and Recreation and Social Service sector, the Edmonton Sport Council encourages City Council to permanently fund Community Investment Operating Grant. The CIOG was proposed to be eliminated in 2021 by administration. The ESC and the grant recipients have continually spoken at non-statutory fall supplemental hearing for the return of CIOG. The impact was significant, and as such, City Council has twice found a way to support CIOG. Edmonton's amateur sport and active recreation sector is the largest of all voluntary sectors, and the CIOG is the only grant available to nonprofit sport, recreation, and social service organizations. I'm going to repeat that. Edmonton's amateur sport and active recreation sector is the largest of all voluntary sectors, and the CIOG is the only grant available to not-for-profit sport and recreation and social service organizations. And it makes a difference. We believe by reinstating CIOG, the funds can make a greater difference to advance the city plan, the priority outcomes of social development branch, and the Live Active strategy. This decision is not taken lightly, but is one which we believe will lead to better outcomes for Edmontonians and the Edmonton sport and recreation sector. While the ESC is a small and nimble organization, we can implement changes more efficiently alone than in partnership with the City of Edmonton. In order to service this sector, we also need to build out our capacity, which requires City Council to support our requested $178,000 service package. With this funding, the ESC will begin full administration of the CIOG support and recreation component in 2024. This will advance the November 30th from 2021 City Council motion that administration increase the engagement with the Edmonton Sport Council and the administration of the sport component of the CIOG transfer the sport component of CIOG program to the Edmonton Sport Council beginning in 2023, and return to council with an unfunded operating budget request to increase the Edmonton Sport Council operating budget as required. It would also support our previously presented intentions at the May 30th Community and Public Service Committee meeting, which included a report as to the ESC's intention related to the administration of sport and recreation component of the CIOG. We are realistic about the process, as we have identified to committee full administration of the grant program in 2023 is too soon, due to the program being again brought forward as an unfunded service package. If funded, we need adequate time to put the necessary policies, procedures, processes, and systems in place while learning and collaborating with the good work that administration is doing. Therefore, we are pleased that administration has engaged the Edmonton Sport Council earlier and in additional areas to co-administer the 2023 granting process. Furthermore, at our most recent board meeting, the Edmonton Sport Council board discussed and voted unanimously to begin sole administration of the grant in 2024. Together, the ESC and administration have a coordinated strategy to advance the CIOG. As I close out my time, I want to reiterate the following. The sport and active recreation sector is the largest voluntary sector, and as such, this funding makes a difference to Edmontonians, as it contributes to a healthy city and it contributes to a vibrant city. The committed funding of CIOG and our increased service package request is in your hands. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Gary Shelton.
Good morning. I'm Gary Shelton. I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of the Edmonton Sport Council. I wish to thank you for your providing this opportunity to all Edmontonians to voice what is important to them in the city's proposed budgets, in person or virtually. It's making a difference of how we can speak and interact with you. Thank you. In 2022, the Community Investment Operating Grant of $3.7 million was provided to amateur sport, recreation, and social service organizations. In 2022, 168 amateur sport and recreation organizations received about $1 million of that total. If we go back to 2000, approximately 30 awards were given to sport, valued at $119,000 of the $800,000 available at that time. That's a small portion. So over the last 25 years or so, funding has grown from 35 organizations to 168 organizations who are now receiving about 55% of the funding available from about 18%. That's due to the work of the Edmonton Sport Council, informing the sector of the grant, and working with administration to change the scoring criteria so that sport and recreation, the changes were favorable to sport and recreation. That's why we believe it's really time for a separate grant, and we're glad that administration agreed with us on May 30th, and at that time indicated that they believe the pot should be split 50-50. We're receptive to that. As James said, we also believe it's time for the Sport Council to administer the grant program and be given the same opportunity as the Arts and Heritage Councils to administer programs that are best for them. And I'm talking about the CIOG grants administered by the Edmonton Arts Council, Edmonton Heritage Council. Where's the $178,000 going to be spent? That's the question someone will ask. About 25% of it, or $45,000, is going to be used to administer the CIOG grant specifically. The remaining 75% is going to be used to increase our capacity to work with the amateur sport and active recreation sector to use the knowledge gained from administering the grant to increase their governance, increase their financial management, and advance inclusion and diversity in sport. And at the same time, we're going to work with the city and other partners to advance diversity and inclusion in sport. And those two components are interlinked because we're going to take our 2 staff people that we've currently got. Now we're going to have 3, but we're going to reassign staff duties. And we can't, if you say, can you just get by without the 45,000? Well, there's a relationship to the other side of the equation, because now we're not talking about a full staff person and some other work. Now we're talking about 0.8, and it's harder to hire for 0.8. As to the capital budget, we thank administration for the many wise investment recommendations which would help Edmontonians to live active, and encourage City Council to include them in the improved budget. For competitive aquatic sports and Edmonton's hosting future, given that Lewis Farms is not being recommended to be built, the aquatic elements of Lewis Farms are not being recommended to build, that's going to impact aquatic sports and Edmonton's ability to host events in the future. And that's why, because Kinsman is the last aquatic facility built to FINA standards, and that facility was opened in 1978. Given the direction of the city plan, I believe that all future aquatic facilities will be smaller, like Raleigh Miles. So, to me, this isn't not in the next 4 years decision. To me, this is a never decision. A never to build a facility for aquatic sports, period.
I am going to stop you here, Gary. Sorry, time is over. I'm going to be very strict on 5-minute time limit. And next, I'm going to go to Shannon Penn.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and City Councilors. My name is Shannon Penn, and I've been a director for the Edmonton Sport Council for nearly 3 years. I'm also a PhD candidate and researcher at the University of Alberta, where I conduct research that promotes positive experiences for children and their families when it comes to sport and physical activity. Before I begin, I'd like to thank you and City Administration for advancing the After-School Youth Pass, which will allow children to access city recreation facilities for a discounted admission. It's initiatives such as these that can have a positive impact on the health and well-being of the community. We're also grateful to see that the proposed 2023 to 26 user fees reflect the reality of today's economy, with the decreasing fees for 2023. So again, thank you for that. But I'm here today along with my colleagues from the Sport Council and many others today who will speak to ask you to consider the important role and the positive impact that thriving, accessible, and functional recreation facilities and programs can have on this community. So in addition to the points that my ESC colleagues have made, there are 2 unfunded service packages that I hope you will consider. First is the Recreation Partnership and Facility Investment Programs. So like the Community Facility Partner Capital Grant Program that was eliminated in 2020, this grant would support the development of facilities which help to advance the city plan, but are planned, built, and operated by partners. This grant will enable qualifying organizations to renovate, expand, or build valuable recreation infrastructure. So the Edmonton Soccer Center South Expansion, the roof renovation of the Shamrock Curling Club, and the Punjab United Sports and Heritage Association's clubhouse are great examples of valuable partnership initiatives under that old grant program. So funding this program would benefit City Council by removing one-off sales pitches, allowing City Council to receive recommendations from City Administration based on strong business cases and supporting documentation. So this small grant program would go a long way in leveraging opportunities for Edmontonians to live active beyond just the facilities that are built, operated, and managed by the city. Second, the ESC is hopeful for the reinstatement of the outdoor pool operating season to pre-pandemic levels for the 2023 to 26 operating budget. So as the Mill Creek Outdoor Pool rehab continues into 2024, Edmonton will be without one of its 5 outdoor pools. So the lineups at the other 4 pools will increase substantially. And so that reinstatement of the outdoor pool operating season to operate from May long weekend to September long weekend can certainly help satisfy what could be a really busy season for outdoor pool use. So again, I ask you to consider the positive impact that sport, physical activity, and recreation opportunities can have on the community. As James mentioned earlier, Edmonton's amateur sport and active recreation sector is the largest of all voluntary sectors. So the Edmonton Sport Council wants to continue doing this great work to support the sector, along with advancing the city plan and the Live Active strategy. We hope that you will consider funding our requested service package and permanently funding the Community Investment Operating Grant. Building the Lewis Farms Community Rec Center as planned, funding the Recreation Partnership and Facility Investments Program, reinstating the outdoor pool operating season to pre-pandemic levels, all of these things will serve to help Edmontonians live active, which ultimately helps to advance the city plan. Our requests today come from a place of wanting to see better outcomes for Edmontonians and Edmonton's sport and recreation sector. The ESC knows that there are many pressures and demands on both the city's capital and operating budget. But we also know that previous city councils have found a way to make many investments deemed not possible by administration possible, while also limiting the property tax increase. And so, that being said, we appreciate your consideration, and I thank you very much for your time today.
Well, thank you so much for all 3 of you, James, Carrie, and Shannon, for sharing your thoughts and the work that you do in the community. And next, we'll go to Robin Kyler, joining us remotely.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Robin Kyler, and I live in Wards, Beaumont-Tappy. I'm here to advocate for this next budget to have a stronger focus on supporting our unhoused community and those at risk of becoming unhoused. The number of people living without adequate housing continues to rise, with more than 2,600 people reported as currently experiencing homelessness in Edmonton. Community organizers report seeing more and more people on the street every day without shelter, and as temperatures drop, even more lives are lost to the extreme weather conditions in this city. Bear Clan Patrol has shared stories of community members dying in horrific tent fires, the result of people just trying to keep warm. Emergency room doctors are reporting a dramatic increase in amputations needed by unhoused patients last winter. While some additional provincial funding was announced for emergency shelter spaces, no funding was provided to create emergency housing spaces, which is really what is needed in order to create a long-term solution and save lives. Shelters are often unsafe spaces for people, with many reporting experiencing violence, harassment, sexual assault, and theft of personal property, not to mention racism and discrimination from both shelter clients and staff alike. We also see how shelter spaces do little to prevent the rapid spread of illness due to their combined shared area. We see people avoiding emergency shelters and setting up tents and encampments in order to maintain autonomy, only to have that stripped away by violent police sweeps, where tents are slashed and personal items are destroyed. Police kick vulnerable community members out of transit stations and places where they are trying to keep warm. Time and time again, the city has found money to increase police funding in response to pressure from businesses and property owners, and yet people are dying on the street for lack of housing and services right now. Chief McPhee has said that the answer to addressing the crisis is better coordination of existing services. This isn't possible when there isn't enough affordable, emergency, and transitional housing available in order to get people off the street. The city is refusing to meet the needs of our most vulnerable people with the same amount of urgency as when they are protecting property through increased police funding. EPS are essentially being funded to terrorize the houseless community and to displace people at an alarming rate in order to placate business owners and provide a false sense of safety. I want to take the time to acknowledge how we are currently ignoring the crisis of eviction in our city. Evictions are not responded to as an emergency, even though they can result in homelessness, child services intervention, trauma, and even death. We have organizations like Homeward Trust Edmonton managing several affordable housing projects for Indigenous families and engaging in extremely harmful practices that result in the eviction of people experiencing mental health and addictions crisis. I know this because I worked there for several years and was completely devastated by their willingness to put people at risk by evicting them without support or referrals. It is in direct opposition to Housing First as a concept, and it is ultimately why I left that organization. We absolutely cannot claim to be responding to homelessness through outreach while having these same organizations evicting people and putting them on the street. We should be expecting more from Homeward Trust, and we need to be funding eviction prevention programs, supporting people to stay in their homes and find stability. Housing is a human right, and we need to be funding and protecting it as such. Black, Indigenous, and racialized people living in Edmonton are overrepresented in the population of people being most frequently harmed by police and our inadequate housing system. We need to be listening to them and taking their calls to action seriously. A large number of our unhoused community are survivors of residential schools and generational trauma. Addressing their housing needs is an essential part of engaging in the act of reconciliation. Today, I am asking City Council to please stop any further increases to police funding in this upcoming budget. Instead, you must be investing in housing and the services that allow communities to thrive and heal. Working with community-led initiatives to respond to the housing crisis in a way that is informed and centers the needs of the unhoused community members above businesses and property owners. Reallocating funding from policing is an important step in investing in our city's future, because when you support the most vulnerable in our community, things improve for everyone living and working in the community as a result. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Robin, for joining us and sharing your thoughts. Next, we will go to Miroslav Breznicki.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Miroslav Breznicki. I'm a community member.
Yeah, can you please move close to the mic if you don't mind? Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Miroslav Breznicki. I am a community member of the C5. I'm here today to share some of my story and how the C5 has helped shape that story. I don't have much time, but certain things are important, and giving back whenever I can is my honor. I'm a very proud father of two beautiful young children, ages 4 and 6. My children's mother struggles with serious addiction and mental health issues, and unfortunately has chosen a darker path, which made it impossible to provide my kids with a safe, stable home and still have her in our life. We pray for her every night. I was fortunate to get out of that relationship, but my world changed. Between COVID and being a single dad, it has been a challenging journey, to say the least. When I first came to C5 Market, I met Hermes. He was a friendly and open and had a very positive demeanor that made me feel very comfortable. I opened up and saw that C5 was different. They were more personable. They listen to your story, see how they can help you, so they can steer you in the right direction. When I am at the market, waiting my turn, I see Hermes interact with families and individuals of all types. I see a person who has that person's best interest at heart. I have tried a few different food resources out there, all of which do an incredible job. What makes the C5 different is they offer the food, but also have the ability to connect you with other programs and resources at C5 locations and other organizations, which together really contribute to you leading a healthy and safe lifestyle. The C5 Market helps give parents a healthy approach to themselves, their lives, and to bring their children up in a proper environment. They offer supports for people who in tough times really need it. Food is essential and enables parents to limit the stress in their lives, which means the children are not impacted in negative ways, so kids can focus on being kids and not hungry, stressed out, or being traumatized. The market provides lots of items. I have seen people coming there from all walks of life. Lots of families, newcomers, children. They provide everything from baby food to the essentials. It's amazing the items that we can access at the market. There are even some surprises. Ice cream, crayons for the kids. I've also accessed supports through C5 Hub, the C5 location at Clairview Recreational Center, as well as Bent Arrow. The programs from these organizations gave me the tools required to be a good person, a good parent, and to live a proper life. Personal programs, parenting programs, children's programs, all come full circle and together give the children and families a better chance. The C5 is connected and works together to give the best possible resources for people who really need them. The C5 gives the opportunity to connect to other resources for families and children. It connected me to Jasmine at C5 in Clairview Recreational Center so that I can take my kids swimming to the jumping gym. That's what kids need, that structured, routine, loving, safe, nurturing environment to move forward. Thank you to the wonderful people and agencies that contribute the food supports. Together they have a positive impact on families, and it's essential. My children and I would not be where we are today if it was not for these wonderful programs and wonderful people who make my life what it is today. That we are not alone in our battle, in our journey. And I thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for sharing your personal story with us. Next, we will go to Jordan Reinger. He has withdrawn, I understand, right? Yeah. Got it, okay. All right, and next we will go to Lori Fagan in person or remotely? Okay, so Lori is not speaking as well. And Megan Klein is next remotely. Megan, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Megan Klein, and I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Mennonite Center for Newcomers. And I'm speaking here today on behalf of the 5 executive directors who collaborate for C5. Given the budgetary pressures we know you are facing, we understand it's crucially important that any funds you allocate are in line with existing priorities and make the tax dollars stretch as far as possible. There is no other model to be found in Alberta that is like C5. Our model amplifies every dollar invested, it reduces duplication, and it ultimately serves our community members better. Given the number of participants from 2021 alone, the return on investment for the city's existing commitments to the C5 works out to an investment of $52.41 per client served per year. This level of funding would be nowhere near this impactful or far-reaching in a different service delivery model. The existing funding that the city provides for C5 is primarily used to cover operational costs that provide a space for the 5 C5 founding agencies to bring significant financial investment of their own specialized staff, programs, and supports to the northeast of Edmonton at the C5 hub, and to do so in a way that is integrated, coordinated, and more effective to better support the most vulnerable. Our partnerships extend far beyond the core 5 agencies. We work hard to bring other agencies and other nonprofits into our C5 locations to provide better services for our community and better return on investment for our investors. These include Savita and SAGE and many others. So the additional funding that we're requesting today will embed C5 and our model into 2 additional sites in the northeast of Edmonton, which are desperately needed. The C5 is very well positioned to support the work of City Council in addressing the goals of the community safety and well-being strategy. This report cites that, and I'm quoting here, by 2050, it is anticipated that when Edmonton is predicted to have a population of 2 million people, 50% will be immigrants. This demographic change has highlighted the importance of finding ways to create spaces which are safe, accessible, and inclusive within Edmonton. The C5 space at Clairview Rec Centre and the C5 Community Market and Donation Centre are community spaces that are safe, they are accessible, and they're inclusive in an area that has seen a high concentration of newcomers settle. We also have built-in translation support through the C5 sites, so newcomers can access staff who speak many different languages, and they can navigate social systems in their own mother tongue. I've spoken about how well C5 work aligns with your well-being framework, but I really wanted to emphasize that the youth programming that we are running out of Clairview Rec Centre is supporting a lot of vulnerable youth and giving them a safe space to be. And we also support the decentralization of social services, which is outlined in the Downtown Core and Transit Safety Plan. The increase in need for social supports we see coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of rising inflation, and our growing and increasingly diverse population means the number of those accessing our services is only increasing and will continue to do so. Therefore, we request that City Council consider, as part of their 2023-26 budget deliberations, an increase to the C5 Hub's funding by $200,000 a year to support the expansion and embedment of C5 at the Clairview Recreation Centre and the C5 Community Market and Refugee Donation Centre, or alternatively, to provide the C5 $150,000 a year in funding and free space at Clairview Rec Centre through a longer-term lease. We are humbled by the support that the City of Edmonton has shown the C5 and the vulnerable residents in Northeast Edmonton, and deeply grateful for the opportunities we've been provided to serve the community, thanks to the investment we receive from City Council, and hope to be able to continue to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, and congratulations for getting the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Award yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah, and next we will go to Greg Rahman.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor Sohi and City Councilors. My name is Greg Raymond. I am the president of the Edmonton Firefighters Union, Local 209. I know as City Council, there have been many challenges and difficult decisions that you faced over the past year, which will continue moving forward, including the deliberation and approval of these budgets. I want to commend you for taking on these challenges with the best interests for the diverse range of Edmontonians that we all serve. Our members in Local 209 who are firefighters, emergency communication specialists, fire apparatus technicians, fire investigators, training instructors, fire equipment technicians, prevention and public education officers are all honored to serve the citizens of Edmonton and also contribute to making Edmonton a safe place to live. And we appreciate Council's continued support for the delivery of our essential emergency services. Edmonton Fire Rescue Services has been recognized both within Canada and internationally as a fire service that is consistently working to achieve and or maintain the highest level of professionalism and efficiency on behalf of those that serve the public. As a union, we're very proud to partner with the city to support and contribute to Edmonton providing its citizens with a fire service that ensures a high sense of safety and security. And we achieve this while also aligning with the goals of city plan to make Edmonton a healthy, urban, and climate resilient city of 2 million people. How do fire rescue services get to this point? Simply put, it's from years of diligent planning, consulting with stakeholders, and studying the latest industry data analytics and emerging technologies. Additionally, the Council approved Fire Rescue Master Plan as a key document that has in the past guided fire rescue's strategic and business planning, including the long-range operating and capital requirements. The master plan outlines response time targets and staffing levels that are based on the principles of scientific research and industry standards established by the National Fire Protection Association and is endorsed by the International Association of Firefighters. It is imperative in moving forward that these principles remain a key component of fire rescue's strategic and business planning processes. As members of City Council, we understand it's your responsibility to ensure that you steward tax dollars in a responsible way. And EFFU recognizes the current challenges the city is faced with, and we support the proposed 2023-2026 capital and operating budgets, given the context of the current economy. However, we feel it's very important also to recognize the emergency call volume has been increasing at a rate higher than the city's population growth. The emergency events response per firefighter and per dispatcher has increased by 20% since 2019, with 0 staffing increases. This has resulted in negative impacts on the health and well-being of our members. Correlated with the city's population growing at a rate proportionally higher than investment in frontline fire rescue staffing is a decline in emergency events response times, specifically to those first units on scene. This performance indicator has gradually decreased since 2020 to the low point of Q1 of 2022, when the total response time for the first unit on scene of an emergency event within 7 minutes was achieved 54% of the time. The target for this measure is 90%. We appreciate the challenges faced by City Council during these difficult times, and it needs to be stated that 88% of fire services net expenditures are allocated towards personnel costs. As a reminder, the percentage of City Edmonton operating budget expenditures that are allocated to fire rescue services has declined from 8.8% in 2012 to 7.3% in 2022. This proposed budget decreases the fire service allocation even further, from a range of 6.7 to 6.9% over the next 4-year budget cycle. EFFU has previously worked with administration to ensure public and firefighter safety by striving to meet industry standards that are based on science and research. It is important that the standards and science continue to be recognized as part of the defining the future modern fire service in Edmonton, together with evidentiary-based information. We urge you to ensure the Edmonton Fire Rescue Services maintains a standard of excellence the public expects, and that the fire services resources keep up with the service demands and growth of the city. I'd also like to highlight some of the key observations for the City of Edmonton Service SAST Action Survey that was presented to the Budget Committee. Fire Rescue Services is ranked at the top of the City of Edmonton services in the quadrant map that emerges the results for the SAST Actions and Importance Survey categories. Fire Rescue Services is listed as a city primary strength based on survey results. And finally, 98% of the survey respondents indicated the level of financial investment in the fire services should be either increased or maintained. And I thank you for your time, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Greg. Next, we will go to Lawrence Brune Woodbury in person. Yep, go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor Sohi. My name is Lawrence Braun Woodbury. I'm the Director of Service Integration and Advocacy at the Bissell Center. 18 months ago, the City of Edmonton began funding...
Lawrence, can you just speak a little bit close to the mic if you don't mind?
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
18 months ago, the City of Edmonton began funding Bissell Center's Community Space Program. Through a series of short-term contracts, we have been able to operate at the highest level, serving Edmonton's most vulnerable populations. This partnership has resulted in extremely positive outcomes for Edmonton's most vulnerable communities. I'm here today to ask City Council to make a 4-year commitment to this ongoing partnership, a commitment that will bring us one step closer to achieving our shared goal of ending houselessness in this city. Next slide, please. For over 100 years, Bissell Center has provided supports and services to Edmontonians experiencing poverty. Throughout the last century, Bissell Center has grown and evolved, but we have remained a recognized leader in our work to end houselessness. Our broad continuum of care is focused on providing wraparound supports in key areas, including childcare, housing, wellness, financial empowerment, and diversion. Quick note on diversion. Our Community Bridge team has helped prevent individuals and entire families from falling into houselessness. Our work is broad, but perhaps we are most well known for the day services provided at the community space. And there's a reason for that. It's our community space that functions as a central hub for Bissell's broader continuum of care. And it's the community space where so many of other programs connect with our participants for the first time. The community space has a multiplier effect on the efficacy of the city's other social services. And it's the community space that we're asking the City of Edmonton to commit to continuing to support for the next 4 years. Next slide, please. We are proud of our outcomes. The community space has been able to provide basic needs resources, case management services, and community development programming. We have responded to hundreds of drug poisonings. Our health and wellness teams have provided direct care and connected participants to clinics and healthcare resources. But perhaps most importantly are the metrics that show how our programs are helping to end homelessness directly. Since the city began funding the community space in May 2021, Bissell's programs have housed 586 people. With your help, we can do even more. Next slide, please. City contracts funding the community space have been renewed roughly every 6 months over the last year and a half, and we are deeply grateful for this partnership. However, these short-term contracts create barriers to recruiting and retaining staff. As we near the end of each 6-month contract, we are legally mandated to issue layoff notices to all staff, which increases anxiety for both the staff, of course, and the participants as well. It results in turnover and creates what we perceive as unnecessary difficulties. When the contract is renewed, we are required to go through a redundant rehiring phase, which incurs unnecessary administrative costs. Further administrative costs are then incurred when we advocate for contract renewals at the end of these recurring 6-month cycles. This start and stop procedure, it fractures care processes. It breaks momentum. It hampers our ability to achieve desired outcomes at both the program level and for the individuals we serve. Next slide, please. We would like to see the remarkable outcomes that we've seen at the community space continue, and more than that, we would like to see these outcomes improve. To do that, we need stabilized funding. We need consistency and predictability in our program's budget. The stability of a multi-year contract would allow us to retain high-quality staff, develop institutional knowledge, and build more innovative initiatives based on data collected over the long term. In addition, a 4-year commitment would allow Bissell to save an estimated $130,000 in administrative costs. These savings are the equivalent to 2 full-time housing workers who would house on average 120 people in a year. To reiterate, shifting to a long-term funding model opens up the resource potential for 120 people to have safe, warm housing. Next slide, please. A longer-term contract will allow the community space to integrate more fully into the city's continuum of care. We'll be able to build deeper partnerships with other agencies and organizations. And this improved integration with Edmonton's social services and health resources will ensure that participants have better access to the wraparound resources necessary to move out of poverty. A stabilized, multi-year funding model will take us one step closer to ending houselessness in Edmonton. Next slide, please. It is Bissell's mission to work in community, remove barriers, and support people as they move out of poverty. Together, the City of Edmonton and Bissell Centre can build a path to prosperity for all Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And next we will go to Blake Johnson.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. My name is Blake Johnson. I support the City of Edmonton in funding and implementing the bicycle plan, and I hope that City Council does as well. There are many good reasons to fund the bicycle plan, but one of the most important to me as an Edmontonian is that it signals the values of our citizens. This investment will help achieve climate, quality of life, and economic development goals. By supporting bicycle paths and the bicycle plan, you are funding what Edmonton families and Albertans do for recreation. We also do it for commuting more and more. In 2017, the Government of Alberta's Parks and Recreation survey showed that 83% of Albertans said they walk for pleasure, 54% said that they bicycle, 39% say they jog. These statistics have been consistent for decades. These activities are not fads, it's what we do. The events of the past couple of years have shown us how important outdoor activity is for personal mental health and physical health and for social interaction. I got involved in the bicycling planning in Edmonton in my 20s when I published 30,000 copies of a free magazine. This was in 1990. The publication showed people where you could legally ride in the River Valley and Ravine Network. I did this because the City of Edmonton's Parks and Recreation Department was looking at shutting down the River Valley trails, both paved and natural, to mountain bikes, which were just coming on stream and obviously became a huge thing in the world. Mayor Jan Reimer was an enthusiastic supporter of the publication, so was Boomer Adair, a senior minister in the government of Alberta. It was supported by advertisers, mainly bicycle stores and outdoor stores. Cooler heads prevailed, and luckily for cyclists, a city engineer named Peter Heppelston was able to ensure bicycles were allowed in the River Valley. Peter is a cyclist and a pioneer in winter cycling in Edmonton. He showed me and others how important it is to get involved if you want good bicycling policy. I have 3 simple comments about the bicycle plan, and it's like telling somebody who's got 98% on a project, you could have got 2% more, but here's my 2% more. Simplify the message. Edmonton wants to become one of the top 10 bicycle cities in the world by 2030. Make it bold. And then the how. We're going to do it by making cycling inviting for all reasons and all seasons. People like civic goals and challenges, and from my experience, Edmontonians especially love to compete. I think that for most people in my age bracket, we got our first taste of what Edmonton could achieve when we hosted the Commonwealth Games in 1978. It was a world-class event, and the legacy of the facilities are part of Edmonton's everyday life. It'd also be nice if we had better channels for information from the city to users in the River Valley to avoid trail conflict. The city actually definitely has a responsibility to better educate, especially when it comes to the safety and etiquette messaging. E-bike usage on trails is bringing this issue to a forefront everywhere in the world. It'd be nice to expand and the signage system for users. This is especially important when communicating with cyclists and pedestrians on matters such as safety and etiquette. For instance, how to properly use your bell and how to safely pass pedestrians on the multi-use trails without causing a crisis on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Good signage gives users confidence in the system, and which will help to attract more users. Also, it'd be ideal if you could work better with the bicycle stores and the places that fix bicycles. They're the front line that can help you get the message out about usage, etiquette. When they're selling a bike, they'll make sure that the bike bell's on there. They'll want to make sure that people understand, don't be a jerk on the trails, because we want to make sure that they're accessible for everybody and nobody feels intimidated. And when we see people who are in wheelchairs or younger families with kids for their first ride, show a bit of respect. That's very simple stuff, and we should be able to enlist those people. It's in their best interest to do it, and I know they want to. It would be also, and then the third thing is, I think it'd be great if the city could promote and adopt an extensive use of bicycle lockers at facilities and parkades, LRT stations, and parking lots. There are lots of cities around the world who do a great job in providing secure bicycle parking, and so that people who want to commute for work or go to the local shopping complex have a safe place to lock their bicycle. I don't know if you bought a bicycle recently, they're expensive. And even an entry-level bicycle is expensive. And one of the greatest barriers to people going someplace other than safe roads is what's going to happen to my bike. And not just if I lock it up, but if I get my seat stolen, oh gosh, now I got to spend $100 to get my seat fixed. These are very expensive and they should be better secured. If you're true to your highest priority in the bicycle plan, which is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which I support, then it would be logical for the city to change the bylaws so that parking lots have to convert X number of stalls for bicycle racks and storage. It doesn't have to be many. It doesn't have to be in the parking lot if they have an equivalent or better solution. Just a quick example of how policy can change. In 1979, I was the first person in Alberta, in Edmonton, to paint the international symbol for disabled persons on the parking lots. And in 1981, the International Year of Disabled Persons happened, building codes changed, parking lots changed, and if anybody were to park in a parking lot like there was reserved for the disabled, they'd be vilified. So I appreciate your help, and I hope you support the bicycle plan.
Thank you so much, Blake. Next, we will go to Jennifer McDonald Robinson, joining us in person. Yep.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Is your mic on?
Yep.
If you move close to the mic, please. Go ahead, try it again.
Yep. Good morning. My name is
Yeah.
Jennifer McDonald Robinson. I'm the manager of integrated services at the Bissell Center, and we have a video presentation to share with you.
In a tent.
In a tent.
Yes.
Are you close to Bissell here?
Pardon?
Are you
Yes.
close to Bissell?
Yeah, a couple blocks.
Couple blocks? What is that experience like for you right now?
It's there's good times. There's a lot of bad times.
Yeah.
There's good times as well.
What would you like city council to understand about houselessness here in our city?
I want to know why. Do 5 people, on the average, guaranteed 5 people every day die. There's no need for somebody's babies to die every night. Every night, 5 people's babies die.
Yeah.
I've been out there for 2 weeks, but then off and on for like 3 years since I've been in Edmonton, I've been off and on outside. Like I was out there 2 winters ago, and then bad short-term memory issues and fatigue syndrome. So my ex,
Do you have some medical issues?
some severe ones, like it's a constant struggle, and that's probably why people take me the wrong way. I'm ADHD, and then I have like memory issues, and you're trying to protect yourself. And you know, and because I've been an independent person anyways, it's really hard. People take me as an angry person. Well, I kind of am, but I kind of have that right to protect my personal space and boundaries. Like, you know, some of us are just hanging on by a strand up there.
Worthless. You don't feel positive, that's for sure. And with society out there looking at you as a homeless person. And as for me being Indigenous, it really sucks. The inner city, we need help. You know, not Buddy with the 3-door garage. We need help.
Have you lost any friends?
Yes. People that, real good people. You know, real good people that got nowhere to go. And they just, all they need is to warm up for 5-10 minutes when it's January. You know, what kind of damage are they going to do between 2 freaking metal doors with glass that probably can't break anyway?
Really tough experience for myself, for me, because being two-spirited and then being this physical body and then just living and trying to get enough sleep for the next day, because at the time I used to work part-time as it was, not to say that it was bad, but it was just hard. I really had to fight for who I was, for what I believed in, and where I was going and how I'm going to get there. Brings up that safety part, you know, where you want to be safe. I would just like City Council and the City of Edmonton and our current mayor. I met him. Oh, I was ecstatic. Sorry, you're real cool. Invest in those services. Invest in those. Invest in me.
In recent times, there's been a lot of numbers thrown out about how many people are houseless in the city, how many people have died as a result of a drug poisoning, and those are all statistics. They're not statistics and they're not numbers. They're individuals who are loved, they're individuals who are seen and valued. They have names and they mean something to the people who get the privilege of seeing them every single day. And so when they're not here because they have passed away as a result of a drug poisoning or as a result of being houseless on the streets, they're missed, and that loss of that individual is felt not just by the staff but the community as a whole. And so I think for me that's the biggest thing.
I am sorry. I would have to stop here because his 5 minutes are over. Yeah, I have to be fair to everyone on the timing. Next, we will go to Mary Stewart.
That's okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. And wow, such important work in our community. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mary Stewart, and I'm the board chair for the Terra Center for Teen Parents and a chair of community studies at Norquest College, as well as a Terra alumni. Today, I hope to illustrate that investing in teen parents will support a stronger Edmonton for all of us. Teen parents are a significantly marginalized group. given their age and their stage of brain development, and the strategies and resources needed to support them at this critical juncture in their life are unique and set them apart from other parents and teenagers. Tara understands the unique and complex needs of teen parents and have been supporting this population for over 50 years. Through a holistic range of services such as housing, mental health, supports to complete high school, and early learning and childcare, we help young parents thrive, reach their potential, and contribute as positive citizens. Annually, Tara serves over 1,000 young moms, dads, and their children. 100% live below the poverty line. 51% identify as Indigenous, and at least 80% experience some kind of abuse in their early years. Most don't live at home, and most don't graduate high school. Despite these barriers, they are motivated to create a more positive future for themselves and their children. They come to Tara to learn and to develop skills that will help them raise healthy and resilient children. And I know this firsthand by accessing some of those supports in 1984. Over the years, Tara identified gaps in services and, if addressed, could help advance the futures of young parents and our city. However, our former building could not accommodate addressing those gaps, needs like food insecurity, employment readiness, play therapy. In response, a collaboration was established by Tara, Prince Rupert Community League, and the Alberta Thai Association to build, own, and operate a $10 million community centre on the city land in the community of Prince Rupert for the benefit of all partners. This plan was approved by the city, and in fact, the city was viewed as a partner, participating in weekly planning meetings for 2 years. Additionally, the 2016 City of Edmonton capital budget notes a commitment from the city to support this project. Unfortunately, this partnership no longer exists, but the needs that the previous project aimed to fill still do exist. To meet those needs, Tara purchased a building in 2020 and sold our former building. Our vision has remained the same, having a safe, inclusive hub for teen parents and the greater community. Renovations are currently underway. They include a community kitchen, a learning lab, and a parent-child engagement space to foster development of our youngest citizens. Mental health services and cultural supports will also be available on-site. Tara is well positioned to support the work of City Council in addressing the goals of the community safety and well-being strategy through this project. Our plans are aligned with the priority pillars of reconciliation, safe and inclusive spaces, well-being, pathways out of poverty, and crime prevention and crisis intervention pillars. Teen parents are often isolated, not having spaces where they feel they belong. Our building will be a multi-generational hub where all can feel welcome, safe, and included. Strong and healthy communities are essential for well-being. Our new home will not just be for teens and parents, but their extended families and the greater community. Our learning lab will help parents develop the skills to be employable, moving themselves out of poverty and breaking cycles. The building will engage a variety of partners and build on Tara's existing C5 partnerships. Being located on the west end of the city, we will engage with West Jasper Place Family Resource Networks and others. As a board, we acknowledge the city is facing challenging times with lots of competing priorities and tough decisions, which we've heard this morning. As a member of the C5 Collaborative, I am acutely aware that other C5 agencies also have requests before Council. Each partner has distinct service elements and missions. Our total project is $6.8 million, thanks to the generous donors, the Government of Alberta, and private donations. Tara has secured $5.2 million. And $1.6 million, we still require $1.6 million to realize our vision. Investing in our youth and the next generation, our youngest citizens, your return on a $400,000 capital investment will be realized. I want to thank you for this opportunity to present today and happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you so much for joining us and all the good work you and the Bissell Center and everyone else doing. Next, I'll check if Kajina Robinson is joining us. Oh, yeah, you're not speaking, right? Okay. Hannah Storvold, next.
Hi, guys. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Hannah Storvald, and I'm a director with the C5. We understand that you guys have a really tough task in front of you, and we appreciate that there's difficult decisions that need to be made, and we're grateful for your willingness to make the tough choices. We're immensely grateful at the C5 for the existing support that we've received from the city, because we get to see the difference that your investment makes every single day in our community members' lives. With such tough decisions ahead of you, we hope to illustrate through our presentations the fact that an investment in the C5 has an excellent ROI for the city and really makes every dollar stretch so much further through collaboration and partnership, which ultimately reduces duplication, provides better services for our most vulnerable, and is the most efficient use of tax dollars. To provide a quick overview of the C5, we are a partnership founded back in 2015 between Terra Center for Teen Parents, Bentero Traditional Healing Society, Boyle Street Community Services, Edmonton Mennonite Center for Newcomers, and Norwood Child and Family Resource Center. Together, the partnership works in Northeast Edmonton to support some of the city's most vulnerable, while also providing safe, inclusive spaces for the community at large. The northeast of Edmonton is an area of enormous need. This section of the city has a concentrated population of newcomer and immigrant individuals, as well as those who live at or below the poverty line, and crime data also shows that the northeast struggles. Because of the complexity of needs within this community, any one agency would struggle to fill these gaps. The partnership of the C5 means that the investment from the city to facilitate this collaboration sees the Northeast with a one-stop shop for social services, meaning our most vulnerable do not have to take a 45-minute bus ride downtown to get the supports that they need. As mentioned, today we've come to ask for an additional $200,000 a year in funding from the city to cover the expansion of the C5 model to 2 additional service delivery sites that did not exist when the C5 was first funded by the city, but which were created as a direct response to pressing needs from our community. The first site expansion that we're requesting support with is at Clairview Recreation Center. The C5 has long seen a gap for vulnerable youth in the Northeast, recognizing that the youth that need us most are often the least likely to seek us out. Because of this, we've looked for opportunities to find natural access points to engage these youth. In July 2021, we were offered a dedicated space at Clairview Rec Center through a 3-month MOU, which has since been repeatedly renewed. Since then, the C5 has provided a dedicated team of 4 full-time staff at this location that provide food, bus tickets, warming kits, and community referrals. We've also developed a number of free drop-in youth programs located at the rec center to support vulnerable kids and families. The city's Youth After School initiative, which was rolled out this fall, became a natural extension of this work that the C5 was already doing at Clairview Rec. These free programs allow our youth caseworkers to build connections and trust with vulnerable youth in a low-barrier setting. Through these programs, we're able to identify youth and families that would benefit from more intensive programs and supports through the C5 and the C5 agencies. Having embedded specialized social supports at the rec center has taken a significant amount of pressure off of city staff in dealing with complex community members and youth who typically fall outside the scope of facility staff's expertise. Since the C5 has joined Clairview Rec, we've served 1,682 individuals, 1,085 of which were new to the rec center, and 37% of which identify as newcomers or Indigenous. Currently, the C5 is providing approximately $330,000 a year in in-kind staffing and supplies at the rec center, and these funds are not provided through the City of Edmonton, but through our contract with the province. C5 has also brought in further resources at Clairview Rec through our partnership with the Skill City Institute, which now operates the only free STEM lab in Edmonton out of the C5 space, and by collaborating with organizations such as our friends at Free Play, who have also established a presence at the rec center to reduce duplication and amplify collaboration. Based on informal estimates for dollars per square foot provided by the facility, the space that the C5 currently occupies would cost us $50,000 per year to rent, and the city have indicated that their expectation is that we would be contributing rent going forward in order to stay in this space. We do not have the budget to rent this space going forward, which obviously jeopardizes our ability to stay on and provide these important supports. So we are requesting, as part of our ask today, the support of council to sign a long-term lease between the C5 and Clairview Recreation Center for use of the space we currently occupy at no cost, in recognition of the significant financial investment that the C5 has made in this space through staff and programming costs in the ongoing supports they provide to Edmontonians who access this facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Muhammad El Sagir.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mohammed Al-Sagir, and I am a director with the C5. The second of our expansion sites we are seeking support with is the C5 Community Market and Donation Center. The C5 Community Market was developed out of a necessity to address a huge number of community members going hungry at the beginning of the pandemic. The market now serves approximately 800 families, or about 5,000 individuals, with fresh produce, bread, milk, canned goods, and essentials. As all of you are aware, food security continues to be a huge barrier for many Edmontonians, particularly as inflation costs continue to rise and the social reckoning that we're seeing at the height of the pandemic. The C5 market differs from traditional food security organizations in that community members do not receive a pre-made box or hamper, but shop for their items similarly to how they would in a grocery store, but at no cost. The majority of the clients served at the C5 market are newcomers, immigrants, or refugees from different cultures. This model allows community members to shop for ingredients that they want with dignity and exercise voice and choice when picking foods that they are culturally familiar with. If you can imagine a newly immigrated family from Africa, homesick and trying to cook a box of mac and cheese for the first time while they're feeding their family, it's not the way that is comforting to them or to the family. The ability for this family to find ingredients that they are comfortable cooking and culturally appropriate has been so impactful. The market is designed as a natural access point for the C5 to connect with vulnerable families, offering wraparound supports for those already struggling with food security, which is really important in the way it differs from a traditional food bank. It's designed as that loss leader to bring community members in so that we can connect them to those different services. Our staff at the site are social workers and not grocery store clerks. Through the work of our market team, they are able to build relationships and connect vulnerable families and individuals to programs, services, and supports at the C5 hub and across the C5 agencies with the goals of moving families out of poverty. The C5 market was initially built and funded through the federal government food security grants that were rolled out during COVID, which no longer exist. The financial support we are requesting from the city will be put towards operational costs to run the market itself through dedicated staff and space. Thanks to an amazing partnership with the Edmonton Food Bank, where we receive a bulk of food donations, we are not here asking you to fund the food costs of the market. We have worked hard to build partnerships, collaborate, and fundraise in order to acquire the food to feed these 800 families. But without the space to facilitate the work and the staff to oversee it, we will be unable to continue to undertake it. And we see such a great demand for this work in our community. We have also recently expanded sports at the market through EMCN and the creation of the Home Essentials Donation Center that is located right next door. This donation center will fill a crucial gap that was left when the Edmonton Relief Society closed its doors in 2021. This gap has only been exacerbated by the arrivals of refugees from Afghanistan and Ukraine with nothing but the clothes on their back. The goal is to support families starting over with both home essentials, food security, and social supports all in one place. This is another example of how the C5 leverages funding to provide a better, more efficient experience for most vulnerable and to stretch the dollars the city invests. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama. Next, we'll go to Hermes Elliman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hermes Alaman, and I am the team lead for the C5 Community Market. In my role, I work with community members to facilitate them accessing the market, overseeing our ordering, and most importantly, working one-on-one with community members accessing the market to connect them to other supports and programs at the C5 locations, and more broadly to C5 agencies and beyond. I also facilitate a self-defense program for the youth after-school initiative at the Clearview Recreation Center. As a first-generation immigrant to Canada myself, who spent time in refugee camps as a child before arriving in Canada, I know firsthand the impact of providing people with food with dignity. Individuals can access the market twice per month through an appointment system, getting to come in and shop similar to a grocery store, but for free. This means that I get to know our community members well, each individual, not just a face. Once you hear community members speak, let them, you have a good opportunity to find out what their needs are and take the responsibility to really intentionally connect community members to the resources they need. I get to know our families from the very beginning and can see the changes that they make in their life. These are amazing people who have faced so much struggles, trauma, and instability, but they continue to strive for a better life for themselves and their families. The work that we do to feed people through the market is essential. So many of our community members are facing massive challenges and barriers which are nearly impossible to tackle when you're hungry or worry about how you're going to feed your family. Our wait list grows every day. More and more families struggle to keep food, to keep up with the cost of inflation at grocery stores. As we stabilize the food security aspect of people's life, they are able to turn their attentions to things like employment, parenting, and stable housing. Through my work, I am able to connect these community members to support and resources to move them towards their life. A large number of community members accessing the market only speak Arabic, so my colleague May provides supports in Arabic as well. As an example of some of the work that we do, I want to share a story of our community member, Ria. Ria is a newcomer and a mother who came to us having suffered terrible domestic violence incident that had put her in ICU. The police and social workers were coming to her home to do a home assessment, and she had no food in her cupboards since her husband had fled after emptying their bank account. With no money and no food, her children were at a high risk of being brought into care. Through the C5 market, we were able to get her food support so that she was able to demonstrate her ability to feed her kids and prevent child intervention. With her husband out of the picture and no income, we then supported her at the C5 hub to apply for Alberta Works, providing translation, advocacy to help her navigate the foreign system in a different language. We continue to support Ria at the market to meet both her basic needs and plan for the future. She and her children also attend programming at the rec center, which provides safe, free activity for them to do as a family as they heal the process of trauma. The C5 market model relies heavily on our amazing volunteers, many whom have either accessed the market in the past or currently access the market, including our community member, Alex. Alex has a disability and is a senior. With a fixed income, he was unable to afford groceries and was faced with choosing between paying his rent or eating when he began accessing the C5 market. After accessing the market for some time, Alex decided that he wanted to give back and began helping us deliver emergency hampers to community members that were unable to make it to the C5 market due to mobility issues or sickness. When we ran out of funding to provide that variety of fresh fruits and vegetables, which we had previously been able to supply, Alex began fundraising in order to purchase fruits and vegetables to distribute to his fellow community members so they wouldn't have to go without. This is just an example of the amazing community spirit we see cultivated at the C5 market. Every day I get to see the gratitude and resilience of the community members that we serve. For many, we have become a key part of their natural support network as we help them navigate the social system and access support. We celebrate their victories and encourage them through their setbacks. But there's the constant fear that we feel about how we are going to continue to keep the light on, pay the bills, and ensure that we can continue to support these families. The funding we are requesting for the city today is to cover the funding request to cover the operational costs. Market will ensure that we can focus on what is most important, feeding those in need and ensuring that they have the wraparound support that they need to move forward. We know this is an unusual model, but we see how well it works. And I sincerely hope that you can see it in your heart to support us to continue this work.
Thank you, Hermes. Really appreciate that. So that concludes the presentation from our first panel. And now I'll go to council members if they have any questions. I'll be limited to one round. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. My question is for Mr. Braun Woodbury from Bissell Center. I'm just wondering, where do you see the gaps in the housing pipeline to move people out of poverty?
It's a really good question. It's a really big question. In my view, we just don't have enough spaces to house the people who need it, and we don't have enough diversity in our housing solutions. There is no one-size-fits-all silver bullet answer for this. We need many different types of housing that can accommodate many different kinds of abilities, cultural backgrounds, and supports. That includes permanent supportive housing, affordable housing solutions, and culturally driven housing solutions. I wish I had a one-word answer for you here, Councillor Wright, but it's a big question that needs to be approached from a lot of different angles.
Okay, so we do have to look at all those different angles when we're trying to help solve this. All right, thank you very much. And then my next question would be for Ms. Kyler.
Yes,
You still on? Hi, Robin. So I'm just wondering, so once we get people housed, if we have those variety of options available for them, can you maybe talk to me a little bit more about the evictions? What causes them? Is there a process in place to prevent evictions? And then what happens once somebody's evicted? Are they kind of put at the back of the line for the next available house? Or?
Yeah, so that would depend on whether or not they're being evicted by an organization that's a nonprofit or whether they're a for-profit market landlord. So at Homeward Trust, when someone is evicted, it was usually due to mental health crisis. So often there would be tenants that were in the middle of, it could be addictions related, but it could be trauma related. So if they're acting out in their suite and it's putting other people at risk, they would often be evicted without making sure that they had supports in place to help them get to wherever their next housing opportunity would be. So they would be at their own risk of figuring out what happens next. And if they're in the middle of a mental health crisis, they're really not cognitively able to assess that themselves and figure out where do I need to go. So the fear is that they're actually ending up back on the street. So no one's actually being assigned to them to guide them through that. Like, you've lost your housing, now what? There's nowhere for them to call. And anytime I inquired about it, I was told that the hope is that they just basically go back into the shelter pipeline and someone catches them there, which just is really irresponsible and really risky for that person who's experiencing that crisis, because if they're not lucky enough to meet up with someone at a shelter, they might not find the service that they need. And because they don't always qualify for getting into a housing program, you have to be homeless or without housing for a certain period of time. Sometimes it's up to a year before you'll be considered for a housing program. So now you've been evicted and you don't qualify for housing support. Where do you go? There's nothing available. And there's no rental assistance available for people who are not actually enrolled in a program. So if you don't qualify for Housing First or any other kind of housing program, but you're not able to afford your rent any longer, how do you stay housed, right? You can't stabilize, you can't stay safe in your own home if you're constantly being threatened with eviction by your landlord. And there aren't any options really for people in the city who are at the risk of eviction for paying down any amount they might owe to their landlord.
Sounds to me like it's just a vicious circle. Okay, thank you. I will yield the rest of my time to other councillors' questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone for taking your time out, coming to share personal stories and experiences and what you witnessed from the front line. To me, none of this is about merit of the ask. I think there is absolutely a need, and thank you for sharing those firsthand experience with us. I want to clarify maybe some of the asks that have been brought forward. Maybe I'll start with free play with Tim. So you're also so there is a unfunded service package for particularly the transit need that was outlined in the current budget, correct?
The funding package was unrelated to the transit conversation that we had at executive committee 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah.
So what you're asking for is specifically about that service package?
Correct. The one
Gotcha.
that's present in the budget, yeah.
Gotcha. So that is embedded in the city space funding?
Correct.
And you're also funded through FCSS, is that
Correct.
right? Okay. And I recall from past presentations, Free Play also has a food security or food component that,
Correct.
similar to a lot what we heard with the C5 market, leverages food for social connections and service.
That's right.
And is that connected at all with?
Yeah, so we run a daily food program for every single kid that comes, so they all get a snack, and then once a week they also get a hamper, and for that hamper they're given a nutritional literacy class, so like a foods class, where they learn how to make the recipe of the week, and then they take the hamper home with them so they can make it for themselves. This was born out of the pandemic when a lot of the food programs stopped. in-school food program stopped. So it supplemented that so kids could make their own breakfast and lunch. It stayed as a necessary piece of the programming. We know, just like our friends at C5 know, how important food security is, and we've talked, Mohammed and I and Hannah and I have talked at length about working more collaboratively, especially in that Clairview space, of how that could be a great agency partnership. Their ask of having that space to continue for free is a fantastic ask, and Free Play is looking at coordinating some of our services to be at Clairview. So the future would be that partnership work that happens between all of us.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that, because that certainly surfaced for me during the speaking.
Thank you.
Question for Megan from EMCN. So I just want to clarify on your ask then. So you have mentioned either a 200,000 increase to C5 to expand the services, or alternatively, I don't think I caught that, 150K, but also free Clairview spaces for use, one or the other. Is that what the ask is?
Correct. So we are looking for 200,000 because 50,000 of that would be to pay back to the city in rent for Clairview Rec Center. 150,000 is to continue the food essentials market and now the donation center, the refugee donation center, as well as other programs. So if the space was free, then we're asking for 150,000.
Okay, and currently you are paying rent and all that.
I think now my colleagues Hannah and Mohammed might need to help me here.
Sure.
I think we've had free space at Clairview Rec Center up until this fall, and we are waiting for this budget to see where things were going.
Great, thank you very much. And then I wanted just to turn to Mary from Terra Center. So, apologies, but your ask is then to for the C5 support, or is it specific for the capital project?
No, it's capital project of 400,000 for our new building.
And is that within the budget, or is this a kind of an additional ask that you're?
No, that's within the budget.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
I just need to clarify that with Kajina, my colleague.
Sorry. So this is in the city budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry?
The 400,000 is within the city capital budget?
Yes, that's what we're asking for.
Okay. Okay, great. Did you want to clarify anything?
No,
No,
sorry, I
you're-
was just
no.
deferring to Kajina.
Okay, great. And I think, and then for the Bissell Center, permanent funding for 4 years to build on top of the current piece. And that is also within the current operating budget?
Yeah, so the current funding model for the community space program has been from the city on these 6-month contracts. We're hoping to formalize that into like a 4-year sort of long-term funding relationship.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and again, thanks to everyone. I only have a few questions because your presentations were wonderful. So, Mr. Bradshaw, I just wanted to ask on the transit peace officer piece. You're talking about that service package for 49 additional TPOs, in part because what I'm hearing, and I think what you've relayed, is that while there was an increase this year, it's not filling the need in the way it needs to. We need more transit peace officers in the stations, riding some of the buses and LRTs. That's what you're hoping to see when you're talking about that, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. We really appreciate it to see those extra TPOs on the job, and they are still coming in as they get trained up. It takes a while to get them there, but the crisis among those TPOs is huge. They are fatigued, they are traumatized. Every single day they are traumatized, and that is driving unusual absence from the job. So we need those other ones in there to cut down on the amount of overtime that they have to work and bring some normalcy to their workplace.
Because even with the increase, we're still below most major Canadian cities for that. Is that your understanding?
That is true, and I speak out of my connections with the Calgary system. They still have quite a few more than we do, and this 48 or 49 that we're talking about here now would only bring us up to the same level that they have.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you for that. The only other question, Mr. Shelton, you had talked a bit, and maybe not the answer right now for Lewis Farms. You talked about how there isn't, beyond Kinsman, another pool space that can host competitive. And I know that while Twilliger has a 50-meter pool, I've heard that it can't host. I'm not necessarily looking for an answer now, but can you provide us some more detail in writing? Can you send an email with why that isn't, like, why is Kinsman the only spot that can host this versus the others?
I can provide that right now.
Sure, if you can do it.
Twilliger, the lanes are 2.1 meters wide.
Okay.
And for competition, you need 2.5 meters wide. But Twilliger has never been reconfigured into a 53-meter pool. It functions as 3 bodies of water within 3 53-meter pools. Peter Hemingway is too short for competitive aquatic events. Now, the exception for that is triathlon, because you have to swim a distance, but Peter Hemingway is literally this much too short. Kinsman, for hosting, so there's a relationship between building Lewis Farms and hosting.
Okay.
Lewis Farms can host regional and local events. Kinsman can't host some national and international events because the warm-up pool doesn't meet specifications. For synchronized swimming, the competition pool is too shallow and the dive tank is too narrow. There's twin towers needed for synchronized swimming, synchronized diving, which are missing, and it doesn't meet FINA technical requirements for water pool. So to fix all that, you need a new warm-up pool and a new competition pool. So the smart thing to do is, and it goes to the 2014 Kinsman Master Plan, blow out the north wall, build a new competition pool, and use the current competition pool for warm-up. But that's going to take 18 months, and I've never seen any renovation expansion done on time. So where does competitive swimming go during that time? So if you build Lewis Farms aquatic elements as planned, you have a path forward for the growth of the sport and aquatic hosting in Edmonton.
That's helpful. I know, thank you for the verbal answer. If you don't mind, can you still email me that? Because I feel like I didn't want to type notes while you were talking, but you shared a lot of things that I just need to absorb. So if you don't mind doing that, that'd be really helpful. So thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just very briefly, really appreciate all the presentations that were made today. And I did want to follow up with Bissell Centre first. Ms. McDonald-Robinson, really appreciate the video that you shared and for bringing those voices into chamber. I'm just wondering, and I apologize if I missed in the presentation, but do you have a specific, first of all, when will the current contract that you have with the City of Edmonton expire? When is that next 6-month deadline?
Council has been generous enough to support us until the end of May.
Until the end of May. And then after that, you have no ongoing funding with the city?
That's correct.
And do you have a number of what an annualized cost to continue the program would be?
The current funding model is set for winter hours, which allows us to function 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, provide 7 meals, as well as include those wraparound supports, connections to housing and cultural care. That the charge for that sort of winter hours extended service, 7 days a week, is currently at $380 a month. However, we have operated at different models before. This time last year, when we were operating as part of the COVID response, we were operating 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. We had 2 shifts on every day, and the cost for that level of care was around $450 a month. So, I mean, we can scale back, go down to 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, and of course there would be reductions associated with the costs there.
Great, well, thank you. That gives a really good sense of the ballparks. Those were all my questions. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. You know, what's really interesting about this first session up is this is almost exactly what my inbox looks like right now. The number one concerns I've been hearing about from Edmontonians have been, and I'll bunch them together, but housing, the ability to support people wherever they are in their journey to find home, climate change, and with that, active transportation and other mitigation matters and initiatives to help people survive and to help make Edmonton more efficient, and then also about improving public transit. And if I can go to Mr. Bradshaw, I didn't hear from you about on-demand transit, and as you know, on-demand transit is currently unfunded, so just wondering about any commentary there.
Absolutely, Councillor. Thanks for the question. And I can tell you very clearly that on-demand transit has been around for Edmonton Transit pioneered it 30 years ago back in the 90s. We called it dial-a-bus at the time. Today it's served with a mobile app, and frankly, it's a transit mode that is here to stay. It's been around for a while, and it's not going anywhere. We do need to get it funded. We do need to provide that service out there. We would prefer to see it operated as part of the entire transit system as opposed to a standalone unit. That more direct control would give the city a better flow of transit services and better ability to shuffle between them. Today, there are areas that we need to convert from on-demand service into conventional because the ridership has grown that much in those areas. So it's slowing us down from doing what we need to do to have it as a standalone service. But yeah, is it here to stay? Absolutely. Do we need to fund it now? 100%.
And the safety and security concerns, I recall in the past, one of the largest sources of, I think, driver attacks on drivers or concern was around fares. And now we're moving towards an ARC card system. Do you anticipate that will help?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I didn't quite understand the gist of your question.
The ARC card. We're moving to the ARC card. We'll hopefully have less fare disputes. Do you think that will help with safety on buses?
Anything that causes less fare disputes will improve safety on the buses, no question about it. And having a smoothly transferable system like the ARC card is definitely one of them. We're quite happy with that system. I mean, there are glitches in it. There are little gremlins that we need to work out, but people are working on those, and it's going to be a great system. And it's a fully regionalized system.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody, for coming to share.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please? Yeah.
I have the chair.
Yeah, just with Steve Bradshaw on the, you answer questions on security, on-demand transit. Just want to follow up on the work that you acknowledge that administration is doing on temporary positions, turning them to full-time with full benefits. Is that work commencing now?
There is work at Transit Fleet to convert. Some of those positions have been converted from temporary to permanent jobs. There are still, I think, if memory serves, there are still 16 of those workers who are working temporary jobs or working as temporary workers doing permanent work. On the transit side over at LRT, there's another, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 whose jobs are, again, they're permanent work. Brought in as temporary workers.
And that work is, you're working with administration. I know that our city administration turned temporary QP positions to full-time positions. So glad to know that that work is going on with the administration. I just want to clarify from Mary Stewart that we actually getting to the, if our kind of understanding is accurate, you need $1.5 million. That's a gap that you have to build the building, right?
No, it's an existing building.
Yeah.
It's an existing building, and we have 1.6 million still to realize.
1.6 million, that is, okay, that's the gap, right?
That's
and
the gap that we
and
have.
you're asking city to fill that gap?
No, we are asking currently for 400,000.
400,000, okay.
Yes, although we would also ask for, I wouldn't leave it on the table.
Well, 400,000 is easier than 1.6 million, right?
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, I needed that clarity because I wasn't sure in my mind, right? So, and again, Bissell Center questions answered and C5 questions answered. So thank you. I just want to thank you, each and every one of you. It's just none of what we heard is not needed out in the community, and it's just tough situation for us is to prioritize among that with limited amount of resources. We will continue to be with you and work with you and advocate in capacity as council and mayor in areas that we don't have control over. And I'll take the chair back.
It's yours.
Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just want to follow up with Ms. Stewart and regarding the 400K. So for 400K costs you ask is in capital budget, so
Yes.
not operating budget.
No, it's per capital.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And also my question goes to Mr. Shelton. And so for 170K ask, that is for capital or for operating?
It's for operating.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Good, good. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, sorry, I do just have one quick question to Mr. Johnson. I've been thinking a lot about mode shift lately, and one of the questions I asked in the capital Q&A portal submissions was around how many shared use pass or current sort of active mode pass don't have lighting. And the answer received from administration was about 20% of current shared use pass don't have lighting. I wanted to get, being with your expertise, what are your thoughts on that? As we expand the bike network, but if we have current existing pass that don't have lighting, where should we invest? What are your thoughts on that?
To be honest, I'm not an expert on that, but certainly from a safety point of view and to get as many people who would feel vulnerable, lighting, especially in Edmonton, is critical. My wife commutes downtown for the summer months and the spring and fall, and she goes through the river valley, and I know that she actually enjoys part of it that is not lighted because it gives her a sense of the community and the river valley. So I think that there's definitely some important spots, especially when it comes to wayfinding areas where lighting would be important at intersections and areas where you'd have to go. But certainly I'd have to let the planners use their statistics to figure that out.
And then I remember reading a research, and I can't cite my source right now because we've had so much coming at us, about a recent study that found that a majority of the current bikers using the bike network are not racialized. They tend to be Caucasian. Do you know which research I'm referring to?
I don't, but definitely in Edmonton, it seems very Caucasian for sure. But that's the way it's been for a lot in the River Valley for people for modes of transportation and joggers.
Yeah.
And then we'd see an awful lot of people in the River Valley recreating and using our wonderful parks and rec who are new Canadians, new to the city. And that's a gateway for them to experience how great it is. When it comes to the bicycling, I think it's a matter that there's a certain type of lifestyle for people who are looking for active living, and when you're busy, how do I fit exercise in? And also mental health, because I think most people who bicycle, if they're not feeling stressed by traffic, they come home a little bit more relaxed and ready to enjoy their family than stressing out about traffic.
Fair. And then one of the last questions that really twigged for me was around the mode shift is around this secure bike or secure lockups for e-scooters, bikes, whatever it is. Can you speak more to that? Because I think if we expand the bike network and we're not having secure, do you think that is enough, or do we need to consider the secured bike?
Well, I think that's the second most important thing to get people cycling. The first is if you're going to have them commuting, have them separate to traffic, and that's worldwide. And there's lots of studies in Europe and anywhere this is done at a very high level because they're able to sustain it year round. So lots more research. When it comes to Edmonton, I would have to. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It was more just around the secured biking.
Yes.
So I'm thinking about even opportunities like zoning bylaw, right? As people are building new apartment complexes, or should we be considering these secure lockups in those kind of things?
I think that's absolutely critical, and because we've seen an expansion of parking. I saw it first with the parking for the disabled, but now we see all types of parking, and especially from a commercial point of view, people are putting aside spots for pickup. So it's not like it's a sacred parking lot anymore. They've divided and conquered to meet consumer needs. And I think that if we really want to see people parking their bikes and using their bikes, you can look at the old school external rack like at schools, and that's not secure enough. I think that the best ones, and certainly places like San Diego, they have separate lockers in which you pay, and they're situated at transit areas. So you ride your bike to transit, you put your bike, your $100 to $10,000 bicycle in a secure spot. You pay for it, you know it's going to be there, and when you come back, there it is, and then you can still use the public transport. And when it comes to places like downtown, I would take a look at the Stantec building. It's amazing what they did down below. That's where my wife is, and just having the safety and security of going into the parking lot made her more nervous than going through the entire river valley, being somebody who's used the river valley. She was way more nervous going into the parkade, where as a cyclist, you feel a little bit more vulnerable. And it certainly, when it comes to places around town, if they had just a little spot where you could park your bike safely, so you could get out of your bike carrier with your kid or your cargo bike in the future, you're closer to the spot. And in a perfect way, if you could incentivize it, that'd be ideal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions to the panelists. Thank you so much for joining us, and you can step back and take a seat in the chamber. And I will run the names of the second panel. I'm sorry?
It's almost
Well, we'll make sure they're all here. We'll panel them, then we'll come back at noon. Paul Andrews, and remotely. Paul, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, you'll be number 1. Kelly Cromwell, Lewis Estates Community League. Are you there?
Remote.
Yeah, joining remotely. Yeah, you'll be number 2. Christine Kowalchuk, remotely. Christine, are you there? You'll be number 3. Tammy Weave, in person. Tammy, you'll be number 4. Lee Newton, in person. Lee, remotely. Okay. Greg Glatz, Bike Edmonton, in person. Greg, are you here?
I am. I'll be presenting remotely.
Remotely, okay. Carrie Diot, in person. Carrie, you'll be here. Nice to see you. Harvey Vogue, in person, North Saskatchewan River Valley. Harvey, you'll be number 8. And Carrie, you'll be number 7. Mike Melross, in person. I saw Mike there, number 9. Clara Jane Billy, remotely. Clara Jane Billy, remotely from Free Play for Kids. Okay.
Yeah.
You're here remotely, good. John,
thank you.
Yeah, John Carlett, YMCA, North Alberta, in person. John will not be attending, okay. Teresa Melton, Valley Zoo Development Society Board of Directors, in person.
I will be coming and speaking to you remotely today.
Remotely, okay. Nick Schmitz, in person. Nick, in person or remotely? Nick, you're here? Okay, you'll be speaker number 13. Lynette Thompson, in person. Lynette, are you here? You'll be 14. Nicole Goring, and remotely. Nicole, are you there?
I'm here. I'll be attending this afternoon remotely. Thank you.
Okay, you'll be number 15. Nick Parkinson. Nick, you're in person. You'll be number 16. Mike Dollar, Valley Zoo Development Board, in person. Mike, you'll be number 17. Deanne Fisher, YMCA, Northern Alberta.
I'll be
Deanne,
remotely.
It'll be remotely, and it'll be number 18. We'll figure out the numbers. Mary Parker, in person. You'll be number 19. Whitney Haynes, Alberta Worker Association for Research and Education. Whitney Haynes,
Yes, I'm here remotely.
remotely. And Angela Morez, remotely. Angela, are you there? All right, that's good. We will be back at 12 o'clock, and we will start right at 1 o'clock. So please be here on time. And also, all council members, please be here on time at 1 o'clock. Okay. Until then, we are on recess. All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order. And we will start, and we have quorum. Our first speaker on, maybe new list, here you go. Our first speaker on panel 2 is Paul Andrews, Rosenthal Community League. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm here speaking today as the president of the Rosenthal Community League, a homeowner, and a parent in opposition to the recommendations by city administration to the Lewis Farms Recreation Center. Lewis Farms is a district-level recreation facility that will support over 160,000 residents based on the 2019 census of Nakota Iska and CP Winiwak. The facility is not just a community pool, but rather a recreation complex that includes a fitness center, multi-purpose rooms, meeting spaces, 2 ice surfaces, an aquatic center, and a library. The need for this facility was identified in the 2004 Recreation Master Plan to address gaps in service, specifically aquatics. Those gaps continue to exist today. In 2017, administration identified Lewis Farms as the next facility to be built, and over the last decade, stakeholders from across the city, including Edmonton sports communities, have provided continued feedback through extensive public engagement and a functional program study to help shape the current design. Its continued delay has put other projects at risk. In 2017, Council approved the schematic design and funding of the Lewis Farms Recreation Center with an estimated project budget of $215 million, per Council Report 3377. In 2018, construction funding of $292 million was approved as part of the 2019-2022 capital budget, which included a previously approved scope change that added the dive tower and 53-meter lane pool. These monies were held in abeyance pending the outcome of a value engineering exercise to look at potential cost savings, such as reversing the previously approved scope changes. In 2019, Council Report 6773 found that the cost reductions proposed would not be significant in relation to the overall project costs. Changes would have a significant impact to the project timeline, and that the overall program changes would be inconsistent with stakeholder expectations. Council agreed, voted against these reductions, and approved the project to the next checkpoint. In December 2021, Council approved the construction with a budget of $311 million. However, due to inflation, delays caused by the redesign of the removal, associated with the removal of the academic center and tendering of this project, additional monies are now required to complete as designed. Next slide. The budget breakdown from the previously mentioned Council report has the building construction estimated at $172 million. The additional $139 million in cost is related to the land acquisition, site servicing, design and construction management, and contingency costs that is equivalent to the inflationary costs. At every checkpoint along the path of this project, Council has asked administration to find potential cost saving. Meanwhile, construction is pushed out and costs have continued to go up. As noted, the value engineering exercise found that the scope changes now being proposed by administration would not be significant in relation to the overall project costs, and Council agreed. So what changed? If aquatics was such a driver in the design of this center, how is the proposed reduction in pool space not considered a major change to scope? Did you know that in 2004, 5 new aquatics facilities were approved for design on the Recreation Facilities Master Plan? Lewis Farms remains the only facility yet to be built, and each of the existing facilities saw an 11th hour reduction in aquatic space that have negatively impacted aquatics programming across the city. Should Council approve these recommendations, additional design changes would be required and additional costs would incur. In addition, this recommendation would mean a 71% reduction in aquatic space from the 2004 Strategic Master Plan. At the same time, inquiries to reduce the total budget of this project dismiss the decade of public engagement, requirement gathering, and design efforts, and would either result in significant scope changes or have potential impacts to the existing contracts already in place. Designs are costly, especially with inflation. Why incur the likelihood of paying more for less? The Council decided it's time to stop debating the need. It's time to stop making changes. It's time to move forward. Council has an opportunity here to move forward with some additional funding that will see a world-class facility built that will not only increase the available aquatic space in the city, but allow for the growth of competitive aquatic sports. As a parent and taxpayer, I'm frustrated this project continues to be delayed. Had the project moved forward in 2019, the doors would be opening next year. Instead, we are still looking for cost savings that will ultimately delay the project and drive up costs to taxpayers. Finally, as I look back at my past remarks, my eldest son will be 12 when this facility was to open. Now with delays, he'll be 16. Should this project delay any further, the project likelihood of being completed before he enters university diminishes and the potential value to our family evaporates. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Kelly Cromwell. Kelly Cromwell from
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I also have a slide deck. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So we've been following this this discussion with great interest for years now. And as this next iteration happens, we've noticed that the conversation is entirely about capital costs. And we wanted to just make sure that we had access to good information about project scope, the needs of the public, current programming, facility accessibility, as well as the impact that these decisions will have on operations and access to aquatics for years to come. So the Lewis Estates and Rosenthal Community Leagues launched a collaborative survey with a citywide outreach to collect data. So our outreach occurred through a network of community league executives, through various schools, and some aquatic stakeholder groups. So I wanted to share some of the insights that we've gained from this survey. Next slide, please. Our survey had just shy of 1,500 respondents, although I will say we're noticing a big uptick in the last 2 or 3 days where more data is coming in. Of those 1,500 respondents, 39.1% were from Ward Nakota-East, 13.3% were from Sipi-Winiwek, and 47.6% were from other wards outside of those two. Unfortunately, some indicated they were unsure of what ward they lived in, but they did provide their neighborhood of residents, which confirmed that almost half of respondents are from outside of these two wards. Next slide, please. So one of the questions we asked was, which facilities have you recently accessed? And far and away, Terwilliger was in the lead, Kinsman, Jasper Place, and then of course we see Jamie Platt's a private facility and other private facilities. And that was, again, citywide response. When we narrow down the respondents, next slide, please, to wards Nakota-East and Sipi-Winiwek, we see that escalate. You know, Jasper Place is the #1 most frequented, followed by Terwilliger, Jamie Platt's, and Kinsman. But rounding out the top 8 were the Tri-Leisure Center in Spruce Grove, Service Place and Fountain Park Pools in St. Albert, and of course, private facilities, Paul Sadler Swimland. Incidentally, St. Albert has implemented a proof of residency for registering an aquatics programming this year. Next slide, please. We asked reasons preventing respondents from accessing aquatic programming, so the ones that hadn't accessed it recently, and far and away, almost 80% cited the lack of availability of a facility near me, or registrations filling up too quickly, or the scheduled times available to them. Next slide, please. So we asked a series of questions just to gauge Edmontonian satisfaction with aquatics. And we asked a bunch of different questions, but essentially citywide, we had a 55 to 70% dissatisfaction rating on the availability and access to aquatics programming for Edmontonians. Next slide, please. Unsurprisingly, when we narrowed it down to Nakota-East and Sipi-Winiwek respondents only, we saw that dissatisfaction rate increase to 60 to 80%. Now, incidentally, cost was the least of what people were complaining as far as accessing programming. So it's worthwhile noting. Next slide, please. Now, currently, Jasper Place Leisure Center remains the only operating public pool in the West End. More than 50% of our survey respondents, so almost 800 people, left comments in their submissions. And I found, as I was combing through them, I realized how common my own experience is in accessing programming and shared with all of these people. So, you know, allow me to kind of paint a picture of what the actual reality is. Last year, I was before you, I made the claim that my family had resorted to being a hockey family because it was too difficult to access aquatics. Now, during the summer, my kids spent a lot of time with their grandparents in Devon. and I've since changed my focus. This year, I was committed to trying to get my kids into swimming lessons. Winter aquatics programming was posted on November 22nd, and registration opens up on December 7th of this year. So next slide, please. This is what West End residents are facing right now. Children 6 to 15 register in the Swim for Life programmings, and across the 6 levels, there's 408 spots available in Jasper Place. My kids both need swimmer 3, so there's 56 spots available that I'll be in competition for. Next slide, please. When I took a look at youth swimmer and adult swimmers, this is, there's 60 spots available for those. So next slide, please. The reality is the winter programming servicing the West End, there are 468 swim lesson spaces available for 166,000 people. Member registration opens 24 hours in advance, so it's very unlikely that any of these spaces will be available. So that doesn't even begin to address the competitive swim world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Christine Kowalchuk from Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. You're next.
All right, thank you. And I sent in some slides as well. There we go. All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Dr. Christine Kowalchuk, and as Chair of Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, I would like to offer a few general observations regarding the city's proposed capital and operations budget. Today and tomorrow, you will also be hearing from ERVCC speakers on particular projects we would like to see funded and not funded, and we have submitted a letter that includes a summary of our concerns as well. Next slide, please. Our first general observation is that, as the city's first ever carbon budget makes clear, we are not on a path to meet our carbon reduction goals. This reality should be a wake-up call to our city that we are not on a sustainable path and that we need a course correction. Furthermore, as economic sustainability is not possible without environmental sustainability, we cannot afford not to make dramatic changes now. We urgently need to undertake a systems change, and this budget cycle offers the opportunity for that change to happen. Next slide, please. The city plan has committed to 15-minute city planning, and ERVCC strongly supports this goal as we see it as essentially enabling the 3 most important criteria for the future of our city: resiliency, livability, and affordability. However, the highest cost projects in this budget continue to take our city in the opposite direction of the 15-minute model and these criteria. We need to defund the systems that those projects are part of and focus on the genuine solutions that cost far less and resolve multiple other problems in the process. The greatest opportunity we see in the capital budget to move toward a 15-minute city and toward resilience, livability, and affordability is for an immediate shift away from LRT towards bus-based public transit. Next slide, please. There's something wrong when one of the 4 mass transit markers of success in our city is the building of parking lots, and you can see that as number 4 on the slide. Well, ERVCC member Marcel Huckaluk is going to speak in detail about how the $2.4 billion in the current budget for LRT could be redirected toward making an excellent public transit system based on buses pretty much overnight. And that is indeed what the Edmonton Transit System Advisory Board recommended back in 2015. It is worth emphasizing right now that this shift would achieve other major city goals as well. Next slide, please. Most significantly, it would enable repurposing of parking lots, including around LRT stations and downtown, for residential, commercial, and public parks, meaning achieving density without having to undertake the zoning bylaw renewal. And this in turn would mean protecting the river valley and the city's mature tree canopy, conserving embodied carbon, and increasing quality of life. It would achieve density without sacrificing anything, enabling a win-win-win for resilience, livability, and affordability. Next slide, please. The largest opportunity we see in the operations budget is for investment in nature-based solutions. Again, ERVCC member Dr. Raquel Perot will speak in detail about this item, but it's worth emphasizing now that the urgent need for our city to change its operation systems to tap into the work nature can do for us for free. We cannot cut trees and expect everyone to implement air conditioning. The planet cannot handle that. Nor can we degrade the river valley through inappropriate infrastructure and use, as ERVCC member Eric Gormley will speak about in his talk, and expect to avoid catastrophic floods and erosion. Investing in nature-based solutions, including protecting and restoring the river valley as a wildlife corridor, is the simplest way for us to cut costs, create resiliency, and increase the livability of our city. Both of these major shifts in public transit focused on buses and toward nature-based solutions would save millions of dollars that would then enable Edmonton to easily fund an Office of the Environment, which every city needs in the midst of a climate and biodiversity crisis, and which might have ensured alignment of this capital and operations budget with the climate budget in the first place. Next slide, please. These shifts would also enable us to fund homelessness support and prevention, every homelessness support and prevention item in the budget, which ERVCC also supports, as well as create a River Valley Stewardship Work Program as part of the wraparound support needed by recently housed people. The people currently abandoned by flawed systems can be part of the solution if we care for them too. ERVCC urges the City Council to ensure this budget provides the course correction our city desperately needs. A refocus would easily enable increased resilience, livability, and affordability. Next slide, please. We ask you to look at our letter for our full list of recommendations and show the courage to finally orient our city in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Tammy Wee, Valley Zoo Development Society in person. There you go. Can you turn your mic on, please?
Thank you.
There you go.
As mentioned, my name is Tammy Weeb. I'm the Executive Director at the Valley Zoo Development Society, and I wanted to speak to you today about Nature's Wild Backyard. I've had the privilege of speaking to you before. I know you got a long couple days in front of you, so I'm going to be as brief as I can while still reflecting the importance of this project. I chose this slide to start because I want to remind Council that this phase has been delayed twice before. And if we delay it again, it will be almost 12 years before this project is brought to fruition, and that's when the Society first paid for these designs. I've reprinted these posters, banners, and sponsorship books 3 times, and I want to convince you today, hopefully, that this will be the last time. I know you're, next slide, please. I know you're aware of the zoo's statistics, but I wanted to refresh your memory about how important the zoo is. The zoo is making a profound difference in the lives of many, including its almost 400,000 visitors, 214,000 drop-in programs, and 21,000 school programs annually. Next slide, please. The Society's numbers might be a little less familiar for you, but a few highlights. Our board is at capacity for the first time in a really long time, and we have some professionals waiting in the wings to join us. We have an incredibly diverse board. We've been your partner since 1988, 35 years, and despite our very small size, we've never failed on a commitment to you. Our mandate is the continued development of the Edmonton Valley Zoo and its conservation and education program, something we are fiercely passionate about. Next slide, please. We've had to work really hard to raise the funds that we've committed to you. We have a few significant corporate and foundation donors, but most of the money that we have raised walks in the doors of the Edmonton Valley Zoo, the families that attend, the families that are your constituents. We continue to scale up and support the zoo, not just in terms of dollars raised, but by participating in some of the innovative and essential programs the zoo offers, from virtual field trips, paying it forward to schools that are less able to attend in exchange for conservation projects, and amazing conservation work like the Northern Leopard Frog Project. Next phase. In the 10 years I've worked for the Society, it has been an uphill battle. Next slide, please. It's been an uphill battle to dispose the notion that the zoo is an outdated and unpopular attraction of the past. I don't mean to slight our sister facilities. They've been doing really great work. But in fact, many people still believe that the fort holds the position of the busier attraction. And in my 10-year history, that has never been the case. Next slide, please. Our friends at TELUS World of Science hold the honor usually of the second busiest attraction in the province, and we are usually right behind them. That hasn't been the case since COVID. And I recognize that everybody had different shutdown challenges and different difficulties, so I mean no offense or slight to them, but I wanted to bring these numbers to your attention so that you realize that with all the shutdown angst and the pandemic, the zoo was a refuge to families and an affordable outing during a really difficult time for all of us. And now that we're all recovering, the zoo's numbers are headed right back to where they were before, and I hope our sister facilities do the same. But I do mean to drive home the point that the zoo is not an outdated, unpopular attraction. In its worst, it is your second busiest attraction, and in its best, in the last couple of years, it's been your first. Our sister facilities have benefited from substantial infrastructure funds, as have we with your decision last year to fund Nature's Wild Backyard. But please keep this one on the books. It's needed to keep this popular attraction growing, and so your constituents can continue to use it. Next slide, please. In 2016, we made a $9 million commitment to you, and at that time, it was 25% of the project costs. With value engineering, the project being split in two and the delays, it's made it hard for us to complete our commitment to you, and it's obviously upped the cost to the city and to you. Each time the project is delayed, we have to stop fundraising. The major donors whose funds we hold for this project we've held some of them for over 5 years. And those Edmontonians and those businesses, they have choices where to spend their money, and we have to respect that. And we owe them this transparency that is difficult when completion dates continue to change. Next slide, please. For phase 2, approximately $900,000 of the $1.4 million I have in my account for this project is at risk if we delay it again. I have, frankly, no desire to go back to those citizens and corporations whose money we've held all those years and ask them to be patient for another 4 years. And in addition to the commitments that we have for this project, we are currently working with a zoo to help fund and help you pay for the next master plan. But that money is coming on the back of a commitment for the phase after Nature's Wild Backyard, and it is a substantial commitment. And if we have to delay Nature's Wild Backyard, we're going to be at risk of losing those funds, and it's approximately $3 million that we've helped to help you build the facility after this. And I want to make sure we know that that cost is substantial. Next slide, please. Nature's Wild Backyard is the continued redevelopment of the historic Children's Zoo. And it is a transformation into a new zoo with improved habitats, better opportunities for guests to closely interact with animals, and state-of-the-art research and education facilities. Next slide, please. It's a breathtaking design.
I am sorry.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you very much.
5 minutes are up. Sorry about that. Lee Newton. Joining us next.
Unfortunately, we needed to swap out Lee and we didn't get the paperwork, so you can move on. We're well represented today.
Thank you. Next, we will have Greg Glatz, Bike Edmonton.
Everyone, I'm Greg Glatz, the Executive Director of Bike Edmonton. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Good. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm a settler on Treaty 6 territory, a resident of Inglewood in Ward Nurknik, and I enjoy riding my bike in this vibrant city. I'm actually pretty new to Edmonton, moving here from Calgary this past April, and Edmonton's new bike infrastructure was a major draw for me in making my decision to move to this city. Since 1980, Bike Edmonton has supported and promoted everyday cycling in Edmonton that is safe and widespread and accessible to people of all comfort levels. On behalf of Bike Edmonton, I'm pleased to speak to this hearing in support of the bike plan being funded as part of the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. The city released its updated bike plan in 2020, and this updated plan provides strategic direction for how bike infrastructure should be designed and operated in our city. In February of this year, the Urban Planning Committee of Council approved the bike plan implementation guide. And in September of this year, the Urban Planning Committee voted unanimously for funding options to be discussed by Council during capital budget debates in November and December. So here we are. So please consider this. The bike plan is good for Edmonton. It's cost effective. It's a way for the city to relieve traffic congestion. It reduces greenhouse gases, and it promotes an active lifestyle for Edmontonians. Automobile infrastructure is very expensive to build and maintain, and it leads to infrastructure debts that cities can't afford. In contrast, bike infrastructure is much cheaper to build and maintain. It reduces city spending, and it gives people in our city a chance to achieve better physical, mental, and social health. It's also good for our environment. Investing in bicycle infrastructure saves citizens money too. Cars are expensive, with the average cost of car ownership in Canada now being about $11,000 per year. If people don't have to use 2 or 3 cars per family, people can spend that money on other needs, and that money can support our local economy. The bike plan is also consistent with how Edmonton has decided it wants to grow and develop. As a city, the city has approved a number of policies and strategies that actually support the bike plan, including the city plan, the community energy transition strategy, the winter city strategy, the safe mobility strategy, the live action strategy. And the bike plan is consistent with how Edmonton has actually been growing and developing these past years. Cycling trips in Edmonton more than doubled between 2005 and 2015. And then they doubled again along the downtown bike grid between 2016 and 2017. And as the bike network in Edmonton has expanded, even more people have started cycling and cycling more, with another cycling surge in 2020 at the start of the pandemic. This hearing is focused on the capital budget, which will shape Edmonton for the next 4 years and beyond. And this is the budget that can and must fund the bike plan. But the bike plan is currently listed as unfunded. So I'm here today on behalf of Bike Edmonton's 40-year plus legacy to encourage council to fund the bike plan. You build it, and Bike Edmonton will make sure they come. Please see bikeedmonton.ca for more facts and information on why the bike plan is good for our city. And I'm happy to respond to any questions and to meet with any member of council to discuss funding the bike plan in more detail. And thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Kerry Diott.
Good afternoon. Kind of sharing a microphone here. So I am Kerry Diott, and many of you might remember that I was a city councillor from 2010 to 2013, and then I was a Conservative Member of Parliament from 2015 to 2021. So I also had some experience as a journalist, and was with an opinion columnist with the Edmonton Sun. So I understand the tough job you have right now of trying to bring in a budget that properly funds the city and keeps most of your constituents happy. I'm still active on the political landscape. I want to return to elected office, so I make a point to reach out to Edmontonians on issues quite often. I do that through social media, newsletters, and lots of one-to-one conversations. The main feedback I've heard about this proposed budget is that people want more resources for community safety and for core services, but they want less spending on projects that aren't absolutely vital. And they're calling for council to hold the line on property taxes. We know inflation is hurting people badly. I'm hearing most folks say they can't afford another increase in anything. They tell me that they're not in favor of a proposed tax hike of almost 4% every year for the next 4 years. They also tell me they're concerned about mounting civic debt. That debt is just under $4 billion now, and it's slated to rise to $5.5 billion in a couple of years. We know that comes with hefty annual payments. Payments on that debt are already costing almost $500 million a year. That's money that the city can't spend on vital programs. For instance, that roughly $500 million would cover 8 years of snow clearing in the city, 8 years of our entire snow budget. A study from the province of Alberta in 2020 showed the city of Edmonton got a lower grade on fiscal accountability than comparable communities. It showed Edmonton had higher spending and more debt than Calgary or the Fort McMurray region. That same study showed Edmonton had the most debt per capita back in 2019, $950 more per person than Calgary. And Edmonton also had the highest amount of long-term debt. Back then it was $3,294 per person. People I talk to say the city spends too much on things that are wants and not true needs. The issue of spending on bike lanes comes up constantly, as you just heard. And the people who have read about the proposals for $170 million in spending on more bike lanes are opposed. Another project that's controversial, many people are not fans of a plan to spend $42 million for a small downtown park. And many other people tell me they don't see the need to continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars developing Blatchford, the old city center airport. People say they'd prefer the land be sold to a developer who can fund the development themselves. That view also comes up when people talk about mass transit. Many folks I talk to question the wisdom of spending billions of dollars on new LRT when the line from Millwoods to downtown isn't even operational, and it might not be for a long time. They tell me they'd rather see money put into improving bus routes throughout the city. The city's so-called carbon budget is controversial with people I've heard from. It's admirable that our city wants to make the world cleaner and greener, but we have to ask at what cost. For instance, electric buses can cost almost twice as much as low-emission diesel ones, and solar panel installations on older buildings can be extremely expensive. As a famous frog once said, it's not easy being green, and it's not cheap either. Most of the folks I talk to say they are now struggling to put food on on the table, pay rent, fill their gas tanks. They're not in a position to pay higher taxes needed to fund ambitious green plans. But one thing is clear, people do want to see more resources put toward public safety. Countless people tell me they're afraid of going downtown or walking around Chinatown and the city's core. They're also afraid of taking transit, especially LRT. I've got a friend with a medical practice downtown. He's constantly impacted by groups of people smoking crack and meth in a foyer outside his office. He's been assaulted. His clients have been accosted. Many of his female clientele are afraid to go to his office, and yet he can't get anyone to help solve that problem. I've talked to lots of shopkeepers who are in the same boat. Edmontonians have a right to feel safe in the city's core. People I've spoken to say they're strongly opposed to any move to defund the police. They want safer communities, and they feel any budget must deliver.
I am sorry.
In summary,
I am sorry.
Edmontonians can't afford a tax hike right now.
Sorry,
They
Kerry.
don't want one.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I am going to now acknowledge that we have some students with us from Bradner Gardens School. Grade 6 students are here with their teacher, Lauren Wilmot, and they are on a field trip here to City Hall, and they are from the ward represented by Councillor Cartmell. Welcome. So we are today hearing from members of the public, Edmontonians, about our future budget, which we'll be discussing over the next few weeks after the public hearing is concluded. It's all about the decision we will make to invest in our services, in our infrastructure, in our community over the next 4 years. You're welcome to stay as long as you want to. Okay, next we are going to hear from Harvey Vogue, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society.
Thank you. Administration's budgets leave 2 city council initiated packages unfunded. These are the River Valley Trail Strategy in the operating budget, which was initiated by Councillor Salvador, and the Natural Area Reserve Fund in the capital budget, which was initiated by Councillor Rutherford. Our presentation urges City Council to fund these 2 packages. Now, at Urban Planning Committee on May 31st and in a March 22nd letter to administration, our society submitted that completion of a trail master plan needed to be a priority with adequate funding and staff resources. A complete assessment of trails and a comprehensive process for planning and maintenance of a trail system is critically needed. Movement on advancing a trail study is also a critical input into the River Valley Planning Modernization Project. We had received significant community feedback regarding informal and unsanctioned trails in Edmonton's Ribbon Green. A dozen other individuals and organizational representatives spoke on May 31st, and what we all agreed on was that inaction is not an option and community engagement needs to be a priority. The limited budget, a few $100,000 needed for the currently unfunded River Valley Trail Strategy, can be found on page 200 of the operating budget. The lack of a trail master plan has become a contentious public issue involving both River Valley users and residents who live adjacent to our River Valley and ravine system. Increased human use of the River Valley and ravine system during the pandemic has highlighted deficiencies in the city's trail planning capacity. Action is needed now. The modest amount of money required to fund the River Valley Trail Strategy will pay dividends in a trail master plan that will address the current contentious and unaddressed public concerns. We urge you to support this operating budget item. Now, in regards to the Reserve Fund, at Executive Committee on June 1st and in a September 27 letter, our society urged Council to replenish the Natural Area Reserve Fund. Edmonton has been recognized with awards for its natural areas policy. However, natural areas historically are removed at a rate faster than the city can acquire, and administration's budget for acquisition is tapped out. The reality is the city's resources for natural protection area and conservation needs to be reinvigorated. The Natural Area Reserve Fund was created by Council in 2009 with $18 million to fund the purchase of tableland natural areas that cannot be required through either environmental reserve or municipal reserve dedication. This fund is the primary source of funding to support acquisition of priority natural areas, but it is fully subscribed, so no further funding is available for opportunistic purchases or purchases in future growth areas. To date, the city has leveraged the money to acquire 70 hectares of natural areas, and that list is 8 sites, 6 which have been acquired and 2 which are in process, and I sent you an email on Friday indicating which wards they're in. They cover 5 wards. Purchase requests on sites located in the Dakoto and Riverview areas will fully utilize the remaining $6.5 million in the current fund. A growing population needs natural areas. Their ecosystem services and carbon sink potential make them a natural climate solution, part of the city's carbon budget. The new zoning bylaw initiative's emphasis on higher density and district plans means Edmonton needs more, not less, tableland natural areas. Edmonton cannot afford leaving the Natural Area Reserve Fund unfunded for the next 4 years. Administration in Attachment 2 of the capital budget provided an option to pass a motion allocating $10 million over 4 years or $2.5 million annually. We urge you to make this happen. I want to end by stating that budgets are not just documents about money. To quote from Calgary Councillor Courtney Walcott, a budget is a moral document. It signifies what you value, because in our system, what you invest in and what you spend money on signifies your values. We urge you to invest in the River Valley Trail Strategy and the Natural Area Reserve Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Nice to see you. And next we will go to Mike Melrose.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Mike Melrose, the Program Director for the Edmonton Climate Innovation Fund at Alberta EcoTrust Foundation. Alberta EcoTrust has a memorandum of understanding with the city, and through our Edmonton Climate Innovation Fund and Councillor Paquette's participation on our Executive Advisory Committee, we directly support the Edmonton Community Energy Transition Strategy implementation. First, we would like to applaud the city for utilizing a carbon budget to assist in decision-making. As with everything that's leading edge or bleeding edge, there is some room for improvement, but this is an incredible document with a significant amount of insight. What it highlights is that every budget decision the Council makes is indeed a climate decision. As per the document, though, the news is not good. With our current trajectory and without additional action, our community is forecasted to deplete this budget by 2037. In addition, Council, in adopting the Community Energy Transition Strategy, set an expectation that the action plan outlined in that strategy would provide a roadmap. The strategy notes that beginning next year, we are entering the accelerating phase. By any definition, we would then expect to see the next 4 years as a time for gaining momentum on the transformational actions that we have committed to and have already begun to invest in. However, if Council adopts this budget as currently presented, without elevating the unfunded packages, Edmonton will fall far short of any of its goals. What I have learned personally from this is that there still seems to be a persistent gap between policy statements and the ability to prioritize and allocate funding to the climate emergency. As such, I believe Edmonton must look to go further and ensure allocation of funding in the future through a dedicated mechanism, much like Halifax recently was able to do when it explicitly allocated a portion of every property tax dollar to support climate action today and going forward for the next 10 years. The allocation, billed as a dedicated climate action tax, will allow for upwards of $18 million a year to be placed in a reserve for Halifax to fund its climate action plan. Alberta EcoTrust is committed to playing a key role in delivering climate solutions here locally, and we've been working with administration to advance a total funding request of $10 million over the next 4 years. We believe this request is largely integrated into one of the unfunded operating packages. This would not be dollars to support Alberta EcoTrust initiatives, but rather a contribution to the Climate Innovation Fund to accelerate the unlocking of our $22 million federal endowment, and allow us to work with administration to co-implement the initiatives that will help Edmonton achieve its climate goals. In the 2 short years since the launch of the Climate Innovation Fund, we have already set the stage for transformational climate action. including catalyzing over 1.3 million tons of emissions reductions across Calgary and Edmonton over the next 20-year period. For every dollar the Climate Innovation Fund has invested, 3 additional dollars have been raised, confirming our ability to raise additional funds and amplify the work. We are uniquely positioned on the landscape, allowing us to take a $300,000 investment from the City of Edmonton and raise over $1 million to launch an energy poverty reduction program in partnership with Empower Me, which we will be launching in early 2023. We have also been able to support both the residential and commercial building sectors through our soon-to-be-launched home energy labeling platform, as well as the work we are doing to implement off-balance sheet financing to the commercial building sector in partnership with Sofiac and Canada Infrastructure Bank Canada. More recently, Alberta EcoTrust has begun to explore advancement of a building information exchange. This concept is clearly outlined in the Community Energy Transition Strategy, and it can foster net zero building construction, support a burgeoning community of practice, and provide assistance to industry in achieving deep emissions reductions. In closing, we request that all the unfunded operating and capital packages relating to climate are brought forward as funded prior to approving the overall budget. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to stay for questions as well.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Clara Jane Bilai, joining us remotely.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is CJ Bly. I'm the Vice Chair of the Board of Directors with Free Play for Kids. I've worked in the sport and recreation sector for more than 15 years. I'm currently a senior PhD candidate at the University of Alberta in the Faculty of Kinesiology, Sport, and Recreation. Today I'm here to implore you to fund Free Play for Kids for the entirety of the upcoming budget. Free Play is so much more than a sport and recreation program. We have created a community. We have created a place to belong and for children and youth to feel welcome. As a direct result of past funding from supporters such as the City of Edmonton, we have provided a safe place for more than 3,000 children and youth to play, to learn, and to lead. Edmonton, along with the rest of Canada, is at a crossroads. Many children and youth from all different backgrounds have lost access to or have dropped out of sport and recreation over the past 2.5 years. And while we know that, yes, there has been a direct impact as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we also know that this trend was occurring well before. Based on national guidelines and longitudinal data, as of 2022, less than 28% of Canadian youth meet the requirements for physical activity of 60 minutes per day. And this number is on the decline. This is even more significant for newcomers and Indigenous youth, who saw rates drop almost 20% and 30% respectively from last year. More so, the World Health Organization has published the Global Status Report on Physical Inactivity and estimated that the cost of physical inactivity will be more than $27 billion annually if we do nothing. This is directly costs related to healthcare treatment, both within hypertension and physical illness, as well as mental health related disease such as depression. Of course, the answer seems simple. Get kids more active, get kids playing more sports, get outside, move our bodies more. But we know that the answer is not that simple. Children and youth face many barriers to participating in sport and recreation: cost, transportation, timing, and safety, to name a few, all of which Free Play actively works to remove. Free Play provides a space for children to be active, for them to learn physical literacy, to have fun, and to thrive in a positive environment. Not only does physical activity help our children and youth in their physical health, but also recreation and play can create a community for which we belong. Belonging has incredible impacts on our well-being to benefits to ourselves, but also to our societies, our communities, and our cities like Edmonton. Belonging has been cited by multiple scholars all around the world as a fundamental human need, much like shelter and food. Yet we assume that it will simply happen. But in our increasingly individualistic and technology-driven societies, belonging does not just happen. It's created by feelings of acceptance, respect, participation, and connection. All of these are intentionally fostered at Free Play. We create positive environments through well-trained coaches, mentors, and youth leaders. We're internationally known leaders in this regard. We work alongside amazing researchers from the University of Alberta, and we've learned from others across this space, such as the MLSE Launchpad, the University of Toronto, York University, the Philadelphia Youth Sports Collaborative, and Temple University in the United States. We have created programs, trainings, and initiatives that other cities and communities across Alberta and across the country have learned from and continue to learn from. Edmonton should be very proud. So respectfully, City Council members of this wonderful city of Edmonton that we all call home, I'm here asking you to be intentional, to support children and youth, to show them that you care about their well-being, that you care about their fundamental need to belong. I'm asking you to fund Free Play for Kids in the upcoming city budget and continue to be partners of this incredible organization. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I will happily stay for questions at the end of this panel.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Teresa Melton from the Valley Zoo Development Society Board of Directors, joining us remotely.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and members of council for hearing me and letting me speak today. My name is Teresa Melton, and I have been a board member of the Valley Zoo Development Society for over 4 years. And I wish to echo my fellow board member, executive director of the Valley Zoo Development Society, Tammy, who spoke earlier, and to speak for those not represented today on the board, to advocate that the Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2 remain on the budget cycle and become a reality by 2025. Of course, I love animals. I feel strongly about education and believe that conservation and sustainability is the only way forward. And those were only part of the reasons why I chose to join the Valley Zoo Development Society board. I believe that the zoo is such an important and valuable asset to the city of Edmonton, with potential to be so much more. As zoos globally shift to conservation, sustainability, and education instead of animal showcasing, the Edmonton Valley Zoo is remaining current with these global shifts, as seen by many of the projects, such as the Northern Leopard Frog Project and many of the species survival plans. The Edmonton Zoo expansion will assist in remaining cutting edge in this very important space. When my family travels, whether it's within Alberta or internationally, we always find a local zoo. Zoos are valuable attractions to any city or town, not only for local citizens, but tourist traffic and engagement. With the Nature's Wild Backyard expansion, we are presenting outward what the zoo is doing behind the scenes. The expansion will highlight the innovation, conservation, research-based care, and stewardship that is done already at the zoo, and will allow the zoo to grow and move these initiatives forward. Edmonton has such a vast and wonderful river valley, and it is such a huge asset to our city. The expansion of the zoo enhances this asset. The zoo is a facility that is beneficial and relatable to a wide and diverse population. I love going to the zoo with my kids and seeing groups of teenagers, seniors, school groups, daycares, couples, and more, taking in all that the zoo has to offer. Not only does it provide a place for education of all citizens, local and international, but it advances conservation and provides a safe place for people to be outside, explore, be active, and engage, which are all key contributors to a healthy and prosperous community at large. The expansion of the Edmonton Valley Zoo is a platform to expand conservation and sustainability of our vulnerable ecosystems, a platform to preserve and reverse damage done to our natural world, a platform to make Edmonton Zoo a tourist attraction among the greatest zoos globally, a platform for education of our children and society members, a platform to make Edmonton a more healthy city for its citizens and neighbors. Thank you again for an opportunity to speak. I wish you all best of luck in your hefty agenda set forward in the next few days. And The Valley Zoo Development Society members will remain online and in person to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Nick Schmidt, joining us in person.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Nick Schmidt. I am the Vice President of the North Edmonton Minor Football Association. I'm here to talk to you about our turf field project at Castle Downs Park. Next slide, please. Just want to give you a quick tour of the site in question. This is Castle Downs Park. The structure in the center bottom of the screen is the existing twin ice arena, as well as the adjoining YMCA. The empty space to the left of that is a future Catholic high school, which are slated to open for fall of 2025. The roadway at the bottom is 153rd Avenue, which is slated to be an LRT track line and station. And the project I'm here to talk to you about is Central in the Park, where we are looking to have a turf field for multi-sport use that would have a dome covering that would allow for seasonal use indoors, as well as a competition track and field site to the left there. Next slide, please. This is just a very quick close-up of the same project with the dome removed, so you'd see the two fields as they would appear in the spring and summer timeframes. Next slide, please. Dollars and cents associated with this one, the capital budget, it's about $15 million to complete that project. And so we are seeking up to that number in the next upcoming budget cycle here. I say up to that number because we have identified over $8.5 million worth of grants that we would be eligible to apply for, as well as several user groups that are very interested in these facilities and amenities being available on site, many that are willing to contribute as well. To firm up those contributions, as well as be eligible for those grants, we do need a shovel-ready project, which requires approval from the city to proceed, as well as the dollars associated with it. Operating-wise, we are looking forward to operating the facility, so the city would not have to take that on, not have to incur expenses associated with it and maintaining the property. We do that obviously via lease with the city admin, and we are very aware of the need to repay a portion of that capital funding over the lifetime of the lease. Next slide, please. Partnership opportunities are immense on this site, with a lot of synergies being available with all the user groups and specifically the Catholic School Board. They're very interested in what we are doing and being able to offer that sort of programming within their school based on the amenities available. Obviously, we've got a long-term partnership with the YMCA as well. We've always been good friends with them, and they are looking forward to operating some of their programming as well using these facilities. And then the multiple user groups, great opportunity. I've consulted with over 10 groups in the area, and I never would have guessed indoor baseball was a sport or indoor cricket was a sport. They all are very much looking forward to being able to utilize these facilities so that they can run their programming year-round. Next slide, please. Actually, 2 slides, if you don't mind. I'll speak to the points on the previous one with a picture. So this is obviously a map of the city of Edmonton with a couple landmarks noted. The pink dots, I suppose, are existing turf fields within the city right now. The top right is Clairview. It's not bookable for football anymore. Council at the time of that project would have approved capital funding for that to be a multi-use facility. We cannot book that for football anymore, we've been told by city admin. Central is Clark Stadium. We are accommodating the on-again, off-again professional soccer team there, and so minor sports groups like ourselves. When the facility is available, it's limited access to all the amenities that are there. Jasper Place has been under construction extended period of time, and then obviously Millwoods in the bottom is there. Footfield is the green dot, and Rolling Miles Park is the blue dot, and we are the gold dot at the top of the screen. Looking to highlight here the big gap in that corner or that quadrant of the city for these types of amenities. There is no other track surface that's ready for competition other than Rolling Miles and Footfield, which are side by side essentially. There is no turf field in the quadrant, in the northwest quadrant, where we service our families and our members, and transportation to and from all of these sites obviously becomes an issue for our user groups and such. So drawing that to your attention, I suppose, and just in wrapping up, you guys have the rest of a package. There's a briefing note as well as a full business case with further details on funding and some of the dollars associated with that. Thank you for the time. I look forward to any questions you have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Lynette Thompson from Castle Downs Recreation Society in person.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynette Thompson. I'm with the Castle Downs Recreation Society, and I'm wearing two hats this afternoon. First, I'm speaking on behalf of the Rec Society's support for the Seahawks football organization and their development there. Booking has been a challenge for football and other field users for years. The addition of this artificial turf and running track and the bubble will expand the possibilities, as well as partnering with the Castle Downs Catholic School. Castle Downs believes in accessible programming and play for all families. They're proudly a diverse volunteer organization that makes every effort to ensure that all kids can play the sport of football. An upgraded field and amenities will attract more players, more volunteers, and more coaches to an upgraded, amenity. Castle Downs Recreation Society is representing over 60,000 people in the north of Edmonton. We partner with the community leagues, with the Seahawks, with the YMCA. We're looking forward to buddying up with the high school as well. We have lobbied, fundraised, and built all kinds of amazing recreation facilities, including the Twin Arenas. And it also included the YMCA with a unique fundraising adventure, building the William Lutsky and then building Castle Downs. And while we were doing that, we also built a water park and a playground, all in the same couple of years. So it was an amazing adventure for the volunteers in our neighborhood. I would like to add some stories for the YMCA because they're next up. Castle Downs YMCA is culturally sensitive to its diverse population. In Northwest Edmonton, we have many Muslim neighbors. A group of these ladies approached the Y about a private area for exercise, showers, and changing. Typically, the staff were able to accommodate this group in short order. The program was so successful that the Muslim women were coming from all over the city, and now the program has expanded to other areas in Edmonton. Our YMCA is known for its compassion and support of its members, especially when times are difficult. A family was devastated when one of the parents suddenly died. Finances were frozen and the grieving family could not continue their membership. The surviving parent felt the children needed to continue to be active and have the support of friends. Karen and her Y family enfolded them and found ways to support them on all multiple levels. The giving campaign that CDRS and many individuals contribute to annually was put to very good use. Castle Downs YMCA is a welcoming space where youth feel comfortable to come and ask for some help. A highlight for the teen youth is their high school graduation. But having a suit or a beautiful gown is not possible for many graduates. So last spring, the YMCA hosted the Sherwood Park Elks as they gave away a record-breaking 186 dresses and 67 suits to deserving youth. All of the outfits were donated and the alterations were compliments of a Y member. It was a joyful day in the life of the YMCA. The current goal is to keep our YMCA doors open and to grow its programs and services. The community is asking that the City of Edmonton include ongoing funding in the next 4-year budget cycle. Operating costs are increasing for all of the recreation centers in all areas of the city, and we recognize that. The YMCA is no different in that regard, but the demographics of our community reflect a higher need in this area for financial assistance. Castle Downs YMCA is not only provides recreation opportunities, they provide people services, support, and care. And so thank you for your time so I could speak for our football folks and for our Y folks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Nicole Gearing, YMCA of Northern Alberta, joining us remotely.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure today to be able to speak to you in favor of the critical impact of the Castle Downs YMCA. I have been in Edmonton Castle Downs since, well, close to 30 years. And I am the MLA for Edmonton Castle Downs and have been since 2015. I personally, through my office, have held events at the facility that we are discussing today, specifically the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Day. And I've attended and supported numerous community programming events that are housed out of the Castle Downs YMCA. So many people believe that Castle Downs Y is part of our essential community structure. We know that it's the absolute heart of our community. Karen and the YMCA family is exactly that. They're looked upon as being a genuine family in Castle Downs. Despite its name, I know that it serves well outside of the Edmonton Castle Downs boundaries. So many come and enjoy the facilities. One thing that I would really like to note is that the YMCA in Castle Downs is not just infrastructure. It's not just a pool. It's not just a place to go and work out. There's so many things happening through this Y that aren't offered anywhere else in Edmonton. I know for Castle Downs and Northside Edmonton, having the youth resource hub, having the drop-in activities, the life skills programs is essential for some of our high-risk youth in the community. They have the seniors hub that offers drop-in activities, community engagement. They have a very unique mental health program where people can drop in and speak to a counselor. And I know that with the last few years with COVID, there has been such a need for people to be able to get supports for mental health. And the Y offers that. They have family support throughout the Y. So it's not just a person that's going in to do their exercising or have a swim. They have access to drop-in childcare, childminding. There is a daycare facility through the YMCA. There's parent resources for parents that are struggling, that have questions. It's encompassed for the whole family at the YMCA. So from birth until you're a senior, you have something that stands out for you that's offered through the Castle Downs YMCA. The community of Castle Downs is very diverse, and I have to say it's just so impressive to know what Karen and her team has done to be able to be inclusive of this community. Castle Downs has, I think, 35 to 38% of their memberships are subsidized. I believe that that's the highest. And this speaks to the families that are struggling financially and have low income and limited resources. They're still engaging in the supports of the Y. And there's a need for those families that they can't access those resorts anywhere else. When it comes to the Indigenous programming that's offered the Y, it's the only kind that's being offered in Castle Downs at the time. There's newcomer programming that happens here, and my understanding is it's the only place offered within these services of Castle Downs. There's, like I mentioned, seniors, parenting, youth. It has this all-inclusive programming for so many different people, for an all-inclusive, diverse population. I know if there's an event happening in Edmonton and it's important, it's happening at the Y. There's celebrations for Ramadan, there's celebrations for Children's Day. There's just ongoing events that support the diverse needs of our community outside of the recreational facilities. It looks at the mental well-being of those that it serves. I can speak personally to an individual that I know in the community who is a senior and experienced trauma in the community. And they didn't tell anybody except the staff at the YMCA. They weren't a member at the time. But when they needed to step out for resources and supports, it's the YMCA that they turned to. And through the support of Karen and the team, they were able to make sure that this person was connected during their time of need and that supports were in place. When I spoke to this individual, they said it was a no-brainer. They automatically went to the YMCA because that's their family. And there's so many individuals and families in the community that identify this. And so I am 100% in support of the City of Edmonton operational funding to be allocated to support the Castle Downs Family YMCA as needed.
Thank you, Nicole.
Or required.
Thank you so much. All right, next we will go to Nick Parkinson, YMCA of Northern Alberta, in person.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Nick Parkinson. I'm the president and CEO of the YMCA of Northern Alberta. And on behalf of the YMCA Board of Directors, all our employees, our hundreds of volunteers, and probably more importantly, the 400,000 children, youth, and families we serve at the Castle Downs Family YMCA each year, thank you for the opportunity to address council today. As the YMCA has done for 24 years, the Castle Downs Y is committed to serving the community and all those living in North Central Edmonton through our very diverse programs and services. Over the years, we've built outstanding partnerships and relationships with many community leagues, community organizations, schools, and the community at large. The Castle Downs Y is the only multi-purpose community recreation and leisure center in North Central Edmonton. And in addition to the aquatics, the gym, the fitness area, the multi-purpose rooms, childminding, and other recreation amenities, the center also offers a licensed childcare, a number of YMCA social outreach programs, and is home to the North Central Edmonton Family Resource Center. The Y is attached to the Castle Downs Twin Arenas, which are run by the City of Edmonton, adjacent to the Sprake Park and the Skateboard Park, and the soon-to-be constructed Edmonton Catholic Dunluce High School. As was mentioned, we serve over 400,000 people annually, with more than 66% of them being children and youth. We're proud to teach over 1,500 children and youth each week how to swim, and over 1,600 young people attended our summer day camps. And why the facilities and amenities and the numbers of people are important. At the end of the day, and I know it's important to council as it is to the Y, we strongly believe the YMCA is playing a critical role in creating positive social outcomes and social impacts in the lives of the individuals we serve and the community at large. That's providing a safe place for individuals of all ages to come together, regardless of one's cultural background, your financial circumstance, a place to grow and develop in spirit, mind, and body, to feel welcomed, build relations, feel a sense of belonging, and a sense of connection to one's community. We are pleased to report that the community is returning to the Castle Downs Y following the operation disruptions of the pandemic. Compared to the pre-pandemic or pre-COVID membership numbers, the Castle Downs YMCA experienced the highest rate of recovery and membership growth compared to all of our YMCA centers. Now, despite this positive trajectory, we're still in recovery, and the Castle Downs Y is not financially sustainable without some immediate support from the City of Edmonton. The high need for financial assistance amongst participants and the economic impact of COVID-19 has resulted in an operating deficit that the YMCA cannot continue to cover. Due to the socioeconomic demographics within the community, we have the highest need for financial assistance compared to the other YMCA centers, with 1 in 3 members receiving financial assistance and support. And to ensure everyone can access the Y regardless of financial circumstance, the YMCA annually fundraises and raises donations from individuals, businesses, and community partners. However, due to the high need for financial assistance at this center, the Castle Downs Y has been operating at an average deficit of between $450,000 to $500,000 annually since 2015. Now, prior to the onset of the COVID pandemic, the YMCA was able to absorb the negative operating loss within our association overall in our annual operating budget. But due to the tremendous financial impact of the pandemic on all YMCA operations, we are no longer able to support this ongoing loss. Immediate financial support from the city is required to keep the doors of the Castle Downs Y open and to meet the current and the future needs in the community. Our funding request is coming forward as an unfunded service package. It is being supported and recommended by city administration, and special thanks to Councillor Erin Rutherford for her continued support with this request. We are asking you as a member of City Council to vote in favor of providing the Castle Downs with an operational subsidy of $500,000 a year for 23 through to 26.
Thank you. I think right on time. You were done? Okay, right on. Thank you so much. Okay, but before I go to our next speaker, I would like to welcome students from Brander Garden School, grade 6, and they are here with their teacher, Renee Forbes. And thank you so much. And you are represented by Councillor Tim Cartmill, Ward Behisiwan. So we are actually hearing from members of the public today on our budget for the next 4 years that we'll be debating. No, I mean, not 4 years debating the budget, but yeah, right. Oh my God. We will be debating over the next 2 weeks the budget that will be passed for the next 4 years to run our programs and services and build the infrastructure and community amenities that you all like pools, rec centers, libraries, roads, fire hall, police service, all the things, that wonderful things you enjoy that add to your quality of life. They're provided by the city, and we're going to figure out how we retain those services and how we improve them for you. So welcome to stay along if you wish to do so. All right. Next, we will go to Mike Dollar from the Valley Zoo Redevelopment Board of Directors, joining us in person. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Dowler, and I'm here today as a board member of the Valley Zoo Development Society. I would like to thank Council for providing the Society and with the opportunity to speak on matters concerning the board and the Edmonton Valley Zoo. As someone who was born and raised in Edmonton, and now as a father of a precocious 4-year-old daughter, the Edmonton Valley Zoo has always been and continues to be a significant city attraction in my life. A space that is welcoming to all, the zoo provides our family with the opportunity to get outside, no matter the time of year, spend time together, engage with a variety of animals, and learn all about their worlds. As the city grows and urbanizes, these opportunities to engage with nature without having to travel hours outside of the city are becoming more and more treasured. I also now have the privilege of sitting on the board of the Valley Zoo Development Society. This has provided me the opportunity to give back in a small way to the zoo that has provided so much to myself, my family, and the Edmonton community. It is exciting to be a part of this society that has a significant track record of raising funds and donations in support of several projects and programs, such as the Conservation Carousel, conservation and education programs, and animal enrichments. As a board member, I am excited to be involved with the continued development, expansion, and enhancement of the zoo, and to continue to collaborate and partner with the City of Edmonton and Council on many wonderful projects. One of these exciting projects is Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2. This project follows and builds on the success of Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 1, which was completed in 2019. Phase 1 added the wonderful urban farm and extremely popular red panda habitat to the zoo experience. As always, the Society was happy to partner with the city on the project and was able to raise the committed $3.6 million. Commencing construction in 2023, Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2 is a continuation of the zoo's development. I would like to thank Council for their approval, continued support, and vision for seeing how this project can further enhance one of the most popular City of Edmonton-owned amenities. Further advancing the education and hands-on experience for people at the zoo, Phase 2 will attract many more visitors who would otherwise not be able to get that close to nature in this way. Once again, the Society is proud and excited to support this project in numerous different ways, including financially. Building on the commitment and approval from Council, the Society has already been able to secure $1.4 million in funding from many people who, like Council, believe in the support and the vision of the project. With a commitment to raise a total of $5.4 million for the project, the Society is already over 25% of the way to this goal and is committed to achieving the remaining amount to get the project completed in 2025 as scheduled. However, this commitment can only be achieved with continuing council support for the project, and any delay would jeopardize our ability to raise those funds. Again, I would like to thank council for your time and attention today. I know, as with all budgets, there are many competing priorities and difficult decisions to make. Wading through all the information and initiatives is a challenge and ultimately requires an understanding that continuing to build a vibrant city requires balance. A balance between investing in core and supportive services and investing in services that provide citizens joy and excitement, especially in challenging economic conditions. I wish you all well in this endeavor, and I am encouraged to see that with the approval of Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2, Council has already made an investment in a project that will generate excitement for Edmontonians and continues to make the growth and development of the Edmonton Valley Zoo a priority. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Deanne Fisher, YMCA of Northern Alberta, joining us remotely.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the YMCA. My membership with Castle Downs Family YMCA began even before I moved to Edmonton in 2008. Since we were in a new province without family, my mother purchased a family membership at the Castle Downs Family YMCA, and we have been members ever since. My parents knew we needed a community that we could connect with, but were incorrect to think we wouldn't be surrounded by family. We have been every step of the way through the Castle Downs YMCA. My brother and I started with swim lessons, we moved on to day camps, became counselors in training, then leaders in training, and we were both eventually hired as day camp counselors. My family expanded during the pandemic to include 2 baby brothers who are now enrolled in the YMCA's childcare. The Castle Downs Family YMCA plays a critical role in positive and healthy child, youth, and young adult development. It provides a safe space for youth and young adults to socialize and engage in positive interactions and recreation. The Leaders in Training program offers youth the opportunity to explore roles they can play in the community through various forms of outreach and leadership development. The YMCA helps to facilitate the critical time period between high school and adulthood, offering mentorship and positive adult role models, as well as volunteer and employment opportunities. I have personally experienced this in my own pursuits. The Castle Downs Family YMCA's emphasis on diversity and social inclusion created opportunities for me to be positively influenced by leaders with a variety of socioeconomic, cultural, and religious backgrounds. My mind and educational journey have also been influenced by the YMCA. As a result of my positive experiences, I completed the Personal Fitness Trainer Diploma through NEET and am now pursuing a degree in kinesiology. They supported my journey financially through summer employment and bursaries, and by offering unique opportunities such as being the MC for their annual general meeting and by inviting me to speak here today. As a young child, I was one of the fortunate recipients of financial support from the YMCA Strong Kids Fund. Without this initial support, my story may have been very different. I know for sure that the lives of other children, youth, and young adults would also be different without the affordable opportunities provided by the Castle Downs YMCA. The Castle Downs Family YMCA helped me become physically literate. Through use of their fitness and aquatics facility, I went from recreational swimming lessons to being named as a member of Canada's national triathlon team, being selected to compete in the 2020 Age Group World Championships. From skipping recreationally with my family in their studio, I went on to win over 10 national titles in the sport of road skipping and represented Canada with a top 10 finish at the 2021 World Championships. Some people in the sport community thought I was at a disadvantage because I wasn't a part of a team. However, I was actually part of a much bigger team than my competitors. Where others only had their teammates, I had a whole building of supporters. The badminton guys who waved and gave thumbs up signs through the glass, the aerobics and spin classes who had their sessions in the gym or studio while I practiced and took the time to encourage me when we crossed paths, and the members I crossed in the pool where I cross-trained for triathlon. Recently, my family expanded to include my 2 littlest brothers. We needed a larger home, and even though we only lived 2 kilometers from the Castle Downs Family YMCA, we had spent so many hours there when we were growing up that my parents insisted on moving even closer. The Castle Downs Family YMCA is truly a second home. Although I am currently studying out of town, on my trips home, I have been known to stop at the YMCA to say hi even before going to my house. If it wasn't for the Castle Downs Family YMCA, I would not be presenting right now. I will never forget the confidence, courage, morals, relationships, and opportunities the Castle Downs Family YMCA has provided for me. I am one of the many children, youth, and young adults that have been positively impacted by the YMCA. I know that it wouldn't have happened without the Castle Downs YMCA's positive, caring, philanthropic attitude. I ask that the Edmonton City Council considers the impact of losing a nonprofit community center on the families, young adults, seniors, and employees that rely on the Castle Downs YMCA for financial, mental, and social supports. Like many of the 5,000 members of the Castle Downs Family YMCA, I can't imagine a life without the YMCA, and with the financial support of City Council, I don't have to. Please allow the City of Edmonton operational funding to be allocated to support the Castle Downs Family YMCA. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Well, thank you, Deanne. Thank you so much for joining us away from home. Really, really appreciate hearing your perspective. Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Maria Parker joining us in person.
It's Marie Parker.
Oh, Marie. It's okay. Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today about the challenges we are facing as a city and as a world where climate change is at our doorstep. I'm a retired grandmother, but I'm sorry to say that it's only recently that I woke up to the urgency of this problem, and so now I worry about the future that my children and grandchildren will face if we do not tackle it. Cities are responsible for 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions that are warming our planet too quickly. As a municipality that has signed the Climate Emergency Declaration, it is critical that we give priority to funding initiatives that will bring us to net zero emissions. If it's really an emergency, we have to act now. You have drafted an energy transition strategy, but most of these proposals currently have no funding. Some of the things that we need to provide money for now are improved public transportation, running on renewable energy, safe and sufficient bike lanes, retrofits for existing buildings, which will improve their energy efficiency and make them green. And we need to require all new buildings to be green built. We need to reduce waste to landfills by creating incentives for reusing and reducing, including sharing options. And we need to increase mixed-use development of communities to reduce urban sprawl and adopt the 15-minute city idea, where everything you need is within 15 minutes of walking, biking, or driving. We can spend now, or we can spend a lot more later in mitigation and disaster cleanup. The economy won't matter if we don't have a livable planet or people to invest in. During World War II, for example, when times were tough, Canada found the resources to muster a huge support for the Allies to win against the Nazis because we thought it was a clear and present danger. Guess what? This is a bigger danger. We often overlook some of the benefits that will come from this transition. For example, clean air means reduced healthcare costs. Bike lanes and access to public transportation means people will be getting more exercise, again being healthier, again reduced healthcare costs. And less material consumption means a lower cost of living. And there's many more. Since federal and provincial governments are not moving fast enough, we must take the initiative. We already have many large cities around the world making huge strides because they are recognizing that reducing greenhouse gas emissions can make their communities healthier places to live and work. Here are a few examples. London, England, for instance, is now an ultra-low emission zone. If you drive a gas-powered vehicle there, you pay a daily surcharge of approximately...
This is Gia. How may I direct your call?
Hello?
Gia, can you please mute yourself? Go ahead. Please keep on going.
Approximately $20 a day. The city of Helsinki in Finland has 77% of all travel is walking, cycling, and public transport. And Portland, Oregon, which is the most sustainable city in the U.S., has half of its power coming from renewable resources and 25% of the workforce commuting by bike, carpool, or public transportation. And they started adopting smart growth strategies in the 70s to create compact neighborhoods with all amenities on hand. Edmonton can be smart and sustainable. Every dollar spent must be considered with this in mind. We have an exciting opportunity to make our city a safe, healthy, efficient, green, and prosperous community. Let's just do it.
Thank you, Mary, for joining us. And next we will go to Whitney Haynes, joining us remotely, Alberta Workers Association for Research and Education.
Thank you. Today I want to focus on the supports needed from the city for residents who are undocumented and who are at risk of becoming undocumented. This is anyone who is here on a temporary resident visa, work permits, international students, refugee claimants. A person can lose their status if they cannot continue working or studying due to a work injury, medical condition, birth of a child. There are many stories. After losing one's immigration status, a person can regain it, but it can take from 1 to 10 years. So for many, this is transitionary. When you are undocumented, you are surviving without access to any government supports, including healthcare, schooling, low-income programs. You have difficulty finding housing because you do not have a resident ID. And these are Edmonton residents, a population that the city serves. They use and pay for city services and contribute to the city's economy, invisible as they may be. They build our infrastructure, clean our buildings, cook our food, and take care of vulnerable family members. And there are limited statistics. Stats Canada states there are up to 500,000 across the country. There are anecdotal quotes of 70,000 in Alberta from 5 years ago. Many reside in major cities. Our organization was formed because of the increase in people reaching out to Migrante Alberta for help over the last 5 years. The City of Edmonton passed the Access to Municipal Services Without Fear policy in September 2018. This is 4 years ago. I've asked for it to be a handout. The policy states the city services and programs will be available and accessible to all who reside in Edmonton, regardless of immigration status. Since this policy was passed, the city has not tied any initiative to this policy. City administration has stated that social development has used the spirit and intent of the policy to activate important work, but nothing has specifically been tied to directly supporting this community. Our organization has put in proposals this year to the city to support undocumented residents. One is a pilot program to access bus passes, and we've had a very positive experience with administration to set this up. We're just waiting on approval. The second, we've put forward 2 anti-racism grant application. One 6-month program has been approved, and we're still waiting to see if a larger 2-year program will be approved. So I just want to talk about what work needs to be done for the city to commit and enforce this policy from 4 years ago. One, the policy states the city will promote full integration of persons who are undocumented into the community through information and education. Currently, there's a lot of confusion across organizations in Edmonton who support newcomers and low-income families on how to support undocumented residents who cannot get government support and where they can refer them to. There is a need for a resource list to be researched and created, which will aid organizations and undocumented residents. We've added this to our larger anti-racism grant proposal, but if it's not chosen to be funded, this is absolutely necessary for our city to commit to the policy from 4 years ago. Second, the policy states the city will limit barriers to participation, including ensuring identification is requested when necessary, and to ensure a wide variety of identification are accepted by city services and programs. There is a need to access rec passes, for example, or rec passes under the low income bracket. Identification forms are still requested. For a child to access the rec pass, the parent must show the child tax benefit form. Undocumented parents do not qualify for this benefit. Identification is an ongoing struggle. It's needed, for example, to register kids in school, for housing. The city can break these barriers by implementing a city ID. There's a program in Montreal where the city contracts a nonprofit organization to create an ID, which is accepted by the city and schools. The city's not responsible to create it, the organization is. And two, the city can push for a sanctuary city policy in its school boards. There is a need in our school system to teach staff more about why families do become undocumented, about the transitionary period, and about issues facing undocumented parents and students. Finally, we want to stress that the access to municipal services without fear policy be part of the review of the 2007 Immigration and Settlement Policy. That's the C529 policy. Thank you. I'll be open for questions after.
Okay. Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Angela Morose, joining us remotely. Angela Morose. I'll call once again. Angela Morose. All right, so that concludes the second panel. Now, questions from council members to the panel members. Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a few questions for, sorry, I'm looking through the list, for Mr. Schmidt about the artificial turf. And I confess that I'm hearing about this perhaps for the first time, but you seem to have quite a presentation there. So just a couple of questions around your football team. Can you just give us a bit more detail on that? How long they've been in existence? How many kids are playing, that kind of a thing?
30 years in North Edmonton, over 30 years we've been around for. We just finished our fall cycle. We had 150 members, families involved with us. Football is an 11.5-month-a-year operation now. It's no longer just September through October. We have spring programming going. So when we flip the calendar here, we'll be registering for up to 8 teams that will play throughout the winter months and then in through the spring before we get back into our fall programming again this time of year.
Is there a winter league?
Not so much. We start playing April 1st as soon as the outdoor fields are available. So lots of practicing, lots of prep are happening, and camps are happening throughout the months of January, February, March.
And would it be the Seahawks that would operate the field? Is that the thought?
Yes, that's the plan.
And you said that at Clearview there's no longer access for football there?
They will not paint the fields with football markings and the goalposts. There's some sort of challenge with the mounting mechanism or bracket, whatever it's called. And they have actually removed the goalposts from site. So we cannot have a football game at that site.
Are there spotter boxes there? Do you know? Like,
They're not.
They're not.
Not at
so
Clearview.
It's sort of half built for football then.
Yes.
Yeah. And your proposal includes the spotters boxes that would go with playing football.
Correct.
Okay, I think it's intriguing. I appreciate the presentation, and I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to all of our speakers for being with us today. Really appreciate all of your presentations. I'm just going to go to Mike Melross. You know, one thing that you said really stuck with me, and And that was the gap between our policy statements and our willingness to actually allocate funds towards climate action. And I guess I'd like your perspective on how the proposed budget in front of us compares to previous budgets, just in terms of our investment in climate action. I worry that we're sliding backwards, but I know you've been involved in this space for a while. How's that comparison look?
So I guess I can speak as a former municipal employee, yes. When we were in the energy transition group and the last budget, we were able to secure funding to advance the early stages of the energy transition strategy. So it was, operating budget, I think of in the range of $10 million, and that included some renewable energy certificate purchases, as well as funding some of the incentive programs like HERA and BERA, as well as the Change for Climate overall campaign, which is an education and behavior change program. So when I saw the unfunded packages, I thought that if those were funded, that would be a great step forward, and a significant amount of dollars going into accelerating the energy transition actions.
Right. Well, thanks for that. And yeah, that's always front of mind for me, that this is the phase when we're supposed to be accelerating. Okay, and then Marie Parker was touching on some of the benefits, actually, that we can see if we act on the climate emergency, more from the health perspective, which is fantastic. But I'm wondering, Mr. Melross, if you'd be able to talk about some of the opportunities to grow our economy and create green jobs if we're actually following through on the 105 actions that are in the strategy.
Yeah, when it comes to climate action in the city, it actually is an economic development initiative. In fact, it's probably doing a disservice to not join those two at the hip. When it comes to retrofitting our building stock, particularly at the level that's suggested in order to achieve the carbon targets, those are hyper-local jobs. They're great jobs. They're jobs in construction and the renovation industry. There's jobs in renewable energy that will be good paying jobs that require trades background as well as university graduates in engineering. So when you're talking about energy transition and climate action, you are talking about economic development. But it actually moves even further beyond just job creation in the industry itself. It's all about talent retention and attraction for the city as well, and positioning Edmonton as a global leader where people want to move to, people want to establish their business, and they want to create a life here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Again, thank you to everyone who came out today. Maybe I'll go to Mr. Cromwell with Lewis Estates Community League first. Did you have, sort of at the end of your presentation, I feel you got a little, you got a bit foreshortened. Could you summarize sort of that final slide you had again and talk about sort of your survey results?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. 5 minutes isn't a lot of time. I did close mentioning that based on the research, we had 468 swim lesson spaces available for 166,000 people. But one question I didn't get to touch on in our survey was we actually asked our respondents if they were in support of the recommended redesign. And we had 86% were unsupportive of the reduction of pool space, and 83% were unsupportive of any project delays. So when we asked the question outright, there was a resounding negative response from the public.
Wonderful. And obviously from your research, you're seeing, and I know this survey is somewhat anecdotal, but if people can't get into the nearby rec center, whether it's Terwilliger or Jasper Place or the YMCA, then they go elsewhere in the city if they can get in at all, correct?
Yes, as the Lewis Estates Community League, we've tried to repeatedly book our community swim at Terwilliger, and we've been told that there's just no more capacity for other community leagues to use it.
So is it fair to say that there's kind of a knock-on effect, for instance, that folks in Southwest Edmonton or South Edmonton might also not be able to get into Terwilliger because of the issues with capacity?
Yeah, without question. It did rank as the second highest visited facility by the residents of Sipiwiniwak and Kota-Iska.
That's helpful in terms of establishing, I think, a citywide need. I'll maybe flip to Ms. Weeb with the Valley Zoo Development Society. Sorry, hi. One thing that I think came up in your presentation, as well as the presentation of other board members, was the impact of partner funding. So I think you've talked about your ability to raise money to support building out these projects. Could you just once again remind me how much, what proportion of the project is of phase 1 and phase 2 are fundraised for?
So the society paid for the, we intended to pay for the original design, but we only paid $600,000 of it. That was our commitment to, and it went a little over, and I think that was back in 2013-14. And then we committed, the city then chose how much we contributed to which phase, and they contributed $3 million to phase 1, which we've given to you. And so that left us with 5.4 for phase 2. I currently, in between, as the project is accepted and then not, we'll continue to fundraise, we'll bring a little bit of money in. And so we are sitting on about 1.4 of that. 900,000 of that, I believe, is at risk. It's donors that have been sitting since the beginning. I think, was that your question?
Yes, and I think maybe also to establish something that you brought up, which was you're not just you're not just going out and raising money, you're also a key partner in the development of the plans. So for like you did the original planning work.
Yeah, and I mean, the zoo knows we're committed to the next phase. We haven't made a financial commitment to you. We can't. We've had this $6 million kind of above us for a long time, so we can't make other commitments. But we even have donors coming forward for the next phase that we haven't been able to talk to you about because we got to get this one done first. So, and in addition, during COVID and while there's delays, we can't fundraise for this big commitment, so we help out in other areas.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll continue with Ms. Weeb. So I'm just wondering, you talked about it's not just this phase now, phase 2, but it's also a commitment for phase 3. What's the cost for phase 3?
The master plan needs to be updated. We have donors who are interested in the phases that are after Nature's Wild Backyard that were on the original master plan, which now needs to be updated. But we have donors that have been waiting for phases after that and have actually made commitments to us. There is no cost because there is no plans for the next one. We've stopped the progression of the master plan because we've been waiting on this one. So that's, there's nothing concrete on your end. There is something concrete on our end, but I think it's at risk if we continue to delay things.
But doesn't it put it at risk if you can't get the funding for the phase 2? What's so good about phase 3 that they?
Because donors have particular interests. They've seen the original master plan. They know what's after that. The society has brought forward other phases in the past when Nature's Wild Backyard has been put on hold. We have 2 phases, the parking lot and Arctic Shores Port 2, and then we'll have donors that come to us and say, I'm interested in that. I want to contribute to that. And then we ask them very nicely to wait because we are committed to the city for Nature's Wild Backyard phase 2. And there are reasons that the phases were done in the order that they're done. Some of it has to do with lay down yard for construction and the natural order of things. Just because of the type of construction at the zoo, we can't destroy the habitat, working around the trees. There's just a natural order that they have to be done in. But I don't think these donors will continue to wait. There are other cities doing similar projects, and I don't mean to be alarmist about that, but I think that there comes a time where you stop holding people's money or commitments and allow them to pursue their legacy projects elsewhere.
And has there been any interest shown for the extra, what is it, 4 million that you still need to gather for phase 2?
We've still got 4 million to raise, and we've done that before. It is difficult when things aren't finalized. We can't really get started. We have a committee that's been sitting, waiting, but I am personally not willing to enter into any more agreements with donors until I know that we're going to start building, because we're holding up other people's money right now, if that makes sense.
It's kind of hard for us to commit to when we don't know that there's public, I guess, support for it without that. Okay.
But I think that's why too, like, we've always made our commitments to you. It's just a little bit difficult right now because we have to, we're in a holding pattern.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get one more question in here, I guess, to Mr. Schmidt. The turf and dome at Castle Downs Park. First of all, is the high school under construction, or is it just designated as a high school?
No, it's not under construction. They're planning to break ground in the spring, summer of this year and open for the fall 2025 school season.
So the province has already committed that funding?
I don't know what the funding situation is with them. I just know that they have a final design. They crossed a couple hurdles over the last week and they're ready to break ground.
Okay. Okay. And then you'd mentioned cricket as being one of the sports. Have you had any discussions with different cricket associations? Because I've been approached by several looking for
Yeah, they're a great group. So the aerial map, I don't think I highlighted it, but it's one of 4 cricket pitches on the site right now within Castle Downs Park. And again, I wouldn't have guessed that indoor cricket was a thing, but they're very interested in finding space to be able to do that. And they're very initially concerned that our project was going to infringe on their field. It's only one of 4 in the city, and that's not going to be the case. They're still going to be able to operate and play. We are also, we lease space of the pavilion, which is one of the outbuildings that was in the picture, for our equipment inventory, and there's public washrooms and stuff, so they're always hanging around. We're always chatting, and a great group of guys, and yeah, they're very, very much interested in this project.
And is the land available to make it a larger project? Because I even have one group talking about like a stadium for cricket, and I'm just wondering if that...
Not to my knowledge. The 2 fields where we're putting the competition track site as well as the turf field and seasonal dome, those are existing grass multi-surface fields in the parkland. We are getting tight for space, I would say, beyond that, with the baseball group to the north and all the spray park and skate park amenities, and of course the high school coming in. So I would probably say no, but okay. I'm interested to hear more.
Okay, okay. I think I'm out of time, so thank you very much.
Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. My questions are also for Mr. Schmidt. Can you just confirm with me a little bit more about your willingness? So if the Seahawks is to operate this turf and dome, there would be a willingness to work on a repayment for any debt that would be incurred through the development and construction of this, correct?
Correct, yeah. The operating model, the numbers that I put forward, accounts for $250,000 a year over the 10-year lease, which is also my understanding the longest lease that is available for a facility like this. So that's built into the numbers that you've seen.
Perfect. And I was going to kind of elaborate, but I think I will jump off of Councillor Wright and just, we don't want the same situation that we're hearing about in Clearview, where you cannot no longer book space to play football. I would hate for this to be built or invested in, and then other user groups like cricket can't access it. How do we make sure, or how do we work on that to make sure that it's going to be accessible for lots of different groups, or the Catholic high school, those kind of things?
Yeah, with respect to the high school, they're interested in a joint joint usage agreement, and we're very open to having those conversations to accommodate whatever their interests are. Other groups, I mean, we'd be doing a similar booking process that they go through now with the city amenities and other even private amenities that are out there. Outside of me saying we have no interest of shutting anybody out, I don't have anything official to provide at this point, but I mean, it's a business to run a facility like that, and so I want it full 100% of the time, if at all possible. And football, as busy as we are and as much of a growing sport as we are, we can't fill it the whole time. So I'm very interested in soccer usages, baseball, cricket, hockey, the list goes on.
Now, you mentioned in your presentation the potential for other grants, but you kind of need that commitment before you can even go and apply for and explore those other grants. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, so just a comparison, the baseball group that's on site, they applied very recently for, I think it was $2 to $2.5 million worth of grants, because they want to, again, update some of the baseball amenities on site, which we've incorporated into this plan. And they got approved for $60,000 out of the $2.5 million. And the resounding reason why is because they didn't have approval from the city to proceed with the plans that they have. If that approval's there and the commitment's there and the funding's there, I'm very confident. Really quickly also in regards to the partnerships, specifically with the school and CDRS and YMCA, they've all expressed interest in supporting us in writing for these grants. So while we may not be the largest group or small little football club, those grants applications I think will be seen very favorably with that kind of support behind them.
And collaboration.
Correct.
Great. And then over to Mr. Parkinson, if you could just speak to what's at stake if this funding isn't approved or funded.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. I think first off, the city is arguably the YMCA's largest and most important community partner. For 115 years, we've been delivering services together. As it relates specifically to your question, we have a contractual agreement in place on the land and the building from inception, so there's a legal agreement. The bottom line is I think the Y and the city would have to work urgently together to explore what the options might be, which would maybe see the YMCA cease its operations, the city taking it over. I think that would come, in my opinion, at significantly increased cost to the city if they were to take it over. And there's a potential disruption in services to, most importantly, to all the residents that live there. We hope it certainly doesn't come to that and we can find a way forward here. The YMCA is also committed to try and reduce the operating costs to zero at our best and philanthropically raise money to try and support this important community. We already bring $1 million annually to the table, and our goal is to try and continue to grow that so that we continue to deliver services on site. Thank you.
Perfect. And just with my last 30 seconds, Mr. Voogd, could you speak to some of the equity that would come from funding the service package or the capital profile that I put forward around the natural area reserve in terms of creating equity around park space across the city?
Yeah,
in 15 seconds or less.
Yeah, the natural areas, we're really talking about tablelands. So that's areas that don't fall within the river valley and ravine system. So not every ward has part of the river valley or the ravine system in it. So natural areas address that need.
Thank you. Thank you. That was right on 15 seconds, Harvey. You know how it works. You've been around City Hall, right? So, yeah. Okay. All right. So, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. A quick question to either guest Andrews or guest Cromwell. I didn't support the Lewis Estate Rec Center last time. I still had major concerns with the spend. Right now, I was wondering if council was going to have to set aside this project, would you be open to partnership with, say, either Enoch Cree Nation or Ardrossan or Parkland County in order to get this facility built in another location? Would you be, given the far west proximity now and the fact that it's not connected to transit, it would require people to drive to it, would you be open to some sort of another development plan that could keep intact all of the bells and whistles and wonderful features that we would like?
I'm not, I mean, it's not for me to say whether we'd be supportive or not for that. I mean, the city's already had sunk costs into the project of close to, well, $10 million for the land. So you own the land, you're already spending the money to service it. And then you've spent anywhere between $21 million for the design and the money for the construction management. So those costs are already sunk. I believe one of the questions to administration asked about partnership with Enoch Cree Nation, and at that time, no further communication has happened with them. So,
Yeah, no, for sure. I appreciate it. I mean, it's a gorgeous project, but there's very little room on our credit card. Thank you for coming and sharing today, Miss Parker, or Guest Parker, pardon me. I love that phrase. If you're woke, it's because somebody woke you up. And at the beginning of your sharing, you said that you were a late adopter to the climate movement, and I'm just curious, like, what moved you? You're here. You could have a million other things to do. You could be in Phoenix, and you're here.
Well, the pandemic actually is what triggered it. I had a lot of free time sitting around at home, firstly watching the news about what was happening with COVID and being scared to death, and then reading a lot about the environment. And the more I read, the more I realized what big trouble we're in. And I had always known it, but I pushed it to the back like most of us do because we're so busy with our day-to-day lives and we don't want to think about it. We think it's too big. We don't think we can fix it alone or even as a group. We don't think the whole world will come on board, but we can't think that way. And I started, because I love my grandchildren so much, and my children, of course, I decided, grandchildren are always better, by the way, but the love of my children was also the big instigator, because I want them to have a future, a good future. I don't want them to live in a drought-filled world where we're going to be having water wars and who knows what else. So I really badly care about the future for people in general. And I think we all need to wake up to that, because if we don't, it's almost too late.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
As a city, we have so much power to do that. We actually do. We think we don't, but we actually do. Everybody can do their part, and everything is possible if you really care. You'll find a way.
Thank you very much for coming again. Building off of that, to guest Melross. So one of my lenses I'm trying to look at the budget through is investments that make us time and money, investments that save us time and make us money. And I think a lot of the pieces I saw from your presentation or your package were about energy efficiency. Do you have any quick stats on hand about return on investment for every dollar in, what we can anticipate?
Well, Energy Efficiency Alberta, when they were around, did that study, and it's basically a 3-to-1. So every dollar you invest, you do get a $3 return. One of the capital profiles actually, or unfunded capital service packages, or whatever they're referred to, was the retrofitting of the city's buildings, using what I would call legacy cheap money that we probably won't see in a long time from Canada Infrastructure Bank. That one should make a slam dunk financial case right there. Like, you retrofit those buildings and you'll save on energy costs over the period. And I'm sure that analysis has been done by administration. It's just when you see the budget in this form, you don't actually see the other side of the ledger and all the operational savings that you get from those investments.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you all very much. I'll yield my time.
Thank you so much, Councillor Jazz. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Diot, this question is for you. You had mentioned, a lot of the opinions that you expressed today, I've also heard many same sentiments, and you also mentioned many packages not to fund. Have you heard where more funding would be welcomed?
I think I haven't done a deep dive on it. I'm talking to a lot of people, and I see posts on Facebook, including on the city's site, where they really want to get into, because it's so tough these days with inflation and so forth, they just say, for instance, they can't afford wants that are not needs. I mean, we need to, they're telling me that we need to really concentrate on core services and really think hard before spending a dime on anything that would not be a core service. And public safety was the one thing that came up time and time again. I've talked to a lot of shopkeepers downtown, and I'm sure you work down here, so you know what it's like. And I remember years ago we had a very lively debate about the downtown arena and the fact that we needed a downtown arena to revitalize our downtown. And yet you've got so much disarray and problems in the downtown. So that's the one area that I think that people are all on the same page with.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Mr. Parkinson, I do have a question for you. I was made aware of a new type of fee structure with YMCA that's going to help possibly create sustainability. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, we, over the last few years, even pre-pandemic, had been working with city administration about looking at city facilities and their rates, and we've harmonized our fees for drop-in and for membership. And we've also implemented a new membership fee structure that was launched in November to make it more accessible for families and user-friendly for families. We did some surveying and research during the pandemic and needed to make that model change. And it's been implemented across all our Ys just to try and make it more accessible for the individuals and families that we're serving.
And today I heard a few speakers mentioning about the lack of availability for swim lessons. What would happen, let's say, if the YMCA was not able to, give those lessons anymore? What would happen? What would you foresee?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing 1,500 children and youth a week in swim lessons. We know swim lessons are such a life-saving skill, a life learning skill. Our struggle right now is on finding lifeguards and instructors, just like the city and every other operator. So we're fast-tracking instructors through to try and increase our capacities in our pools to try and get back up. Obviously, if there are no swim lessons in the Castle Downs area, it's a pretty big impact, and it puts on strain right across the city as we're learning in even the bedroom communities are struggling with the capacities in our pools. So I think that's a fairly obvious impact if the Castle Downs pool was not being operated by the Y and would be operated by somebody else.
Good, thank you. And you actually answered my next question. I was going to ask about if there is a lack of instructors, if that is one of the concerns, and I hear that that is.
Yes,
So,
it is,
yeah.
and we're fast-tracking instructors
that's
right
good.
now to put classes through to get more young people back
Right.
in.
Okay, great to hear. That's it for me. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my first question is to Ms. Jen Billier and free play for kids. So the importance of this organization work and then is really critical. I just want to ask the question regarding your request for the funding and 4 years, an annual $600K. That means $2.4 million for that. Specifically, and mentioned this funding for social well-being and community safety, and then just to try to confirm, and this is a stand-alone, and then for the additional request, besides, and you are eligible to apply for community safety and well-being grants as well.
Correct. So these are two separate requests, and I would just mention that sort of details on the budget might be better answered by our executive director, Tim Adams. But I will emphasize that yes, they are two separate budget item requests, and if there are further need for details around that, then I would direct those to Tim Adams.
Okay, so that means, and so you requested this $2.4 million for 4 years at the same time, and you are also eligible to apply for community safety and well-being grants as well. That is a separate fund. Okay.
Correct.
So the next question to Mr. Parkinson. I do believe like YMCA did lots of great work in our community. And then can you tell me, and what's the specific difference this Castle Down YMCA from other YMCA across city, and also what's the difference and between YMCA facility and to our city owns our own facility, and why this request is so critical for you?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Rice. I think first off, the YMCA is a charity. It's been an organization that's been around in this city for 115 years, and it's all dedicated to helping people grow in spirit, mind, and body, and ultimately building thriving communities. And I think if you look at what our mission and our goals and objectives are so aligned with the social values and the social impacts that the city's trying to create. Safe places for people of all backgrounds and different cultural backgrounds and financial to come together. I think that's one of the things that makes us different. The other thing that is we rely on charitable donations and support from the community. We rely on volunteers. I report to a volunteer board of directors, and we have over 400 volunteers that give up their time and talent to help deliver programs and services. And I think the other thing is it's just around the culture of helping people and supporting people in a positive environment. And especially now, I think communities need WISE. They need our community rec centers and places where people can come together and connect and belong, because we've all been impacted to some degree over the last few years. And I think that this is no different than any of the other WISE in the city, with the exception that there's a higher subsidy and financial assistance rate at this one location because of the socioeconomics, with 1 out of 3 people being financially assisted.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. So last question to Mr. Diot. And so thank you for bringing lots of different points and specifically regarding cities debt. And also you mentioned about $42 million for downtown parking. And so can you tell a little bit more detail about what's a specific concern for this project?
I think the concern is mainly that people see, this is what I'm getting from a lot of social media posts. People see the disarray and the problems in the downtown now, and they say, if there's a park there, you haven't solved the issue. That park could become problematic in itself. It's not going to be safe. So they're very cynical, and I don't blame them, because of what they see happening in downtown already. And it's also a fair chunk of money, $42 million for the park and things that come with it. That's money that could provide a lot of shelter spaces, for instance. So that's the main concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Just to follow up on Councillor Rice's questions, Mr. Parkinson, so your ask is $500,000 per year for how many years?
For the 23 through 26 budget
Okay.
annually.
Would that help you kind of stabilize the situation and explore other options, or would that be ongoing into the future?
Yeah, Mayor Sohi, I think we had been working with city administration prior to the pandemic about, it's a 24-year-old facility, it's about to be 25.
Yeah.
The community's changed. And so I think what this would do is, in my words, buys us runway to work with the city to do community engagement, to determine what does that facility, what's missing, what are the amenities and services, is there a renovation and or expansion? The high school's coming online. We'd actually tried to work with the city and the Y and the school to amalgamate those amenities together with the
So allow you that time to figure out more.
Yeah, I think we now have time. If we were to be successful, it buys us time to start to think through what does this facility need to be for the next 25 years.
Got it. That's
Thank you.
I just needed to understand that aspect. Okay, that's good. And to Ms. Nick Schmidt, have you shared your presentation with city administration? Have you had any discussions with them yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't come here to throw stones, but it's been a difficult process.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll follow up during our questioning to administration. You said you will have $250,000 ongoing basis revenue in excess to expenses. So would a loan could be an option if you use that money to pay off that loan? Loan from the city, or just it's not you're open to different options, whether it's grant funding or loan funding.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Just needed to understand that. Going on to Mr. Mike Melross. Where are you? Like, the federal government allocated money for Alberta Eco Trust for City of Edmonton and Calgary, and you are responsible for managing that money. What are some of the partnership opportunities that offers for the city with Canada Infrastructure Bank? Because one thing that I'll be looking for in this budget is those partnership opportunities to extend, kind of expand the use and the value of city resources.
Well, I think the partnership opportunities are significant there. And when the Low Carbon Cities Canada Network was established, it was established with the philosophy that other levels of government, corporate donations, other philanthropic sources would crowd in additional funding into the activities. The federal government has put on some significant fiscal constraints, though, in the spending of the dollars. So it is an endowment model. So that means we need to preserve the capital, and there's a certain nominal value that we cannot go below. And the markets, the way that they have been, is that we are approaching those limits. So anywhere we can get additional funding helps us unlock that federal funding.
Okay.
So what we've been able to see over time is that we can actually, every dollar we spend from that Climate Innovation Fund, we've been able to raise an additional $3 from other sources. Okay. We think we can do better than that. We can even make 5 to 1 is what we.
So would you share with us what would be some of the unfunded service packages that are part of the budget? Which one of those will help us leverage more?
Yeah, I don't have a clean, totally clear line of sight, but I do believe it's in the energy transition composite implementation service package. So it's a number of things I think that administration has put into that composite. My understanding is that there is a contribution to Alberta Eco Trust in that package.
Okay, well, okay, good. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate everyone for coming. Yeah, I'll now take the chair back.
It's yours.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions to this panel. Once again, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts and ideas with us. And as we get into the budget process, we will be looking at different ideas and partnerships. So once again, thank you so much. Now we go into our panel number 3, and I'll call your names. And please identify if you're here or joining us virtually. Jacob Komar, remotely.
I'm Samir.
I see you. Bradley LaFortune, in person. Okay, you'll be number 2, Brad. Drina Schneider, in person. Greater Hardesty Community Sustainability Coalition. You'll be number 3. Bruce A. Rogers, Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club, in person. You'll be number 4. Please come down. Rocky Firo, joining remotely.
Here.
Thank you. You'll be number 5. Lenny Chudik, in person. Lenny, are you here? Lenny, in person or remotely? No. Paul Sir is not joining us, so his name is crossed. No, yeah. No, Paul Sir would not be joining us. Lenny Chudik. Heather McKenzie. Heather McKenzie, joining remotely. Heather, not here. Justin Wheeler, remotely. Justin, are you here? No. Eric Lewis, QP, Local 30, in person. Eric, please come down. Monica Molina, in person, QP 30. Monica, nice to see you. Please join us here. Satya, I see you, Satya Das. please come down. David Cooper in person. David, there you are. Joe Zerkowicz, I saw Joe earlier. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Nice to see you, Joe. Joshua Novochin in person. Joshua, you're here. Mark Edie, Elder Grove Community League joining remotely. Mark, are you there? No. Troy Shalifu, Kids Cottage in person. Troy, please come down. Vishnu Thapalia. Vishnu, nice to see you. Please come down. Sheldon Cardinal, Kids Cottage in person. Please come down. Okay. And we will start with Jacob Komar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, and Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Jacob, and I'm here to speak to you as the co-chair of the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. Wish could be there with you in person, but I didn't want to share whatever virus is currently ravaging my body. Speaking of ravaging things, in July of 1977, after years of research by scientists at Exxon, a scientist named James Black delivered a sobering message to the Exxon Management Committee about their findings on climate change. He warned them that doubling CO2 emissions would increase average global temperatures by 2 or 3 degrees. He told them we only had 5 to 10 years to act. This was 1977. We now know that instead of acting on this information, Exxon took a page from the tobacco industry and covered up the science, actively funded misinformation, and refused to acknowledge their own findings. So the public didn't find out about climate change until about June 1988, when NASA scientist James Hansen told a congressional hearing about the dangers of climate change. A prescient and eerie speech that has only been proven right over time. The response? Nothing. Our emissions have grown 68% since then. Exxon and other oil companies kept funding misinformation and successfully lobbied the US from signing the Kyoto Protocol a decade later in 1998. From Paris in 2015 to Egypt this year at COP27, we meet to pay lip service to action and do nothing. At this year's COP27 conference, there were 637 fossil fuel lobbyists at the conference, 25% more than the last conference and more than any single country's delegation. So are we surprised that we just hit another record for emissions in 2022? It's 2022 and our emissions are rising. We are at war with nature. We are destroying the very ecosystems that provide us food, clean water, energy, stable climates, and materials for things like clothing, homes, and selfie sticks. How can we not see that if we are at war with nature, we are at war with ourselves? If we continue on this path, our economies and societies will collapse. Ecosystems sustain societies that create economies. It does not work the other way around. So since our federal and provincial governments have failed us, we need to take matters into our own hands. Municipal action is the only chance we have. You were elected on that hope, with 75% of Edmontonians supporting more climate action. And indeed, we spent the last decade creating transition strategy, tweaking it, improving it, declaring a climate emergency. Our volunteer committee has worked for 6 years on helping to improve the strategy and making sure climate action is not forgotten in all city plans. We were reassured by administration that they understood the urgency. And now that we are finished planning, it's time to act. We see this budget. And once again, nothing. What happened? This budget reflects old thinking for a city of 50 years ago. Almost every climate action is unfunded. Where are the bold moves? We're about to do the same thing that all the climate conferences in the past have done, talk but not act. Corporate interests have taken over every aspect of our lives. We've abandoned the design of cities to the greedy investors. We've lost the battle between public good and commercial opportunism. There will always be a lobby fighting for ugly, sprawling, unsustainable development, but we can say no. Beautiful, sustainable cities have only ever been created when governments have imposed strict, ambitious regulations to keep the greedy private interests in check. Investing in climate action is the first step in taking cities back for ourselves. We need to start building things that don't leave us regretting the nature that is lost. We need to build a unified vision of what Edmonton can be, a bigger, bolder vision. Does expanding 14 kilometers of the Yellowhead or building a rec center on the edge of town build on our grand vision of Edmonton? I doubt anyone in Edmonton would agree with that. Expanding the Yellowhead wasn't done because of an overarching principle of making our city more vibrant, healthy, and walkable. It was made with the old thinking. And maybe those decisions were made by past councils, but we didn't vote for them. We voted for you and your vision. Please show us what that vision is. Cities is where change has to happen. Our provincial government has shown that it has no clue what it is doing. It will never act. We have to push them. Make a statement. Say and do something bold. Make it national news. Strain some relationships. Push them to do better. If you won't, nothing will change. Leading is not easy, but someone needs to stand up if we have any chance of making a difference. I can't keep looking at my kids' faces and tell them that once again, in the face of disaster, we did nothing. When it was COVID, we acted. If it was a tornado or a flood, we would act and not ask what the cost of overtime for the firefighter costs. Just because this is a faraway problem doesn't make it less critical. Does the threat of the collapse of our food systems, our water systems, our climate, our society not scare us enough to act? We simply cannot afford to wait. The cost of inaction is far higher than investing in a sustainable future. This budget is how we act, right here, right now.
Thank you, Jacob. Next, we go to Bradley LaFortune.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's nice to be here today in person for the first time. My name is Bradley LaFortune. I am the Executive Director of Public Interest Alberta, and I'm here on behalf of PIA. I also have the pleasure of sitting on the board of ECHO, the Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness, and as a fellow for the Affordable Housing Solutions Lab at the U of A. But I'm not here on behalf of them, so don't blame them for what I'm about to say. This is almost more intimidating than standing in front of a convoy, I have to say. But I have had the opportunity to meet with many of you, most of you, over the past couple of weeks to talk about housing. That's a number one priority for our organization. I think we have a big opportunity to make it a priority in our city budget for the next 4 years. I don't have to tell any of you that this budget is probably the primary statement that you're going to make as a council over the next 4 years. And that if we want to leverage every single dollar that we can possibly leverage from the federal government and the provincial government and our partners, we need to be at the table. And it just so happens that we have an opportunity to be at the table first. And so I'm going to be pretty short today. Usually I get cut off, but I'm going to be really specific and clear with my asks. I'd like to see us fully fund 4 specific unfunded areas. First of all, in the capital budget, $91.7 million for capital. I think it's on, you probably know which page it's on. I can send an email and follow up. Secondly, for the operating budget, $18.67 million per year for operating. And in addition to that, the washroom strategy, that is an operating budget. And finally, the grant in lieu of the tax exemption program for permanent supportive housing providers, I think we need to look at very seriously. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I'll just leave off by saying that, you know, at PIA, and I think for a lot of our members and organizations that partner with us, we believe that housing is a human right. We believe that when it comes to adequate housing, we need to look at every single thing that we can do as a government. Of course, we don't have primary jurisdiction here at City Council, but we do have leverage and we do have opportunities to make sure that we are pulling every single lever that we can to be first funder and make sure that we maximize dollars from the Rapid Housing Initiative, from the provincial government. I swear to goodness, we will get them to the table, even if we have to kick and drag and scream at them to get there. But we can't ensure that we leverage every single dollar unless we go first. And so I really encourage you to listen to what you're hearing from Edmontonians. I know you're getting a few emails right now, and please do put housing first in this budget so that we can build housing now, and we can finally turn the corner on the crisis in houselessness in our city. Thank you for your time, and I'll just stop there.
Thank you. Less than 3 minutes. This must be first for you, Brad. Right? Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. We'll go to Drina Schneider for next, joining us in person.
Thank you. My name is Drina Schneider. I'm a long-term resident of Fulton Place and a volunteer with the Greater Hardisty Coalition. I'm here to speak to the continued support of the 101 Avenue Corridor Vision. The Greater Hardisty Coalition is asking for Council's support in funding the 101 Ave Streetscape project. Our ask is for the city to fund this project to the next checkpoint within the 2023-26 capital budget period. I understand that the estimated capital cost to proceed from checkpoint 2 to 3 is $1.3 million. Though this is a relatively small ask in today's tight economic times, all asks seem large. It was a local community support for densification along 101 Ave that initiated the development of the 101 Avenue Corridor Study. This local community support was further evidenced with submissions and presentations during the 2018 public hearings to support funding for the 101 Ave, and the Greater Hardisty Coalition and local communities continue to advocate for investment for 101 Ave today. So why are we here today? Once again, we find that the proposed 2023-26 capital budget does not include any funding to advance the 101 Avenue Streetscape project. The business case for continuing to fund the 101 Avenue project remains strong, if not stronger than before. Why? There's a number of compelling arguments to support further funding of 101 Ave. Key ones include alignment with city planning documents. First and foremost, the 101 Ave corridor area and its proposed redevelopment aligns with the current city plan, which provides the strategic direction on the future planning and development in the city. Specifically, the city plan identifies the 101 Avenue corridor as a secondary corridor connecting to the Capilano District node in the Southeast District, a district connector bike route, and a district transit route. 101 Ave is also in close proximity to the city's river valley. In terms of the expected phasing of growth of the 101 Ave corridor, the city plan shows incremental growth of up to 1,000 dwelling units within the immediate 1 to 1.25 million population timeframe. To activate or support this growth, the city plan reports that the city will invest or undertake activation activities to prioritize targeted investment during this initial growth period. Though there's no specific time frame attached to the 1 to 1.25 population growth, the approximate estimate is 10 years. Catalyst project. The 101 Ave capital project is not simply a beautification project. The 101 Ave project serves as a critical catalyst to attract further investment and development to the corridor and surrounding communities. City's financial sustainability. The 101 Ave project contributes to improving the city's fiscal efficiency, which benefits all city ratepayers. As stated in the city plan on page 148, a more compact urban forum is expected to improve Edmonton's net financial position. In the business case undertaken and presented to City Council at the 2018 budget deliberation public hearings, it conservatively estimated incremental assessment growth of $240 million along the 101 Avenue corridor. The existing services, city services such as recreation, library, fire protection, policing, and transit are already in place, which play an important role in supporting and achieving the overall vision of a walkable, mixed-use area without added capital requirements for these services. City attractiveness. The location of 101 Ave and its close proximity to the city's downtown core supports and strengthens the growth and vibrancy of the city's downtown area, which is important for overall city sustainability and attractiveness. Our capital ask. The capital funding request for the 101 Avenue project is tied to further design work and does not involve actual construction dollars, which are currently being subjected to escalating construction costs and inflationary impacts. From a timing point of view, it is advantageous for the city to commit funding for design work now so that the city can proceed with construction when economic conditions improve. The identification of 101 Ave in the city plan and its projected growth and investment within the 1 to 1.25 million population timeframe adds a maturity level to the project whose scope can now be better defined. And finally, community support. YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard. The coalition and neighboring communities support the benefits redevelopment along the 101 Avenue corridor would bring. This includes rejuvenating an underdeveloped area and making it a walkable and attractive destination community hub, and increasing the population by providing increased mix of housing forms to accommodate a growing population and different demographic groups. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us, and that brings us to 3:30, and we are going to take a break for 15 minutes at this time, and we will come back starting with Bruce Rogers. Okay, all right, please be back in 15 minutes. Until then, we are on the recess. Bruce, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of Edmonton Council. I'm Bruce Rogers. I'm a member of the Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club. And Shannon Watson, who is in charge of the membership there, is also here should you have questions. We've been recipients of grants over the last couple of years, and I have to say that I, among the others, am grateful. I'm new to the game. I'm a member of one of the many men and women who need exercise and social interplay to keep us healthy. We're of all ages. We seldom wear whites. We're certainly not privileged. A lot of us are on fixed income. We're grateful we can afford to play perhaps the most affordable game of them all. Thanks for Edmonton's support of our club and for all the sports facilities this city provides, including indoor winter lawn bowls. Now, I should say our operation grant has been $16,500. We absolutely need it. Commonwealth was preserved by the city after the '78 Commonwealth Games. Now for 40 years, it's welcomed a broad range of participants, men, women, children, social, competitive, the physically challenged, schools, churches, charities, those with special needs. It costs over $100,000 a year, and we do need those grants. The deficit after the grant of other sources is about $180,000. I should say $80,000. It's crucial, clearly crucial for seniors like me. It keeps us active, it keeps us socially engaged. It does that for young and old, for bowlers at that club from 9 to 90. Competitors have compared their home field with those elsewhere. They know it sets a standard, and their pride fosters their volunteer effort. Commonwealth absolutely depends on volunteers. They sustain a priceless facility. Volunteers, one of our crucial supports, member dues, rentals, grants. The dues count for about 10%, the grant 16%. Rental income helps too, but at Commonwealth, volunteerism keeps this valuable city facility alive. For me, on a move to Edmonton, I wanted to find a lawn bowling club. I'd heard lots of good things about Commonwealth, how friendly, supportive it was, how fine its greens, and most important to many seniors, how affordable it was. Affordability means accessibility and inclusivity. Anyone can play. Everyone's invited to try lawn bowling. In curling, it's not unusual to pay $500 for a membership plus weekly or league fees. Consider golf club fees, well, consider even a 9-hole round. But keeping fit doesn't mean a costly elite sports membership. Commonwealth proves it. With 2 open houses this year, or in 23, you can drop in and try it yourself. I hope you will. I joined because I need exercise, walking, bending, stretching. In fact, this lawn bowling club helps keep me and my peers alive. It's good medicine. At 89, I can still get down to measure which bowl is closest to the jack. I admit it's getting a lot harder to get back up. In fact, I didn't think lawn bowling would improve my posture, but I could stand up and show you that I stand corrected. The COVID virus hit us all hard. Safety efforts, more volunteer duties kept Commonwealth alive, but there were fewer renters to help with the overhead. Membership fell too. That's been reversed, but a real financial crisis does threaten. We need your help. You guardians of the budget must weigh each expenditure so taxpayers get full value. You try to preserve the value of every part of hard infrastructure and those of the soft and valuable human service systems. You have a tough job. Consider the human costs, competing needs, find a balance between pressing new ideas and urgent social needs. We offer a simple reminder. Investments made over the years already benefit us all. To sustain them while building anew is the challenge. Time to do it again. Take advantage of what Edmonton has built. Take full advantage of volunteer community input. Please keep Commonwealth alive. It's not an either-or question. The bottom line is important. My memory is now getting kind of bad. One of my companions asked the other day, how bad is it, was the reply. And then that first guy said, how bad's what? That's just one of the problems. Balance is another one. I'm aided by the exercise I get in a city park with lawn bowling, 4 magnificent greens.
I am going to stop you here. I'm going to stop you here. You said someone is here to answer questions. I'm sorry, what's your name?
Yes, behind me is Shannon Watson, who is the...
If you could please, clerk, if you could register her just in case if there are questions for her, please do, because she's not registered at this time. You still have 10 minutes for her to register, because after 4 o'clock, no one, new members of public cannot register to speak. If you please do. Next, we will go to Raquel Firo from Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition.
Thank you very much. I do have 2 slides. I don't know if they're up, but should be on slide 1 if available. So I'm speaking to 2 budget requests from ERVCC, and that's nature-based solutions for 15 million and Natural Areas Reserve Fund for 10 million. Ask 1, we joined the city's Energy Transition Climate Resiliency Advisory Committee and Alberta Eco Trust in asking for funding of nature-based solutions, or pathway 4 of the updated energy transition strategy. The case, well-researched and documented in C40 Cities Knowledge Hub, McKinsey Reports International Institute for Sustainable Development, and we know nature-based solutions offer many ecosystem services, cooling streets, buildings, limiting floodwater, reducing impact of erosion. Concrete example here in Edmonton, the city is currently going to be wants to spend, that is, 21 million on erosion control. With better nature-based solutions, we could avoid those costs. It's much cheaper than failing to adapt. And it offers many of the co-benefits like inclusive well-being and green jobs. So an economic driver. The city expects protecting and restoring significant ecosystems and adding trees and greener practices to play a key role in reducing carbon. And nature-based solution encompasses other items in the budget in need of funding, like the Urban Forest Management Plan. Our river valley is the backbone of our blue and green infrastructure and a lifeline in times of climate change. And we still have much to protect, restore, and enhance as per the city plan you see there on slide 1.4.2.1. Nature-based solutions will support the valley and the tablelands. And tablelands are an important refugia for our valley and a way to connect all peoples to land equitably. Slide 2, if you have slides available. We have a second ask, and that's to support the Rutherford motion for a Natural Areas Reserve Fund. The 2 asks go together. You need the land in order to offer the nature-based solutions. The reserve fund is critical for achieving our biodiversity and climate goals. And the capital budget provides an option to allocate 10 million over 4 years. And it augments the funding of the 7.5 million that is recommended for natural areas land acquisition, but is noted by the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society that will soon be fully allocated. So our 2 asks, 15 million for nature-based solutions and 10 to support Natural Areas Reserve Fund. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Lenny Chudik, Civic Service Union 52, in person or remotely. I don't see Lenny here in the chamber hall. Lenny, are you joining us remotely? No, we'll move on to Heather McKenzie, Solar Alberta, joining remotely. Heather McKenzie. No. All right, we'll move on to Justin Wheeler, joining us remotely. There we go. Go ahead.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks for having me today. My name is Justin Wheeler, and I'm here speaking today as a resident. I'm a professional engineer with 15 years of experience working on climate change issues. I'm a resident of Edmonton, a parent with 2 kids, one recently diagnosed with asthma, living in Blatchford in the city of Edmonton. So I'm going to focus on climate change today. I know you have a lot in front of you that's really important, and you have a very difficult job. I appreciate that. I want to speak to you about the climate priorities because that's my area of expertise. As a family, we use active transport, transit. We are lucky enough to own an electric vehicle, so we use that when we need a car. We have solar on our home and live in Blatchford, so we benefit from the district heating system. Climate and affordability, I think, are 2 of the most significant and interrelated crises that are facing our world and our city. We've seen significant increases in volatility in energy prices in the recent years, especially since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Edmonton has shown courage on climate policy in your statements and vision, in the declaration of climate emergency, the energy transition strategy, and embedding it in the city strategy and more. Many residents have contributed significant time and expertise in support of these important initiatives. But unfortunately, passing and promoting declarations, strategies, action plans, and targets without funding for the actions in these documents is simply greenwashing. At COP27 a couple of weeks ago, I believe you were there, Mayor, there was a report from the United Nations High-Level Expert Group on the net zero emissions commitments of non-state entities, titled Integrity Matters, Net Zero Commitments by Businesses, Financial Institutions, Cities, and Regions. This group, chaired by Catherine McKenna, the former Minister of Environment and Climate Change for Canada, and a high-level group of 18 independent experts with significant experience across a diversity of sectors, countries, and regions, stated that non-state actors, industry, financial institutions, cities, and regions play a critical role in getting the world to net zero no later than 2050. They will either help scale the ambition and action we need to ensure a sustainable planet, or else they strongly increase the likelihood of global failure. The planet cannot afford delays, excuses, or more greenwashing. Also in that report was a statement from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, which said, "We urgently need every business, investor, city, state, and region to walk the talk on the net zero promises. We cannot afford slow movers, fake movers, or any form of greenwashing. It's time for action." Your documents speak for the case for action in a lot of eloquent words. They speak to the devastating impacts already being experienced due to climate change. But that action hasn't translated in this budget. Most of the infrastructure installed in the next 3 years will still be in operation in 2050 when the city has committed to meeting net zero. So I urge you to change course and fully fund the comprehensive energy transition and climate adaptation plans approved by Council. I ask you to fund full clean energy improvement program now, not just a pilot. This is a critical program because there are a lot of things that people could do that would actually save them money, but they don't have the capital to do it, especially in low-income situations. Home energy retrofits for low-income people are critical, as they are for businesses. These programs don't just help with climate change, they support local jobs, energy cost savings for residents, and air quality. So this includes the items listed under C627 of the operating budget, the unfunded programs on pages 238 to 244. And finally, my last 30 seconds, just a quick word about Blatchford. I was extremely disappointed to see the proposal to switch to a natural gas-fired district heating system for Blatchford. It was based on a fundamental flaw, which was a natural gas price of $1.67. per gigajoule. That's less than a fifth of current prices and projected prices out to 2030. So that analysis needs to be redone and that decision needs to be reconsidered. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Just next, we will go to Eric Lewis from QP Local 30.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And I just have to say the mustaches are looking good. You have a couple more days to go. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak on behalf of QP 30 with over 4,000 hardworking members that I represent. We have two things that I ask councillors to consider during the four-year budget deliberation and the decision you make as governors of the city. Healthy working conditions and having enough staff to do for the job is essential. Cuts to the front line would worsen the current issues. Have conversations with us, your frontline employees. We are here to help and serve the public. We are Edmontonians. Let's have an honest conversation about working conditions and the current looming labor shortage. There are many good reasons why people come and work for the city, but there's also a lot of reasons why they're leaving. Frustrations with how the city has been operating and how your staff have been treated over the past couple of years is a big part of the problem. We have a city operating on overtime. Snow and ice last year had an open door policy. You want overtime? Come in, you'll get it. The peace officers and houseless crew have over 2,400 hours of overtime this year. That's 2 more full-time peace officers that we could have had. The peace officer position here at City Hall is at over 1,000 hours of overtime this year. That's another full-time peace officer you could have had at City Hall. Spring Sweep 2022, your employees were subject to mandatory overtime. Employees were told you must work overtime or they could face discipline. This is no joke. When we questioned the city about the implementation of mandatory overtime, the response was, we don't have the staffing levels to get the job done without mandatory overtime. Overtime burns out members, brings down productivity, and has a strain on the workers. Mental health, increases sick time, and takes time away from their family. The city of Edmonton has overtime abuse happening. Decisions made by upper management is a leading cause. Work-life balance is important. Councillors, please keep working conditions for employees in your thoughts, as it's not only benefits workers, but makes responsible fiscal sense to do so. Creating quality frontline worker, public service jobs is responsible. We need full-time positions. My second ask, frontline workers' voice are valuable. First-hand experience, knowledge, and expertise are essential to ensure effective and efficient operation. We all know the example last season prior to budget being passed. Multiple frontline workers were raising the alarms to management why blading to pavement was a bad idea and it was going to be costly impact on the residents. Those brave employees were frustrated but not surprised that their concerns and professional input was never disclosed to council. Had the voices of frontline workers been shared with council, or had there been expertise in upper management to understand what impact blading to pavement would have, maybe a different decision regarding blading would have been made. To my second point, councillors, being able to hear the expertise of frontline workers from time to time is important. To not have these voices considered in high-level decision-making can and has serious consequences on taxpayers' dollars. Quality of service and employee morale. Management is going to great lengths to keep you from hearing the frontline workers' voices, as evident by administration not allowing councillors to visit frontline workers without management present. This is not about councillors getting involved in operation. This is a governance issue when governors of our city are being prevented from accessing pertinent information when making high-level decisions about our city. QP 30 members are citizens, taxpayers, your constituents, and the professional frontline workers of Edmonton, and they are frustrated with how this city is being managed. We are proud of the work we do, the city we live in, and we want our voices to be heard to the benefit of Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. Next, we will go to Monica Molina.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Molina, and I'm here to speak to you about my experience working for the city. I joined the city as a labor relations consultant in early 2017, and after 5 years and exposure to the city culture, I made the decision to join QP 30 as a union business agent. I am presenting today to highlight some observations of my time with the city and as well to support QP30's position that the city currently does not have enough staff and basic operations are over-dependent on overtime. During my experience in the Labor Relations Department, and even today from a union perspective, admin has created policies and applied them in an inconsistent manner, creating confusion for our members as well as employees applying those policies. A recent example of this is is a policy and fleet introducing enhanced GPS monitoring. This policy has resulted in demerits being issued to members without a proper investigation, potentially leading to a loss of employment without an appropriate LR investigation as well. Now, to be perfectly clear, the union fully supports the safety of members and citizens, but there is an inconsistent application of when to apply the note policy. This drives costs for multiple areas in multiple ways, from grievances, which takes up time for various levels of stakeholders, not to mention potential reinstatement costs, to overtime in the areas so that they can fill in for the member who is off work and maintain service level coverage. Another example of misuse of budget is in 2018, Workplace Restoration was created and launched in 2019 for the purpose of addressing workplace conflict among staff. This work is laudable. In fact, QP30, along with other union partners, were party to some of the original discussions that led to the creation of Workplace Restoration Group. However, we had concerns then, but over the last few years, some of the core duties have moved over to labor relations. The best example of this is mediation, which is an important step in conflict resolution, but unfortunately, LR staff are not equipped or trained as mediators. Another change is that since the pandemic, the teams have moved to virtual meetings, which is not engaging for staff and creates a Band-Aid solution so that they can hit their internal target numbers without actually addressing or solving the conflict. Most recently, in this specific department, which is a staff of 7, they are assigning 3 consultants for 1 file, which consists of managing a group of 15. In another case, Restoration worked with a group for months, which after it ended resulted in discipline for a member when it could have been resolved in the year-long process had they been fully engaged. From an outside perspective, there is a clear lack of fiduciary duty. This is admin creating an illusion that they are actually addressing the workplace issues when they in fact sit on my desk now as grievances, so the output is clearly lacking. Lastly, I would like to highlight a symptom of not having enough staff. In my experience on both the union and the employer side, there have been examples of disciplines, and I'm specifically referring to suspensions being applied but not being served as there is not enough staff to support operations. There is simply not enough staff to cover city requirements. When that happens, we see QP members who have a suspension looming over their head, which they cannot actually serve because the work areas cannot spare to have them away from work. Never mind that the fact that this suspension has been directly caused by overworked or a momentary lapse of judgment at a work-related or extreme pressure to get the job done. QP members in understaffed areas are being pushed to the limit to meet their goals. Their suggestions to the work areas to make more efficient are falling on deaf ears, and they come see their managers waste resources on solutions that don't actually solve anything. Staff become demoralized, leading to reduced engagement and a workforce that is simply doing their job instead of passionately serving Edmontonians. QP30 calls on Council to seriously invest in staffing for frontline services with permanent full-time positions that can allow the work areas to deliver services that Edmontonians expect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts. Really appreciate it. And next we will go to Satya Das. Satya, go ahead, please. Your mic? Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Satyavrata Das. I have the fortune to lead an international think tank called the Center of Excellence on Human-Centered Global Economy at the Digital Economist, which is at the forefront of thought leadership on the climate crisis. And I also thank you for giving me the responsibility and the opportunity to serve the city as a volunteer on the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee. Mr. Mayor, you and I have spent the last quarter century collaborating on community initiatives and activities to advance the public interest and advance the common good, but I must say that the climate crisis is the most daunting challenge we will face and we will have faced, particularly in the international arena as it comes to the confluence of the climate crisis, conflict, and corruption. This existential threat to the planet may seem quite remote from the city, but in fact it is not. Our actions as a city are part of our locally determined contributions to climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, which form the basis of the national determined contribution, which is at the heart of the UN process. So in taking a look at the draft budget and indeed the framework of our overall response, the first observation I come to is that we don't seem to have a sense of urgency in the city in responding to the climate emergency that Council declared 4 years ago, and I have yet to see a comprehensive assessment of whether we in fact have an emergency response capacity within the city to meet the emergency that's declared. We wouldn't really claim to safely serve the fire emergency by having only one fire hall in a city of this size. So where is the assessment that we need to optimally pursue and fulfill climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience pursuant to the August 2019 declaration? I think we're fortunate in having, as city manager, someone who in his former life as a Canadian soldier was particularly adept at emergency response. As Brigadier General André Corbeau, he took on the daunting task of rebuilding civil society in Afghanistan, dealing with 24 ministries in a corrupt and conflict-ridden environment. So I hope that that experience will stand him in good stead if City Council asks him to pursue actionable solutions to the climate emergency. The practical implication is to review every item in the draft budget for optimal alignment with responding to the climate emergency. This is especially important in Council's review of big-ticket capital expenditures, such as roadway and freeway expansion, in determining how to have an appropriate response. City employees should be encouraged to look at every city action through the lens of climate emergency response. This may require a change in perspective among and between city employees and their departments and in the contractors the city hires. What does this mean practically? It means priority funding for zero-emission mobility. If you take zero-emission mobility as the rubric and the umbrella, you will see that this is the single greatest measure we can take within our roles and responsibilities: electrifying the city fleet, building public charging capacity, expanding bus rapid transit with electric buses, expanding corridors of non-motorized transport, such as biking, walking, and hiking trails, are unfunded in the draft budget. Funding zero-emission mobility must be a priority and a credible response. As my last point, looking forward, I would say that we need to prepare for a population surge that is somewhat beyond our calculations right now, as more and more climate refugees choose to move to our region and our city. These will not be refugees without any economic means. Rather, they'll be people who are coming here for the affordability of the housing and for the sustainability of the climate, and they will be leaving areas of the world that are less and less habitable as time goes on. Those are a few points I wish to leave you with, and I'd be pleased to volunteer my services pro bono publico for any assistance the city might need, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satya, for joining us, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. And next we will go to David Cooper.
Thanks, Mayor Nenshi and Mayor Sohi, and I used to work at City of Calgary, so
No
sorry
worries.
about that.
He's better looking than I am.
Nice seeing you again, Mayor Sohi, as I bumped into you at Cepha Bus on Saturday, so I'm going to try to somewhat forgive myself there. My name is David Cooper. I'm the Principal in Mobility Consulting. Next slide, please. I'm going to speak to you from a whole bunch of different lenses. I've been working in transit planning for about 18 years, and once I was a former senior transit planner who used to appear in front of Mayor Nenshi at council, but anyways, worked on a whole bunch of projects from LRT expansion, airport BRT, regional transit, went on later on in my career to be the lead transit planner for TransLink, the Metro Vancouver Regional Transit Authority. Got to co-author the first national report on women's travel patterns on transit with the University of Alberta. was actually here in front of council here back in in April, on sustainable funding tools for ETS. So looking at the different tools available to you in terms of bolstering your operating and capital expenses. And then also was able to contribute as the lead author for the National On-Demand Transit Guidelines. So most importantly here, I'm also a born and raised Edmontonian that really cares about the city and would like to speak about 4 different transit projects and initiatives in the budget. Next slide, please. The first one being bus rapid transit. I have a whole bunch of series of thoughts on this in terms of my work from across the country and the impact of BRT that would have within your particular community. It's an unfunded service package of $7.3 million. The city actually just consulted on this, and to really have it pause right after consultation is one component. It really speaks to a service that would serve many parts of the city that will never get LRT. A lot of these areas are high ridership services. You'll see the map on the left. This is the equity-seeking communities and transit service map that was presented to Urban Planning Committee last week. The BRT network is layered on top in red. Areas that I think are a particular focus from my mind would be 97th Street. It's an area that has significant transit ridership. If you look at the whole route level ridership of the area, we have services that have upwards of about 15,000 transit customers, 500 buses a day. It's one of the busiest bus-based corridors we have in the area. We have trips that are having 60 people a trip, which is some of the highest in the city. The entire corridor serves several equity-seeking communities. If you really want to tie transit investments to equity, this is the corridor I would really look at in great detail. There's other elements of this program from the Airport Express service that is also looked at as an unfunded service package, particularly with the Calgary Trail corridor. It's a highway commercial corridor that would require improvements from the infrastructure to connect some of the low-wage employment areas we have. Other agencies I work with in their equity assessments, we look just as much at low-wage employment as well as in addition to where equity-seeking communities are. And then also White Avenue, it's the highest, most frequent and highest individual bus route you have in the city. So this particular network, which is not funded, which I think is a bit challenging in this budget cycle, I really hope that council takes a deep look at this as well. Next slide. I've seen the evolution of the LRT system and the expansion of it. It's been great to see how much, next slide please. It's been great to see how much the city has been invested also with your provincial and federal partners, but there is one key component that I think is something that is becoming critical, is really the emplacement of the existing fleet. We have LRT cars that were designed for 30 years of life. They're pushing 45. They'll be 50 by the time they're replaced. ETS has to machine their own parts. This is not a situation that you want to be in terms of running a modern LRT system. There's fleet reliability issues, there's failure rates. ETS is going to be getting more Calgary cars from my former agency to cannibalize to keep the system running. This is not a situation that I think you would want to stay in. It's going to take several years to get the full procurement of 67 cars you need. That's the 37 for the replacements, and then also a number for the expansion as well. Anything below 50 LRVs, you eliminate your component to get competitive pricing, you eliminate your ability to actually get multiple bids, and frankly, if the city can reduce risk on LRT projects, as we've seen, that's one of the best things you can do. Next slide. I'm excited to see the conversation of airport transit. I was the lead for the airport BRT program that went up in Calgary International Airport when I was working for them. One of the things that airport transit gets a bit discussed about is really the big driver for airport transit is workers. Workers need to get the airport every day. These are a lot of jobs that are service sector, low wage, come from across the city. You know, there's multiple markets that can be made. There's a lot of conversation about business attraction and all those other components. We need to have partnerships. We need to understand how we can work with partners on that. It needs to be tied to the BRT program. It needs to be looking at the workers. And we have service demands down there now. There's hourly service. I've taken that 747 service several dozen times, and it's very challenging to take. It is overcrowded. It runs once an hour. And there's components of service where we can see improvements for, as well fare policy. We put additional ad fare on the Calgary service. That's actually something that's really hindered our ability to attract riders. It's the pursuit of choice riders when we need to actually provide service to workers in that particular part of the city. Last slide is I'll talk about on-demand. Most nimble service delivery model that you have across the city, serves 50 communities, 16 large senior residences. Any other alternative to this service beyond April will be much more expensive and much more limited. So it is something that I think is very top of mind. It serves almost every ward of the city, and it's one of the precursors of why we have a frequent transit service and a whole bunch of different service models, which is great. But the program definitely needs careful consideration from council. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, David. Next, we will go to Joe Zerkowicz.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Joe Yurkovich, and I'm the president of EMBA, the Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance. Next slide, please. The Queen Elizabeth Park Master Plan was adopted in 2013, but a significant portion of the plan, phases 3 and 5, was left unfunded at that time. That unfunded portion has come forward in the draft capital plan and remains unfunded at a cost of $7.6 million. Next slide. This is the page that describes the components of phase 3. Next slide. This is a larger picture of phase 3, showing the bike skills area and single track flow trails along with other components of phase 3. Next slide, please. EMBA volunteers have been working with the city for the past 2 years to advance a community-led project for completion of the Bike Skills Park and associated trails that are a component of phase 3. We've passed checkpoint 1 and will soon pass concept checkpoint 2 in the process, having engaged Common Ground, an experienced bike park design firm, to complete our concept plan, which my colleague will discuss in further depth. The estimated cost to complete the Bike Skills Park is $1,235,000 versus the unfunded phases budget of $7.6 million. And we're here today to request City Council funding of approximately one half of that amount, $600,000. Next slide, please. While I'm here today for EMBA, I'm an M&A and tax lawyer, and I've been a member of the Chamber of Commerce's Finance, Budget, and Regulation Committee for about 10 years, so I'm very aware of the pressure Council is under to reduce rather than increase the budgets by removing projects from funded budgets rather than adding unfunded projects in. I agree with the sentiments expressed in the journal editorial by the Chamber, UDI, and BOMA that Council must ensure that you maximize the return from every dollar that you spend in these budgets. And that's why I'm here today speaking in favor of partial funding of EMBA's project, because I believe it will provide an exceptional return on your investment. Next slide, please. After an earlier presentation to Council, a former chair of the Chamber of Commerce sent me an article about Walmart's home, Bentonville, Arkansas, describing how Walmart has made an investment in mountain bike skills parks and trails in order to attract and retain employees to their community. Next slide. The initiative has been wildly successful, popular with both citizens and visitors, and a focal point of Bentonville's tourism marketing. Next slide. Next slide. And the next one. Other jurisdictions recognize the value of mountain biking for tourism and their citizens' quality of life. This slide shows a 72-page Destination British Columbia paper. Next slide. The paper highlights the benefits to a community and a desirable demographic of visitors that mountain bike infrastructure attracts. Next slide. Since 2007, Kelowna has had a mountain bike strategy that specifically recommends construction of mountain bike skills parks, both to enhance quality of life and to reduce construction of rogue trails. Next slide. Mountain biking and the Bike Skills Park will align perfectly with Explore Edmonton's objectives. In the operating budget, Explore Edmonton emphasizes that they are aligning their objectives with Destination Canada. Next slide. Here we have the cover page of a 2015 Destination Canada publication and the airport arrival desk, both showcasing 3 mountain bikers in our river valley. Next slide. And the cost of mountain bike infrastructure is a fraction of the cost of other recreational amenities, both to build and maintain. As Council is aware, EMBA is the only group carrying out maintenance work on our vast network of single-track natural trails, and we're committed to working with the city to maintain the Bike Skills Park. Next slide. As I alluded to earlier, the Kelowna Mountain Bike Strategy also identifies the construction of bike skills parks as the primary strategy for reduction of rogue trail building. Next slide. So, what is our ask? We believe that we can build the skills park and trails for no more than $1,235,000, and we're asking Council to pay just less than half that amount, $600,000. EMBA will commit to raise the balance of the capital costs from other levels of government and from donors. Finally, if you're not able to commit specific funding to the Queenie Master Plan, EMBA would support funding of the Recreation Partnership and Facility Investment Programs, which is currently unfunded in the operating budget, and others have spoke about it, provided that we are identified for funding under that program. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Joshua Novochin.
You got that a lot closer that time.
Oh.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors, for having me today. I'm Josh Nowichin, board member of EMBA, chair of the Bike Park Committee, active Adopt a Trail leader, husband and father of 2 Edmonton-born daughters, ages 7 and 4. It's my pleasure to introduce to you our draft concept plan for the Queen Elizabeth Mountain Bike Skills Park. Next slide, please. This is the current concept overview. The skills area includes features for all ages and abilities of rider, including dirt jumps, wooden drops, asphalt pump track, and a cleverly designed skills loop that will encourage flow and safe progression. We have also allotted multiple spaces for observation, as well as shade amenities and refuse receptacles. The flow trails to the right will contain skill ratings of green, blue, and black, similar to ski hills, and while being wider than defined single-track trails, will still maintain a lost in the forest feel. Next slide, please. These are some examples of the features that are included in our current design. We have completed Strategy Checkpoint 1 in the community-led business case and continue to work closely with administration to determine risk analysis, construction, and operational models. We've also been working closely with local businesses such as the 12-plus locally owned bike shops, along with local cyclists, entrepreneurs, and professionals who are at the ready to support this project pending city funding. Next slide, please. The 2013 Council-approved master plan for Kiwi Park identified strong public support for a bike skills park in this location. EMBA put out an activity-based needs assessment in October of 21, and with 1,663 responses, we solidified our community's desire for a central facility, helped inform design, and paved the way to build a bike park that the community is happy to support. Our What We Heard report can be found on the Bike Park website. At the Edmonton Mountain Bike Festival in September, we hosted an information session for the public, which saw support from MLA David Shepherd, along with very positive feedback and community donations. Next slide, please. Our designer complemented the existing grade of the site, which has natural drainage toward the river. This will alleviate any potentially disruptive grading over the reclaimed wastewater treatment facility, where the majority of the bike park will be located. The current state of the site really helps to limit environmental impacts when compared to other River Valley projects. We intend to leverage natural terrain and features as often as possible to help keep costs and impacts to an acceptable level. Next slide, please. The mountain biking community in Edmonton is in the tens of thousands. This includes clubs, coaching groups for women and children, private coaches, and thousands of weekend and evening users. Women, children, and youth are the fastest growing demographic in mountain biking. In many households, it's a shared passion for the whole family. Women's coaching groups often fill up the day that they open yearly registration. Kids groups such as Transcend cannot find enough coaches to fulfill demand. They also often find it difficult to locate accommodating spaces to coach beginners. Most of these coaches currently have to build and haul around their own skill features or travel to Devon or Sherwood Park because we do not have a dedicated facility in Edmonton. Next slide, please. Our neighboring communities are a decade ahead of us. The City of Calgary has made substantial investment in mountain biking infrastructure. Edson and Cold Lake have recently invested in these family-friendly and free-to-use amenities as well. EMBA has contributed thousands of volunteer hours over the last 15 years and will continue to be stewards of our community with the bike park. To date, we have not received any direct investment from the City of Edmonton for mountain biking infrastructure. Next slide, please. With the guidance of our professional designer and builder, we have designed and continue to refine a functional space loaded with excitement and progression in a safe, controlled, and easy-to-maintain atmosphere. These are key elements that will make the bike park sustainable and fun for generations. Thank you for having us, and thank you for consideration of funding.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Mark Eady, Elder Grove Community League, joining us remotely. I'll check again. Mark Eady? Nope. We'll go then to Troy Shalifu, joining us in person from Kids Cottage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's an honor to be here. Just a question on process protocol. There's 4 of us presenting on behalf of Kids Cottage, and one of us may get cut off for questions in the 4th group. I'm wondering, since 2 have dropped off from the 3rd group, if we can, all 4 of us go.
All right. You are, after you is Bishnu, then Sheldon.
And then Janine.
Cardinal.
And Janine Fraser.
Let me figure that out. You go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Let me figure that out. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Next slide, please.
Kids Cottage is Edmonton's first and only crisis nursery that was opened in 1995. We are one of 3 in Canada. Our mandate is to prevent child abuse and neglect before it becomes a way of life. Our organization itself is very unique, obviously, but the growing demand in our services is not. Evidence of child abuse from the child abuse team at the Alberta Children's Hospital showed that child abuse and neglect could most often be attributed to parents undergoing extreme stress with nowhere to turn for immediate help or support during crisis drama. In June of 1995, the Edmontonian community committed to making Kids Cottage Foundation a reality and put support behind the vision of a safe place in our community where parents could find help when needed. Our goal is to take children, house them for upwards of 3 days while their family or parents deal with the crisis that they are facing, thereby removing the child from crisis till it's calm. With help, Kids Cottage became a place where children are kept safe and nurtured while their parents grapple with the issues of trauma or their crisis. The Cottage is the only organization in the Edmonton region that serves Edmonton entirely. It provides crisis prevention and intervention shelter for infants and children. Since 1995, the crisis shelter has provided safe refuge for more than 25,000 infants and children and helped over 14,000 caregivers. Our organization currently turns away 1,200 children in need every year because of a lack of resources. For over 25 years, the Kids Cottage has served the Edmonton region by offering this refuge for children during these crises. In addition to providing shelter for children up to 72 hours, Cottage delivers programs to identify deeper issues within homes that lead to crisis and provide support and strategy to help parents raise safe, healthy, and happy children. We are an organization that services all of Edmonton. We are an organization that serves and assists those that are homeless. We're an organization that serves and assists people suffering from poverty, and our organization most definitely touches the lives of many, many children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Janine, you want to go next?
Actually, I'd like to go last.
Okay, then I'll go to Bishnu Tapalia. Yeah.
Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, respected city councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for providing this opportunity to Kids Cottage Foundation for the presentation today. My name is Bishnu Thapalia, the Program Manager for Kids Cottage Foundation, a crisis shelter. Today I'm here to speak to you about the unique and essential service that we do for Edmontonian most vulnerable infants and children.
Next slide.
Childhood trauma is often misunderstood. We know from research and studies on adverse childhood experiences that children who are exposed to homelessness, poverty, abuse, and neglect have their brain development impacted negatively. Child abuse and neglect can cause a variety of psychological problems. Maltreatment can cause children to feel alone, fearful, and distrustful, which can translate into lifelong psychological consequences such as educational difficulties, low self-esteem, depression, and trouble forming and maintaining healthy relationships and attachments. Helping families break the cycle of intergenerational trauma is one of the cornerstones of our mission. A child raised where their family may struggle with intergenerational trauma to pay rent or put food on the table, where their parents may not know how to effectively parent, or where violent atmospheres have developed, has a very low chance of growing into the parent they want to be for their children. This is exactly where our Kids Cottage Foundation comes to play an essential role. Our trauma-informed and brain story certified team provide safe and nurturing environments and age-appropriate play activities for those vulnerable infants and children, because we believe every child in crisis deserves a safe place to thrive. At the crisis shelter, we have a crisis line.
Next slide, please.
Kids Cottage Crisis Line operates 24/7 and is open to all Edmontonians. Every day we receive hundreds of calls seeking information, support calls, and calls for admissions of children to the crisis shelter. Caregivers share their crisis with the intake worker. We provide non-judgmental and short-term crisis intervention, emotional support, and resources. Last year alone, we received 1,051 crisis calls. This year to date, we have had more than 1,600 crisis calls. We still have many months to go for this year. At the crisis shelter, Kids Cottage Crisis Shelter offers short-term emergency shelter for infants and children, newborn to 10 years old, for up to 72 hours. An extension of stay may be granted to the families depending on the unique situations, their crisis situation, and the severity of the crisis, while we are working closely with the caregivers, providing them the support they need. To be clear, we shelter only infants and children. We know their brains are not developed or ready to be exposed to such trauma and crisis. They need a chance to just be children. We take an encompassing approach to child safety. To us, a safe child is one who not only has a safe place to stay, but has nutritious food on the table, a strong relationship with their parents or guardians, the opportunity to learn and grow as all children should, and faith that these things will last. Last but not least, we have a follow-up program. Despite great challenges, we believe the vicious cycle of poverty, homelessness can be broken, new opportunities be created given the timely and appropriate support. This is where the Children's Emergency Shelter follow-up worker meets Edmonton's most vulnerable caregivers as a human bridge, connecting them with other appropriate community resources, housing, food insecurity programs, mental health organizations, free or subsidized childcare, addiction treatment, mental health care, parenting support programs, and many more, maintaining a continuum of care even after the children leave our children's emergency shelter. We do believe that we build resiliency in the face of adversity. We know that what we do works. It is based on science and neuroscience. Thank you all for your time today, and request the city to consider Kids Cottage Foundation in their upcoming budget so that we can keep our door open for the most vulnerable populations of Edmonton. Thank you again.
Thank you, Vishnu. Next, we'll go to Sheldon Cardinal.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and Council. My name is Sheldon Cardinal. I'm a member of the Sucker Creek First Nation in Treaty 8, but I'm also a proud Edmontonian. I've been living here in the city for the last 12 years.
Next slide, please.
3 years ago, I had a chance to go visit Kids Cottage and look at the work that Janine and her staff had been doing with the most vulnerable infants and children here in the city of Edmonton. And as a result of that, that was one of the reasons why I decided to join and become a director with Kids Cottage Foundation. It's an integral aspect in terms of what we're trying to do, especially when you factor in that in the year 2021-22, 70% of the children admitted to Kids Cottage were of Indigenous ancestry.
Next slide, please.
When we look at what's happening here, and I've listened to all the presentations that have been made today, and we're all saying the same thing, like Edmonton's prosperity has not reached everyone. More than 100,000 Edmontonians live in poverty. 10,000 of them are infants and children. There are currently almost 2,656 people who are experiencing homelessness in Edmonton. From an Indigenous perspective, Indigenous women are more than 8 times as likely to be killed by their intimate partner and 3.5 times more likely to be victims of violence than non-Indigenous women. As it relates to Kids Cottage, 90% of the children admitted were from single mother families, and 65% of the infants and children live below the living wage. 67% of the infants and children are homeless or going through episodic homelessness. 75% of the infants and children served were exposed to abuse, such as family violence, emotional abuse, physical abuse, and/or sexual abuse. We are working with people at Kids Cottage who have suffered or are suffering a lot because of food insecurity, inflation, COVID, homelessness, poverty, and addictions. It is challenging to imagine having homeless infants and preschoolers in the streets of Edmonton. When a child stays at Kids Cottage for 72 hours, we spend $3,146 in taking care of the child, providing them clothes, shelter, nutritious food, and child-centric trauma-informed care. But if Kids Cottage was not here, it would cost the City of Edmonton annually $21,000 per child in interventions and prevention services. Edmontonian infants and children should have the opportunity to live free from the harmful impacts of homelessness, poverty, abuse, joblessness, and addictions. Kids Cottage fosters equality, opportunity, access to services, justice, and inclusion for Edmontonians. Times are rough for so many Edmontonians, and our clients also feel the change in the economy. Our services are more in demand than ever. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Janine then. Thank you. Next slide, please. Can you turn your mic on, Janine?
I'm pretty good at yelling. I thought you could hear me.
Here we go. We can hear you now. Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and City Council. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Janine Fraser. I'm the Executive Director for Kids Cottage Foundation. And thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. Like many of us have said, there have been many asks, but am very passionate and do firmly believe that Kids Cottage Foundation aligns with exactly what it is that this City Council is trying to accomplish, which is the commitment to a child, family, vision, values, goals that is demonstrated in the commitment for Edmonton's community children. Our children. So some of those values which we align with are children have a voice, children are protected from violence and abuse, they feel and know they are safe, children participate freely in our community, they have a chance to play and have fun, they create positive relationships in our community, they know and belong to this city, our community. Children know and feel respected. They grow to understand their responsibility as citizens and to themselves and to others. This city's commitment to infants and children directly aligns with the values and the work of Kids Cottage Foundation. We believe every Edmontonian's infants and children deserve to call this place home. They deserve a safe space, free from neglect and trauma, abuse, homelessness, and food insecurity. I know that we are all working together on this, that we're not in this alone, that we have those similar values. It is difficult to believe that we actually have homeless infants and children on our streets, but we do. They're hungry, they're living well below poverty level. Let me share a story with you. It's a reality. This is something that we hear often at Kids Cottage Foundation on the crisis line. We had a single mother that called our crisis line crying and very fearful. She had received an eviction notice from her landlord, and consequently she would be homeless with her 2-year-old son. She had no positive supports in our community, no place to go with her son. Her partner, a few weeks earlier, had died from a drug overdose. She was struggling with her own mental health challenges and her own intergenerational trauma. Due to her intense level of anxiety, our intake worker had to physically assist her to fill out the paperwork. And of course, that's exactly what we're here for, is to admit that child, her 2-year-old, which his young and developing brain is not capable of processing that level of trauma and crisis that his mom was experiencing. Our follow-up worker worked with her, building positive community supports to support her and her child, to ensure that they had a safe home, to ensure that there was food security, and no longer homeless. This is just one of many very real stories, and frankly, this story is not as severe or highlights the acuity of what we're seeing right now today. When I say acuity, I mean the level of severity of homelessness, poverty, and abuse. I have the honor and pleasure of parents and adults who were once children at the Children's Emergency Shelter. They called to let us know that they're okay, that they had needed support at that time in their lives, and we were there for them. We know at Kids Cottage, what we do works. Our work is based on neuroscience, brain science, the brain story for infants and children. Next slide, please. Okay. To let you know, our ask is $300,000 annually for the next 4 years.
Okay.
To help us move forward.
Thank you, Janine. So that concludes the presentation from members of public in panel 3. Now we go to questions from council members, colleagues. Here we go. Councillor Jans. Oh, he's not here. Where'd it go? Oh, here you go. I didn't even look. Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Cooper about the integration with the bus rapid transit system and the bus network redesign, and if you could elaborate on, I think it was your 3rd slide.
So one of the good things that's happened in discussions with administration is that that network was designed to use the bus network redesign as a fixed component. So when we look at the services, so I'll use 97th Street as an example, like the 110X, the 120X, the 9, those are all services that have a really high combined frequency, high ridership, and those are things that will continue over time. Any services that are added on to these particular routes and corridors can build up to a BRT style service. I think the city needs to define more specifically what those service standards are and what the infrastructure is, but in order to do that, you actually need to fund the program to do that in the next few years. So the service network is relatively the same, it's just the challenge is that you actually need to fund the program to fully define what it is.
So for every dollar we want to put in to increase ridership, if I interpret your slides correctly, the best bet is frequency improvement. What would you say is second best?
Frequency improvements, if you look at high frequency services across Canada, I got to write the National Transit Recovery Strategy for COVID, and for the Safe Restart Agreement is another project. And when we look at ridership recovery, high frequency transit service, particularly on the bus side, is one of the best things you can do and has gotten a lot more of the ridership returns. And we've also seen that throughout Edmonton as well. And this program would build on that, but it needs more definition and more design and more investment to fully see the realization of it.
And I believe the package is designed intently to do that. So hopefully we'll get there.
Yes, and the idea is you need a concept to go to the federal and provincial governments for funding, but right now you don't have a concept to do so, and the ability, let's say, for the new permanent transit fund that's going to replace ISIP for federal funding, this would be an excellent project for that, for a citywide network, but because it is not a funded service package right now, you actually can't get the concept funding to do so, nor that future investment and the lost time that you'd have from that under the current budget scenario.
Just as an anecdote, I take the number 4 on White Ave in the morning, and the last time I did this, the number 4 was so full that the driver drove right past our stop and sort of gave a "I'm sorry," and so that concurs with your slide. I appreciate that. If I can go to guest Das, I just want to talk about that treating emergent. Am I? Yep.
Go ahead. Keep on going. Oh, keep on going, Mike.
Okay, sorry. Just about the treating an emergency as an emergency. If I can ask you to elaborate that a little bit more about your remarks.
Well, actually, Councillor Jans, it's really having an emergency response capacity, which means having the emergency response mentality. If you take every city department, every city action, every line item in the budget and say, how does this optimally respond to the climate emergency? How does this meet our emergency response? Where does it fit in? And if you don't have a master plan for emergency response, and if you haven't done a survey or a capacity building to ensure that all of your resources are optimally deployed to meet this emergency response, you won't be spending money efficiently. It's one thing to say that we have an unfunded package, let's cut here and there and fund it, but to what purpose? So the overall framework and structure you need is to ensure that we have an emergency response capacity so that when you're doing a police budget, for instance, you already know what the emergency response capacity is and what are the deltas. If you don't have such a package for the climate emergency, you won't know that your money is being optimally spent, that in a time of scarce resources, are your resources optimally deployed? So you need both the framework and the funding. And that's why I was bringing up zero emission mobility as the broad funding envelope, because into zero emission mobility, you fit everything like the nexus between LRT and BRT. You figure out how to do the bike and the hiking network to optimal capacity. You talk about non-motorized trails and motorized trails, and everything moves into it. I mean, I was glad to use my seniors transit pass today to come to City Hall on public transit, but I came at a rush hour when there was 10-minute frequency in the buses that fed the LRT. If that happened every day at all hours, instead of simply for 90 minutes in the morning, I would know that I wouldn't be freezing at a bus stop and I could get to the LRT safely. So all of this in zero emission mobility needs to be the funded key driver to climate emergency response.
So was it Halifax that the jurisdiction that I believe you said, assigned a X% per year property tax increase to go towards emergency mitigation?
Halifax is one of them, but the more germane example is that we are the leading emitter per capita in North America in terms of cities, and as a province we are the leading emitter. If we don't set the example and locally determine contributions to the climate emergency, the national reputation is not going to be as robust as it needs to be. Edmonton really needs to step up and show leadership. The carbon budget that the city came up with shows that we will blow through the carbon budget in record time. So even having the carbon budget as an overall guide is a start, but it's really a foundation for a robust transition strategy.
Appreciate that. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jan. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you all for your presentation. I have two quick questions. The first question to Mr. Joe, and then you, Kovish. And so you mentioned in our city's operating budget, page 234, and specifically talk about recreation partnership and the facility investment programs. So for your ask, 600K, I just want to confirm, is a one-time request, or is it annually requested for next 4 years?
No, this is a one-time capital request. So as I mentioned, we could either fund that under the unfunded Queen Elizabeth Park Master Plan, or if council doesn't want to fund any portion of that, we're supportive of having those funds come to us through that partnership program. But it's only a one-time funding, and one of the benefits of this, of course, is that the operating expense is minimal for a facility like this.
Okay, I thank you for that clarification, because I do want to clarify, and then we only have this, is like $4.1 million and in the operating budget, and for this you actually mentioned and in the operating. So right now it's clarified as a capital request, it's not operating request.
That's right, it would be capital, so it could be funded
Wonderful.
out of that operating program in 1 year.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also Mr. Kober, and then thank you for providing so many like the quantitative information related to city's transit. And so you mentioned this is 747, and then specifically and service for the workers, and then so I heard it's like once per hour for the frequency and also clouded. So I just want to confirm, is that your experience, or you are referring to the reality of the city, how provided that services?
Thanks, Councillor Rice, for the question. So right now it runs every half an hour on the same schedule 7 days a week, which is quite unique for the peak periods, but then it runs hourly during the midday and then the evening time period 7 days a week. And the challenge is that with the outlet mall and also the airport next to each other, it's actually grown in ridership in terms of the amount of employees that take the particular service, and it's become definitely a lot busier in that sense of just my own personal experience getting on the bus. I've taken it for many years. It's a lot busier now than it used to be because we have such high concentration of service sector, lower wage employment that's shift based, and will probably continue to grow at the airport, and that there is definitely a demand and a need there. The challenge with the 747 is that it's almost like a regional contracted service in the sense that it was done under a partnership model with the airport authority and other jurisdictions at the time, and hasn't been the most, has its own kind of unique characteristics on that, but it's definitely been growing in terms of the workers, I'd say more so than tourists.
So for me to ask this specific question, because I heard the opposite experience, and then so right now, and from my perspective, and I am even explore opportunity how we can support the workers between the city and specific from South Edmonton and to airports, and then to get more services, and then that's why I want to confirm this information, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we'll stop here. We're going to take a dinner break from 5 to 6, and we will be back right at 6. And we will resume our questions to the panel. There are a number of other council members who have questions to you. So if you can, please do stay, and see you at 6. That's it? Yeah, yeah, that's it. After 4 p.m. Okay, would like to call this meeting to order. Before I go to questions from council to the panel, I'm going to go to Councillor Rutherford to read the addition of members of public who will be making their presentation today. So the deadline was 4 p.m. today to for anyone to list to us, sign up to speak. That deadline has passed. Now we have the final list. So Councillor Rutherford, if you could please read those names in.
Sure. Haroon Ali, in person. Natasha Trialberg, Edmonton Water Polo Community, in person. Christy Morin, Arts on the Ave, in person. Kamoa Manzure, the Council for Advancement of the African Canadians in Alberta, operating as Africa Centre. Milan Regmi, in person. Andrew Curry, Edmonton Folk Festival Music Society on behalf of the Edmonton Ski Club. Emmanuel Ona, Africa Centre. Yar Neth, Yeg the Come Up, Africa Centre. Kamlesh.
Yeah, just hold on there. So they'll be part of panel 9.
Yep, I've got one more on panel 9, yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Kamlesh Mahadu on panel 9.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
And then on to panel 10, we have Maureen Murphy-Black with Breast Friends Society in person, Jasmine Chong with Breast Friends Society in person, Heather Thomas with Breast Friends Society in person, Joyce Milne, Breast Friends Society in person, Val Bahiles, Breast Friends Society in person, Shannon Turgeon, Breast Friends Society in person, Judith Gale, Bear Clan Beaver Hills House, Vanessa Keenan, the Edmonton Aurora Synchronized Swim Club, Karamber Singh, in person, Shannon Ross Watson, in person, Cheryl Vest, Nova Artistic Swim Club, in person, Brian Farrell, Jerry Forbes Center Foundation, in person, Brian Johnson, Marathon Skating International, remote, Terry Skidnick, remote, and Jill Sandercock, remote. Jim Sandercock, remote.
Okay, that is good. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. There might be some confusion or lack of clarity in relations to the folks from Breast Friends Society. There are 3 of you here. All 3 of you are registered to speak today, or because you otherwise you'll be part of panel 10, which will be tomorrow evening probably. Yeah, yeah. 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 We'll figure something out. Okay, if you could work with them, because they've been waiting all day here, so it's some misunderstanding. So if you could please work with them to figure out if they could be included to panel 4, right? Because we have one spot available on panel 4. Okay, would that be possible to clerk?
I'm checking with my
Okay,
team.
please, yeah, okay, good. All right, in the meantime, we will go to council members for questions. Councillor Tang, you are next.
Great, yeah, thank
Oh,
you.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had a quick question about the names that were just read in.
So go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. I was just wondering if we needed to vote to hear from them, or are they just automatically added in?
They're automatically added to the list, so we don't have to vote on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So these must be part of that that group of people that a former politician was saying want more austerity. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for coming back after dinner and answering some questions. I'll start with David Cooper. Appreciate all the cases on transit, obviously all incredibly important, but just on that on-demand point, you had mentioned 7.8 million So just want to be clear, it's to maintain existing service and expanding, correct?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Tang. So I would probably direct that question more to administration. When I read your budget documents, and the nice thing about working across the country is I read a lot of people's budget documents, is my understanding of it is 7.8 million in base for next year. So what that does in terms of service levels or the number of neighborhoods that are accessed, I would defer that question to administration.
Yeah, so I think I just wanted to clarify, to maintain that it's actually 11.9, and expanding that is a bit more. But essentially, do whatever, on demand is super important. Thank you for confirming that. And then with Joe, I just want to clarify too. So in this unfunded capital profile, administration is saying it takes 7.6 million to get to checkpoint 2, but you're saying that you guys can make it, you can build it for cheaper, 1.2 million, and all you're asking for the city is 600,000.
Yes, so the $7.6 million, that's the unfunded portion of the Queen Elizabeth Park Master Plan. So in my presentation, there are a number of components of Phase 3 that we wouldn't be proposing to build.
Right, so you will only do a portion of that.
Oh, actually, yeah, just to being the skills park and the associated trail. The other things are not really aligned with the bike park or near the bike park. One of them's been done, which is clearing the site of the sanitation facility. So that's why it's 1.235
Perfect.
for our project.
Okay, great, yeah, and it's good to see that you've been able to rally some partner contributions, et cetera.
And just so you know, if anyone has questions for Josh, he was going to join online.
Okay, no worries. And then I guess I have a last set of questions for Kids Cottage. So have you ever received funding from the city?
From time to time, we've received.
Mike?
From time to time,
Okay.
we've received grant funding, but it hasn't been ongoing and hasn't been sustainable.
Right. And given such importance around children's services, for example, are you also provincially supported then?
We are provincially supported to a certain degree, but not for the full amount that we require.
Okay. And given, huge aspect of poverty alleviation, how are you connected with so many other partners that we've heard today who also work in the realm of poverty alleviation?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we really do focus very much on community collaboration and rely very heavily and work very strongly with our community partners to ensure that we're building that holistic approach for each family so that we're building positive community network for each family.
Do you have some examples of partnerships that you can?
Yeah, absolutely. So Norwood Family Resource Center, Bent Arrow, C5, Terra. It really does depend specific on what it is, the crisis that's bringing the family in and what it is the family requires at that time. So also Bissell Childcare. So we really do work and build that, for lack of a better term, a map for each family of what's going to surround them within the community.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and very powerful presentation from all of you.
Thank you.
That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll start with you, Ms. Fraser. What would happen to the children that didn't, if Kids Cottage wasn't there?
Well, that's a big question. So what would happen is that we would have children falling further and further into poverty and homelessness, intergenerational trauma. Frankly, it would fall a lot on city taxpayer dollars on intervention services that's being provided by the municipality.
Okay, I guess just like physically, where would the children go? Like, where would they be
There
placed?
is no other crisis nursery. There is no other children's emergency shelter. So they, for all intents and purposes, if they're homeless, they would stay homeless.
It isn't managed through the provincial children's services?
No, we are funded partially through the government of Alberta, but if there is no crisis nursery, if there is no children's emergency shelter in Edmonton, there would be no place for those families to go or those children to go. Does that answer your question? I feel like I'm not answering your question.
I mean, so a social worker comes upon a child that's sort of in need of emergency care. Kids Cottage can't take them. What would that social worker do with that child?
Okay, so I'm going to let you know there's a couple of different veins of the program. One is our community referral, and one is where, yes, indeed, Children's Services considers us their safety plan. If it was, say, a Children's Services worker, I can't speak for them, I can't speak for the ministry. But what I can speak to is what I know historically has happened in my career, which is, unfortunately, those children would be in a hotel room with revolving workers and trying to find placement for them, which is not trauma-informed care. What we provide is trauma-informed care. So they come to a place where they have their own bed, they have their own room, and it's all child-centric, trauma-informed programming. Then there's also the community referral piece, which means a caregiver, a mom, a dad, whoever it is struggling, and they phone our crisis line. And we will shelter those children, and we will start working with that family right away to alleviate the crisis and the trauma.
Okay, that answers it a bit better.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Then I guess I'm going to go to Mr. Cooper. Why would we need to sort of duplicate the service of the 747 with the airport, the new airport service?
Thank you, Councillor Wright, for the question. There's different markets in different parts of the city that are served by the different options. So right now, the 747 has a lot of ridership, in my mind, from workers that go to the airport and the surrounding outlet mall and some connectivity in that particular area from the LRT. There is technically a downtown connection through that. Yeah. But then the one element that you do miss is that one, and we haven't really talked about this too terribly much, is the Capital Line South capacity is pretty constrained, and we're already getting to the point of pass-ups already. And providing that additional level of service from the south is going to be quite key. There's a lot of low-wage employment along Calgary Trail. If there was a service that's solely from the airport to downtown that doesn't provide adequate service to those several linear employment areas, that's a different market that's not served. So I'm not trying to pin 747 versus Airport Express. They have similar but yet very different outcomes you could achieve out of those two services.
Okay, thank you very much. And one last question, if I have a few seconds. Mr. Lewis, thank you for arranging for me to go meet with some of the QP30 members. And I think Councillor Salvador came out with me to the encampment group as well, that they took their lunch hours and before and after shift to meet with me. I'm just wondering, I had a really good experience from it. I'm just wondering what their reaction was from the councillor visits.
Yeah, so my members really appreciated it. One of my members had contacted me. There was actually Andrew Knack came to one in the evening. The morning shift, the next morning, I had a message from one of my shop stewards in the area, and he said that the morale in that area was the highest he had ever seen it in probably the last 4 or 5 years. That's what all that the workers could talk about. When he got on for his shift, it was the night shift. That's all they could talk about in the change room, in the lunchroom, first thing in the morning, was that a counselor came down, talked to them, listened to their concerns, and they felt like it was a safe place.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, thanks again to all of our speakers for sticking it out tonight. I'm going to go back to one of our earlier speakers, Drina, and I think you made a really compelling case for the clear alignment between the 101 Ave streetscaping and really the values and intentions of the city plan. So I'm wondering, can you share a little bit of the work that's been done to date and sort of the momentum that's been generated? Because I understand that moving from checkpoint 2 to 3 would continue that momentum. Is that correct?
Yes, it would. So thank you, Councillor Salvador. I think I need to break it up into 2 points, though, and one is just dealing with the community support that went behind and drove the process, and that would be Miles Berry, who will be presenting in panel 4. But what I can share with you is really what happened back in 2018 when the draft 101 Avenue Corridor study was presented to Council. And we were looking to have some capital funding, and administration's recommendation at the time was kind of 101 Ave didn't really meet all the checkpoints to kind of validate the project and kind of give it some reasoning to put some capital funding. And coming out of that UPC meeting, my first thing I attended that was, okay, we need to present a business case. And so in November of 2018, there was a UPC meeting, and then following that were the public hearings for the 2018 budget. And I had put together a high-level quantitative analysis that was really trying to showcase what the business case for 101 Avenue was. And I don't have all the details. I can resubmit that presentation if you'd like. But the bottom line is we actually kind of went through what those eligible properties would be that could be redeveloped and came up with an estimate that we would be able to generate an additional $240 million of assessment growth. And that was just conservative. I could argue why it should be higher. Now, granted, with that, there is this need to upgrade the arterial road, either whether it's a rehabilitation project or full modernization project, which I think now, given the city plan, that's the direction we want to move to. So there's these incremental costs, right? Because it's not a full new road. It's just kind of building what you have. It's a rebuild, but it's not completing a new road, for example, in a greenfield development. And then I just looked at that and just said, well, what happens if you look at those incremental costs and annualize those? And just kind of did a comparison on what your annual property tax rates, revenues would be.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we were, the revenues that you would generate from that additional assessment would go towards offsetting that capital investment.
Right.
And an important thing too to mark is just that we do have existing municipal services, our library, our fire station, the policing, transit, that's already in place.
Yeah.
And there's been some recent renovations and upgrades to that.
Yeah.
So that's already in place to support the vision that we have for 101 Avenue.
Okay, fantastic. Well, just being mindful of my time, I think it could be valuable to share any additional information that you do have around the business case.
Sure, I can do that.
But I'm gonna jump to David Cooper. So one of the challenges that we're facing right now is just related to garage capacity when it comes to expanding and enhancing bus service. We simply don't have enough room. And of course, there are intentions, at least in the proposed budget, to move forward with a new bus garage. But in the interim, between now and when we have that capacity, I'm hearing BRT on demand, have to replace the LRVs. Is there anything else that you think we can do to enhance service in that interim period?
So I spoke to Calgary Council about this last week. One of the most transformative things you can do is invest in off-peak service. There's no capital, there's no backstream demands on your grad service. And the work that I got to do with the University of Alberta when we did the first national report looking at women's travel patterns on transit, women travel more in the off-peak. There's more trip chaining, there's more localized trips, there's more frequent trips, and those are during time periods where you have that fleet available to you. Some fleet will get freed up when Valley Line turns on and starts commencing operations, and there's an ability to reinvest those hours, which I know ETS admin has come talk to you about, but there's significant elements to do that. If you're going to need peak fleet for BRT, that there's a interdependency there. Airport Express has 18 buses, that's peak fleet. That's going to also have a demand on that, so I won't underscore that. And also, if your electrification is going to require additional back-end infrastructure for those types of investment.
Okay, fantastic. So when I look at sort of the two unfunded packages, transit off-peak and on-demand service growth is one of them, and then the redeployment of the Valley Line hours. Those would be sort of the interim measures we could take.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. I am out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I was on for questions to the Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club, but I don't think that's not their jacket. I was hoping. No worries. Okay. But then the only question I have would be to the Kids Cottage Foundation. Can you just paint a picture? I just need a better clarity picture of what that ask, the $300,000 annually, like what would that do? What would that be used for? What does that support?
So it would be 300,000. I swear to God it's on. 300,000 for operations for the next 4 years. We are seeing an increased demand for our services. You can see that just by the number of crisis calls that we're receiving. That will continue. That will help us continue to operate the children's shelter and keep those doors open. It will help us with all of those costs that are associated with sheltering children that come in with nothing and babies that come in with nothing, such as diapers, formula, staffing, everything that's needed for a child that comes in that has absolutely nothing. Medication, we're seeing right now the lack of Tylenol and so on that's happening right now, but that's a real cost for us. Because when children come in, we actually do have to administer medication to these children. So it's everything you can think of. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, so really what I'm hearing is the reason for the increased ask is really the continued increased demand for and need for the services that Kids Cottage is providing.
Yeah, and certainly do not see that decreasing.
In the near future. Hopefully in the long term we can get there.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Yeah, that concludes the questions to all the panelists. Thank you so much for making time for everyone. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. You know, it breaks your heart to know that kids don't get the support that they need, right? So yeah, we just gotta figure this out. I don't know how, but yeah, it's tough, right? So, yeah, as a society, there's a number of areas where we fail. Thank you so much for your work. Appreciate that, and everyone else. We will go to our next panel, panel number 4, and I will call the names. Chris Nelson, in person. You'll be number 1, Chris. Stephen Bourdieu. Do North Events in person. You'll be number 2, Paul Verheesen. Do North Events in person. Paul? He's online. Virtually, Paul, are you there?
I'll be virtual, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Joe Morissette, Triathlon Canada, remote. Joe, are you there? We see you. Yeah, we see you. Dale Conrad, Northwest Edmonton Seniors Society in person or virtual? Dale? Duane Forres, Little Bites Equestrian Program?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, and you are joining us virtually, okay? It says in person. Okay.
Correct.
Then Harinder Soni Sekhon, Free Play for Kids in person or virtually?
Sunny is here. He's actually going to be coming on virtually.
Okay, thank you. Jared Bueller, Olympian Swim Club, remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Miles Berry, Greater Hardesty Community Sustainability Coalition, in person. Miles Berry, in person or virtual? Oh, there you are. Okay. Renee Chan, Free Play for Kids, remotely.
Remote here.
Thank you. Colleen Hensley, Breast Friends Society, in person. And Shannon Turgion? Is Turgion? Turgion. Oh, Turgeon. And you're both here. Ron Byers, Rainbow Story Hub Foundation in person. Please come. Alexandra Pulwicki, remotely. Alexandra, are you there? Alexandra Pulwicki. No. Stacy Powell, Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association. Stacy, you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Thank you. Jim Gurnett is not joining us anymore. Neil Carey, in person. Neil? Or remotely? Neil Carey. No. Melissa Andrews, Free Play for Kids, remotely. Melissa.
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you. Sean Hallman, Swim Alberta Association, remotely. Sean Hallman. Sean Hallman once again. No. And Greg.
Here.
Oh, sorry, Sean,
Yes,
you
I'm
there?
here. Hello, yes, I'm here. This is
Okay.
Sean.
Okay. All right. And Greg Yawaski, in person or remotely. Greg Yawaski, in person or remotely. Not here. Karen is where's who's? Sorry.
Sorry, just wanted to clarify.
Can you call a point of
Yeah,
order?
point of order, please.
Yeah.
Just noticing that Ms. Gingras was registered for the previous panel.
So if somebody who was not on, somebody who was in the previous panel, they were not here, they go back to the list, right?
Yeah, that's correct. They go back to the bottom.
Go back. Sorry, Karen, that's the process.
She's taking Martin's spot.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We'll come to that. Okay. Okay. Probably won't be today. Yeah, probably won't be today. Got it. Okay. So you're already on panel 6. You got it. Okay. Thank you for flagging that, Councillor Tang. All right. Okay. Chris Nelson, in person. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors, for allowing me the privilege of speaking to you today. I am Chris Nelson, Chair of the Aquatic Council of Edmonton, which represents all Edmonton aquatic rental groups and over 10,000 lifetime aquatic participants and their family members, and General Manager of the Edmonton Keano Swim Club. I appreciate the difficult balancing act you have when it comes to the 2023-26 budget, and I am here to provide additional information to help make an informed decision regarding the aquatic portion of the Lewis Farms Recreation Center. Needs and deficits. 5 recreation centers were an integral part of the 2005-15 Community Recreation Center Master Plan, with Lewis Farms being the last to be built. A recreation development plan was revitalized in 2016. As part of the 05 and 16 research, the city conducted surveys to ascertain the recreational interests of residents. In 05 and 16 alike, the number one activity that Edmonton residents had participated in and the number one activity that they planned to participate in the following year was swimming at 54%. The next highest participation in a rec center sport was weight training at 23% and ice skating at 19%. Swimming pools are a city service with incredibly high demand, but horribly low supply in Edmonton. Since '91, we've had 11 new NHL-sized indoor ice surfaces, not including Rogers Arena. But since 1979, we've had 4 swimming pools, none of them built to a 50-meter FINA standard. In addition, Nate Pool and Skona Pool have closed within the last 2 years. The only 50-meter FINA approved pool in Edmonton and deep tank in Edmonton is at the Kinston Sports Center. Also, accessibility issues. Facility access is the #1 problem for any Edmontonian to participate in an aquatic program. Going back to 2005 again, 5 swimming pools were proposed, but the built to planned reality left Edmonton in a continuing stress. Council's instructions for Terwilliger was a 53-meter pool. However, a reduction from 10 to 8 lanes unfortunately negated the usefulness of having 2 bulkheads in that pool, reduced from a 25-meter width to 17-meter width, reducing the ability to swim widthwise across the pool, creating a maximum of 8 swimming lanes at any time there from a potential before that of 20 lanes. That pool has remained stressed, even though it's been able to manage a lot more lessons programs and was vital to that neighborhood. It continues to not be able to serve all of the potential needs of that neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. Rules for aquatic access have also changed. In 2016, after tragic and near-tragic accidents in Alberta, new life-saving rules required a 3-to-1 ratio and arm's length distance to all under 8s. Learn to Swim programs used to teach 6 or more swimmers per instructor. Thus, the new ratio cut the capacity in half overnight. Ironically, fewer kids than ever are able to learn the important life-saving skills that would prevent future tragedies. Difficulties for the city-run aquatic programs like lessons means they require nearly all existing facility time, leaving very little for external aquatic program providers. For example, in 2019, outside of the Kinsman Sports Centre, the city provided less than 4% of its remaining pool hours to aquatic programs, external providers. Programs for youth sports, special interest, low socioeconomic groups, adult sport, community leagues, and water safety organizations all covet this 4%. The result, Edmontonians lose out and waiting lists grow. Jasper Place Pool, built in 1963, is the only City of Edmonton, West Edmonton pool. And it is not within a 15-minute drive of the Lewis Farm site. Short-cutting swimming pool designs has resulted in some diminishing returns, exponentially diminishing in some cases, by failing to engage a full range of programming options. Lewis Farms, as designed, will offer exponential gain that will sweep across the city's aquatic landscape. Lewis Farms, as designed, will ramp up lessons programs, allow other rec centers to lower their burden of servicing everyone from the West End and other parts of the city. Swimming pools have been built at the lowest rate of any top 5 sport amenity in Edmonton, and swimming is number 1. Calgary's recently built a third 50-meter FINA-sized facility in 2019. Saskatoon built a second one in 2008, but Edmonton closed NATE in 2021 and has only one 50-meter FINA standard pool at the Kinsman Sports Centre. It is time to catch up, not just the right time, but the last time that we'll have the means, the design, and the ideal location for such a facility for possibly decades more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Next, we go to Stephen Burdu.
Yes. I have a request, if possible, if Paul could go before me. We have a presentation that's a bit chronological.
Absolutely. Paul, you want to go next?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, please.
Great. Thanks, Mayor Sohi and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present here tonight. As referenced, my name is Paul Verhessen, and I'm the board chair of Due North Events. Our organization has continuously set a new standard for major event hosting since the 2001 World Triathlon Championships, which led Edmonton to securing a spot on the international circuit over the past 20 years. Since then, we've held 2 more World Championships for a total of 3, a title only one other city in the world can claim. We've developed the standards for major triathlon hosting, which have been adopted by the international governing body and other cities around the world. Since 1998, our events have trained thousands of local volunteers, generated millions of dollars in economic impact, placed Edmonton on the international stage, built a world-class reputation as a host city for major events, brought in millions of dollars for local hospitality businesses and workers, and supported the local event and tourism industry, which employs thousands of Edmontonians. Hosting major sporting events have enabled us to create tangible and sustainable legacies for our community, our region, and other sporting organizations. From the Edmonton Triathlon Academy to annual youth and citizens events, and most recently, the Tri-School program, which has helped teachers and thousands of local students understand the importance of multi-sport and active for life philosophies. Over the last few years, we've been approached by other sporting organizations to help deliver their major events. And as such, we've expanded our mandate and have rebranded as Due North Events. We are still the same not-for-profit organization that has been organizing international triathlon for Edmonton since 1998. Our history and experience in the sport of triathlon and the outpouring of support from our community over the years has led our organization and our city to deliver the first ever PTO Tour triathlon event and the inaugural PTO Canadian Open this summer, which was a huge success. This ignited our vision and desire to keep major triathlon events in our city by hosting the 2023, 24, and 25 PTO Canadian Open and Multisport World Championships. And we need your help to make this happen. We are honored and grateful to have the support of our partners, Triathlon Canada, Triathlon Alberta, City Administration, and Explore Edmonton. Over the past 20 years, this event has been fully supported by both the Government of Alberta and the Government of Canada, and we expect this substantial investment in Edmonton will continue. So thank you again for the opportunity to present. And Stephen, over to you to provide more details. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Okay, Stephen, over to you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, members of council. As mentioned, my name is Stephen Bordeaux. I'm the General Manager of Due North Events, and we're here today to speak to the unfunded service package before council as part of this budget deliberations. As Paul's described, our organization and our event has been part of the event fabric in Edmonton for over 20 years. And we are here today to present our vision of continuing to host international triathlon and multisport competitions here in Edmonton through 23, 24, and 25. A special note is in 2025, our vision that we're working towards is a World Championship multisport bid, which is a large sports tourism event that happens annually around the world that attracts over 8,000 athletes and visitors to the city, which is substantial economic impact, estimated over 15 million. For that event in 2025. So it's a bit of a build-up over the next couple of years to that World Championships in 2025. So we've been working very closely with the City of Edmonton, Explore Edmonton, and the Province of Alberta and the federal government, as well as numerous corporate partners, community leaders, and national stakeholders on this vision. We've identified this 3-year hosting strategy for the city in the core sport of triathlon, a strategy that can leverage our rich history in the sport and our international event hosting reputation to continue to attract investment, visitors, and a global audience for Edmonton. In 2022, as Paul mentioned, we were very lucky we were able to leverage some COVID tourism relief funds from the province and the federal government to host a bit of a pilot, a test event by hosting the first ever PTO Canadian Open, the first ever PTO Tour event here in Edmonton, once again, paving a new path for international hosting for Edmonton and building on our reputation. The event was a strong success. We were able to generate over $3 million of economic impact with the event. We had hundreds of participants locally and internationally here, as well as an television audience of millions of people. Over 10 million people in Europe alone watched the event live in continental Europe right after the Tour de France. So our research and experience show that this 3-year vision will bring much needed investment and support to our local event and tourism economy, an economy that was all but desolated because of COVID and the shutdowns that happened there. A local economy and a system that needs to be reinvested in to continue to lead the country and North America as an event hosting city, which Edmonton has built that reputation, over the past 30, 40 years of being a leader in the event and sports tourism realm, and we want to continue that. So right now, the conservative estimated direct economic impact of this 3-year hosting strategy is around $25 million, and those are real dollars back into the community through visitors and reinvestment by other levels of government, as well as global marketing and audience opportunities. So Due North, one of the things that we do and have always done is legacies, and we pledge here to continue to provide legacies to hosting these events, supporting local businesses, building local capacity, providing equipment that could be shared by other events in the community, knowledge, and adding community resources and providing opportunities for Edmontonians, young and old, to continue to participate and adopt a Live Active for Life philosophy. In the past decade, this event alone has contributed more than $43 million in economic impact for the City of Edmonton, and our organization has put more than $4 million of money directly back into community programs through legacy funds raised through corporate sponsorship and leveraging other levels of government funding. So Edmonton is Canada's event city, and it's well documented that attracting and hosting major national and international events brings substantial investment and impact and pride to a host community. That's why Edmonton supports major event hosting, and I believe this project is the only major event on the docket currently for the next 3-4 year cycle. So a very important piece that I would be remiss to mention, if I didn't mention, is everybody asks what's happening with Horlock Park. So our future vision has this event being hosted in the Rosedale Queen Elizabeth Park area with a swimming venue in the North Saskatchewan River. We've already talked to local administration, stakeholders, safety experts, and all are extremely excited about this vision and the possibility. And so are we, including the province of Alberta and the federal government, are very excited about the opportunities this new venue and this event could bring. The vision delivers on many of the City of Edmonton's long-term strategies, such as the Touch the Water program, the Active Living program, business improvement area planning, and the event growth and attraction plan. And now I'm very interested to talk to the mountain bike guys about Queenie Park. So in summary, this 3-year hosting plan was purposely built to provide the largest return on investment for Edmontonians, activating the aforementioned plans, and we hope Council will support our request and the service package in budget deliberations. Good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Next, we go to Joe Morissette, Triathlon Canada.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking today in support of Due North's vision for both the PTO and World Triathlon Multisport World Championship in 2026. I myself have been an active participant in the event hosting in the Edmonton area over my long career in sport. I've worked with various levels of government within the province to bring events to Edmonton, and Edmonton is a world-class city, and this is a world-class event. The PTO is a new, while the word professional is in the title, it really does not do justice to the type of event that's put on. The professional aspect of this competition it's exceptionally minor. Yes, it brings in some of the TV audience and it brings in some of the stars, but really this is a community-based event where hundreds, if not thousands, of young athletes and athletes of all ages can have an opportunity to compete and experience sport of triathlon or various combinations in the multi-sport world of our sport. I was just recently, in fact, just yesterday, in Abu Dhabi at the World Triathlons Congress, and I had an opportunity to speak to Canada's hosting plans to bring great events to our nation. And this World Multi-Sport Championship in 2026 was the linchpin of our presentation. The World Triathlon has already partnered several times with the Professional Triathlon Organization to deliver events, and so this is a natural continuation of that existing partnership at the international level. You know, Edmonton is affectionately known as the triathlon city. It's been a vital in growing our sport of triathlon and multisport in Canada over many, many years. This plan is to engage youth at at all levels, both competitive and recreationally, and has a strong age group competition piece. Again, being in Abu Dhabi this last weekend, I watched numerous Canadians in the plus 75 age group compete at this event and proudly represent Canada, and some of them were from Edmonton. You know, hosting is crucial to building a sports capacity and the capacity for all sports that triathlon impacts in this country, especially in Edmonton. Edmonton has such a strong legacy of hosting triathlon and multi-sport events that it'd be nearsighted to sort of not support this event and continue to have that meaningful engagement with our volunteers, our technical officials and staff, as well as the community. I would encourage you strongly to consider the proposal put forward by our partners at Due North and firmly attest to Triathlon Canada's endorsement and sanctioning of this proposed 3-year hosting plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. Next, we will go to Dale Conrad, Northwest Edmonton Seniors Society. Dale? Is Dale not there? Okay. All right, then we will go to Duane Ferres, Little Bites Equestrian Program. Go ahead.
Great, thank you for the opportunity. So I'm speaking as a parent who has a child involved in the Little Bits program that runs out of the White Mud Equestrian Center just off Fox Drive. So the Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association is a nonprofit organization, provides recreational horseback riding and with therapeutic benefits for children and adults with disabilities in the city of Edmonton. It benefits from an investment through the Community Investment Operating Grant, which is a relatively small grant each year that helps make the program viable. So I am a parent of a child with what you would call profound disabilities. And so what that means in our case is our daughter is nonverbal. She uses a wheelchair. She has a very rare genetic disorder called Rett syndrome. And as a result of that, she's really trapped in her body. She has no mental disabilities. She's entirely there. She participates with her peers in our community school, and she does well for her age group and everything. But she has real challenges in participating in a lot of the programs that the city of Edmonton has available to us. So children like Annika take part in a tremendous amount of therapy, whether it's speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, but there are relatively few opportunities for them to take part in activities that are more similar to their peers. And so for us, we've really only found 2 activities in the city of Edmonton that we've really been able to take part in, and only one of them is actually funded by, or in part by the city. So our daughter is 10 years old, and she takes part weekly for a couple of sessions a year, so over about 6 or 8 weeks through the Little Bits program, and also takes part in their summer program riding week. And so as a parent of a child with disabilities, I'm also contrast that as a parent of 2 what we would call neurotypical kids. And so we have 2 teenage boys who have participated in a tremendous number of programs through the city, whether it's swimming lessons, using city facilities, through hockey, soccer, speed skating, all these sorts of activities that we've been able to participate in. But children like Annika have relatively few opportunities to take part and use these facilities outside of sort of public swimming type times or access to those sorts of facilities. The city does not do a great job at providing opportunities to participate in, for kids with severe disabilities to participate in these sorts of activities. So what the case that I'd like to make here, or at least the point that I'd like to make for consideration, is that these programs operate because of the tremendous investment of volunteers. So in a typical program, 4 or 5 riders are supported by a dozen or 15 potential volunteers, sort of 3 volunteers per horse per child on horseback. And they lead the child for about an hour through this. And so there's tremendous benefits through the physical activity, the core strength, and the participation. And we know that this is something that these kids enjoy tremendously. So our daughter, even though she is nonverbal, which means she's not able to speak, she communicates via an eye gaze computer with her peers and things. And so she has pages set up to communicate her activities. And the activities that she goes back to all the time are really the 2 things that she does that are more similar to her peers. And that's the horseback riding and the downhill skiing that takes place out at Rabbit Hill through the CADS programs through the city of Edmonton. The CADS program through the CADS Foundation, I should say. So I know the city is challenged with lots of requests. And so through the city investment operating grant, the Little Bits program has been able to keep this program viable and affordable for families to participate. So I know there's a reimagining of that program and that investment moving forward. And I would really strongly encourage you to think about this investment and the opportunities for children and adults with disabilities that have a hard time accessing a lot of programs that the city provides outside of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Next, we go to Harinder Soni Sekhon, Free Play for Kids.
Good evening, Mayor Sohi and distinguished council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Sunny Sekhon, and I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of Free Play for Kids. To begin, I'd like to tell you that I've had the unique honor of meeting a number of you weighing in on this decision in my past life at Henry Singer Fashion Group. And why I share this is that I left that iconic Edmonton institution after 13 years in the peak of my career on the doorsteps of announcing a generational store in the Ice District. Because when I met Tim Adams and saw the work that Free Play for Kids was doing and impacting the youth in our community, I had to be part of it. I've lived in Edmonton for my entire life. For 36 years, I love this city. I love this city and what it can be and what it will continue to evolve to. But I also recognize that my love for this city comes largely from being able to enjoy a lot of its amenities, activities that were privilege-based as I grew up. Those activities, those sports, they forever shape me to someone that will stand up for Edmonton and sing Edmonton's praises. I want everyone who calls Edmonton home, whether they arrived last week or have been here for 25 years, to feel the same way I do about the city. I want everyone to have that sense of belonging and pride in this great place. Free Play provides so many lanes for children to find community, to find ways to connect to Edmonton, and to grow up feeling that same connection to this city that I do. Free Play works to remove all privilege-based barriers so that all our children and youth have a place to play, grow, and belong. Whether it's financial barriers or your family doesn't have a car, we work tirelessly to ensure that all a child should need is a desire to play. We will take care of the rest. I've been at many events where a common talking point from this council, previous council, many in office is the continued investment is needed to work on growth and development of our youth and children so that children become better leaders and citizens tomorrow. Now, not to take away from the great work other organizations are doing, but in my entire life, I've never seen such a perfect incubator for this work to happen in an after-school program for children. From the outside, many make the same error that I did prior to joining Free Play, and they think of it as a sports program exclusively, but it's just so much more. We're providing free after-school care, transportation, food, translation services, job opportunities. We're developing the next generation of folks that will one day be sitting beside you, hopefully as councilmen and councilwomen, potentially the mayor. The sports side is just the fun that we get to talk about the most often. Having us included in the city's budget means so much. Beyond the obvious of securing funding for the next 4 years, it provides a very much needed legitimacy to our program. It provides me specifically 4 years where I can now go to the private sector, where most of my relationships live, to show them that the city believes what we believe, that the children of this city are worth this investment. And that legitimacy will put me in a position where I can leverage those relationships to have a healthy public-private system, with my goal being to have the private sector outpace the investment of the city. But the city's investment is so crucial to legitimize our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunny. And next we go to Jared Buller, Olympian Swim Club.
Good evening, Mayor Sohi, councillors. My name is Jared Bueller. I'm the president and 15-year member of the Edmonton Olympian Swim Club. I'm the parent of 2 current competitive swimmers whose swimming careers began during the concept phase of the Lewis Farms Recreation Center. As a former athlete, parent, and now executive, I know how critical this facility is to the Edmonton aquatic community. There's an adage which says a society or city grows great when old men plant trees they will never sit under. The long-promised Lewis Farms Recreation Center, its 50-meter competition pool, and accompanying competition dive tank was to be the essential final component of our city's strategic plan for aquatic facilities. This facility is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for our city and this council to establish roots which will grow to benefit future generations of Edmonton youth. In a local aquatic environment already starved for essential pool space, it would be a monumental 11th hour mistake based on false economics to slash the functional capacity of this facility. The Lewis Farms Recreation Center was always intended to be more than what is now proposed. Rather, it was intended to be an essential competition-ready, FINA-approved swimming and diving facility and an essential analog to Kinsman Sports Center and a destination on the West LRT extension. Should your council accept this recommendation, there is no realistic prospect a similar project would be completed in our lifetimes. It is well prior to my birth that the planning of the Kinsman Sports Center began for the 1976 Commonwealth Games. Edmonton then was a city 1/3 its present size. The Kinsman Sports Center's 50-meter competition pool, competition dive tank, and adjacent training pool is the proud legacy of our predecessors. It continues to serve Edmonton well. Its efficacy across 5 decades is on account it was built with the future in mind and on a scale capable of hosting major and multiple events and their audiences. Despite its age, Kinsman remains one of the best facilities in Canada, and its 1970s capital cost is surely a bargain when viewed with the clarity of hindsight. At some point, however, its closure will be required for necessary major maintenance and updates. Will we be ready? Edmonton is growing. A single facility able to accommodate local, provincial, national, and international competitions is no longer sufficient for a major metropolitan population of 1.5 million in a growing province. Regrettably, 44 years after the Commonwealth Games, Edmonton's capacity to support elite training and competition in competitive swimming, diving, synchronized swimming, and water polo, along with significant demand from its recreational users, is effectively far less than it was in 1976 and significantly less than cities of comparable and lesser size than our own. Saskatoon, a quarter of our size, has 2 50-meter competition pools. Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray, Lethbridge, a fraction of our size, each have 1 50-meter pool. Calgary, a comparable city, currently has 3 operational 50-meter competition pools compared to our 1. The recent decision of this council to close Skona Pool, a relatively small facility by comparison, has already had a cascading impact and has demonstrated the fragility of Edmonton's aquatic capacity. Only by leveraging every option at Kinsman Sports Center and other pools was our club able to salvage this season. It is not an understatement to say that any prolonged closure of Kinsman Sports Center due to mechanical failure or renovation would be an unmitigated disaster for Edmonton's aquatic community. As we emerge from the pandemic, there is a heavy demand for youth developmental programs in competitive swimming, especially so in the city's southwest quadrant. Regrettably, while clubs like mine are willing to provide such programming, there is literally no room for growth. In fact, without the attritional impact of the pandemic, our membership would not have been able to provide existing space for programming due to the closures of Skona, Nate, Pool, and Peter Hemingway. The Lewis Farms Recreation Center, as it was proposed to be built, is not a luxury. If Edmonton is to maintain the capacity of even a decade ago, this facility represents the bare minimum commitment in a city our size. On behalf of our club, the general Edmonton aquatic community, and our current and future membership, I implore the City Council to have the foresight to stay the course and honor the planning and public consultation that gave vision to this important project and the promises made to our community over the past 18 years. Thank you for your time. I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jared. Next, we'll go to Miles Berry, Greater Hardisty Community Sustainability Coalition.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Sohi, my name is Miles Berry. I'm Vice President of Civics for Fulton Place Community League. You heard earlier from my neighbor, Drina. We're both volunteers with the Greater Hardisty Community Sustainability Coalition. That long name of that group is especially relevant today. You see, and maybe this will answer some of your question, Councillor Salvador. Back in 2013, our residents engaged to consider today's budget dilemma. That is, when we started seeing more local schools closed, we recognized and appreciated how our demographic changes and low population density necessitated our input for shaping our city as it grows. We understand budget decisions need to be sustainable, affordable, and forward-thinking. 9 years ago, we engaged with city planners in the completion of the 101 Avenue Secondary Corridor Study, a 2.6 kilometer stretch west from Capilano Mall to the River Valley. We sent hundreds to participate in charrettes and open houses and invited staff to keep us informed at public space activation events that we organized. In the years that followed, we challenged our neighbors to reimagine the corridor as a neighborhood connector node, a reconfigured local Main Street, a mixed-use, middle-density, active, multi-use, transit-orientated destination that truly reflected the holy grail of urban planning, really, the 15-minute community district node. We knew and continue to recognize the opportunity to take our time to do this right, to work with multi-agency social housing partners like Homeward Trust, active transport users like Walk and Bike Edmonton, Paths for People, public health partners like Housing for Health, infill groups like IDEA, and of course, our EFCL leagues. By the way, you should have received letters of support from all of our league presidents. If not, I have them here. The 101 Avenue Streetscape project is at PDDM Checkpoint 2. The cost to advance the project to Checkpoint 3 is estimated at $1.35 million. There has been significant unrecoverable costs and community time invested in this work. Not advancing this project would contradict everything that the city plan is meant to inform. Advancement also supports the bike plan guidance for an active transport corridor along this reimagined mixed-use district node. Greater Hardisty is an engaged and willing community partner that understands and appreciates the city plan vision for growth and climate resilience. But a climate action plan needs action, and this project is well positioned to help meet that target and contain growth within our boundaries. We want to see our needs met locally, to see businesses thrive, improved housing diversity for seniors and families, and a tax base that supports the amenities and services we're talking about today and that we enjoy and expect to see available. 101 Avenue Corridor offers both planners and community alike the chance to apply best practices in urban design in a way that truly strengthens the fabric of our community's health and wellness by seeding the row for a walkable 15-minute community of communities to grow using 101 Avenue as a backbone. This spine will ultimately unite shop owners with neighborhood patrons from north and south, including Otwell, where neighborhood revitalization is underway. A sustainable business with a reliable customer base is simply good business. We will pledge to continue to working collaboratively with city staff, business leaders, and developers as long as we know that our time is not wasted as sunken capital. Wastage that is funding to continue our work is budgeted accordingly. I'll leave you with this quote from the district plan. 101 Avenue Secondary Corridor is identified for growth activation as in the new district plan. Primary nodes and corridors should be understood as locations that the city will invest in with infrastructure, incentives, and programs to support growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miles. Next, we go to Renee Chan from Free Play for Kids.
Hi, my name is Renee Chan, proud citizen of YEG, parent and volunteer and a board director for Free Play for Kids. With respect and gratitude for our time together here on Treaty 6 territory, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in support of Free Play for Kids. I'm going to do something a little bit different here. Can I ask everybody to stand up We've been here for like 10 hours, I feel. I feel like you need to stand up, and do like 10 jumping jacks, and then give your neighbor a high five. I feel like this is like a 7 o'clock sprint. Yes. Amazing. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I know you guys have been doing a public hearing like all day. You have an extra day added to this. So I feel like you needed some renewed energy and concentration. And this is just something that Free Play does every day with nearly 700 kids. So thank you for doing that and just getting some new energy for the rest of the night. Yeah, keep rolling the shoulders, Soji. So I learned about Free Play in 2016 when it was Free Footy. It was stuck with me because, teams and sports was my thing growing up. I didn't join teams because I wanted to be a professional dancer or a basketball player or a volleyball player. I just was really only okay-ish at these things. But I really needed to be part of a team. I needed to make friends and learn things my parents couldn't teach me. My parents were first-generation immigrants navigating a new world and lived in a high-stress environment because of that. I needed a retreat and a place to be a kid. And there are over 40,000 other kids in similar vulnerable situations in YEG. Kids living in poverty physically, financially, mentally, emotionally, and socially. Kids who are immigrating to the city or with refugee status, and kids with accessibility challenges. So we have programs in school that are free and available, right? So why are they not doing that? Well, my kids are in school programs and sport programs, and teachers who are already at capacity, going through their own challenges, are tasked to lead these things. They're doing the best and they have the best hearts, but they are not meant to be caregivers or working 24/7. Parents are also asked to volunteer and coach teams when teachers are not available. And they're asked to drive their kids to and from games in the middle of the day because there's just no more budget left for transportation. So luckily, I have an employer who is empathetic and flexible to allow me to modify my schedule, to leave in the middle of the afternoon, to drive my kids to their games. It's a privilege I will never take advantage of. For kids to participate in their own school teams means you need to have these afforded privileges, which in itself already is a barrier right there for so many people. Only half of my daughter's running club could actually make it to the races because parents couldn't take time off work. And I bet even more kids didn't even try out because they knew they wouldn't be able to go to the competition, to the races. Free Play reduces all of these barriers and is designed to be accessed by everyone who needs it. Free Play is also there. It's there to build esteem and confidence for kids who never could take on opportunities that they never ever thought possible for themselves. It's a place for them to be brave, to feel like they belong, and to be proud of themselves. Free Play uses sports as a vehicle. We've talked about this a lot, and we really need to learn about how to be a community. And this is a way to do it. Learn how to be resilient. They're there at school all day long, tired at the end of the day, and Free Play is there to give them that renewed sense of energy and concentration, just like what we did earlier today. COVID really unveiled and amplified new priorities as we navigate through this new normal. The need and importance for connection has grown exponentially, especially for kids. The mental health pandemic symptoms have emerged, and we can't rinse and repeat. We need to have strong, intentional collaboration to move this work forward because these future leaders are the priority to keep our city growing. Free Play is grateful for the opportunity to be considered for funding each year. And as you guys know, the ability to budget annually will help the planning of these short-term cycles. But in order to make impacting and systematic change, long-term funding and multi-year commitments can move these steps forward in strides. All while without having to compromise or take existing resources from supporting our kids, giving our teachers back their time, and allowing parents to focus on their employment.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Colleen Hemsley.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your time this evening. In regards to our PowerPoint, if we could have slide 1, And then when I ask for it, we'll jump right to the testimonial video, which is slide 5, if that's possible. Thank you very much. So we are here as part of Breast Friends Society and Breast Friends Dragon Boat Racing Team of Edmonton. We are breast cancer survivors, and we are here today in support of the continuation of the Community Initiative Operating Grant. Thank you for funding our team in the past. These funds have had a positive impact on active living and health for our membership, as CIOG funding has been directed towards the design and implementation of our training program, which is aimed at increasing strength and endurance. Our training is based on published research proving the benefits of regular exercise to improve the quality of life and prevent reoccurrence of breast cancer. Along with the focus on active living and health, Breast Friends members volunteer monthly at Compassion House to provide support to persons undergoing treatment for breast cancer. We also provide educational presentations on breast cancer awareness, including at the annual City of Edmonton Wellness Fair. And we take part in the annual Run for the Cure, where we have been the top women's fundraiser team for many years. We are a team that ranges in age from the late 30s in some years through to the mid-70s currently. We come from a variety of incomes, many cultural backgrounds, and all fitness levels. Me, very low. In your package, there are 4 personal references for your, or stories for your reference rather, which may also be shared with you in person on Wednesday, or panel 10, I believe it was. So thank you for your time for me. We'd like to show you the testimonial video. I believe it's attached to slide 5. And I'll give thanks to Life Song Films, who prepared this for us. And then I'll turn it over to our President, Shannon. Thank you.
This is slide 5.
Oh, the video's not showing?
It's requesting access.
You did have access. Tracy had access.
While the clerk is figuring this out, why can't I just go to, can you start, Lorraine, can you start your presentation, or you have to wait for the video?
Shannon, yeah.
No, I can certainly go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council, for allowing us this additional 5 minutes this evening to speak. My name is Shannon Turgeon, and I am the current president of Breast Friends Dragon Boat Society. Grants and funding are an integral part of any not-for-profit society's operations. We have been blessed as an organization to have been the recipient of CIOG funding over the course of the past 10 years. This funding has ensured Breast Friends' ability to maintain a nominal annual registration fee of $100 per year. This fee provides both dryland training and paddling on the river 3 times a week, 8 months of the year. The minimal registration fee ensures that breast cancer survivors from all financial backgrounds are afforded the opportunity to participate. Our culturally diverse membership works diligently to ensure that the many breast cancer survivors who reside in and around the City of Edmonton are aware of and welcome to join our program. Breast Friends Dragon Boat Team is a member of Dragon Boat Canada, the governing body for the sport of dragon boat racing in our country, as well as the International Breast Cancer Paddlers Commission, which was founded in Canada by Dr. Don McKenzie, following his research to dispel the myth that breast cancer patients should not undertake exercise post-treatment for fear of contracting lymphedema. His research back in 1996 proved beyond any doubt that this belief was exactly that, a myth. The associations we have with IBCPC and Dragon Boat Canada provide our membership with opportunity to represent the City of Edmonton at provincial, national, and international regattas, where we proudly display the city's logo on our shirts
as well as on our sponsor flag. Over the course of the past 24 years, Breast Friends has become a community in itself. It has provided our members with a place to belong, to share their stories, knowing that their teammates understand the path they have traveled and the personal price each of them have paid to be part of this organization. We have grown stronger as individuals, stronger as a team, in thanks to the Community Initiatives Operating Grant and the Edmonton Sports Council. We are incredibly grateful for the opportunity this evening to have presented a portion of our story to you in a show of support for the continuation of CIOG funding to ensure sports and active recreation programming for citizens of all ages and from all walks of life. Thank you. We can now go ahead and play the video.
Breast Friends came into my scope of knowledge back in 2014 was the first time I heard of them. And that was 2 years after I had completed my treatment for a breast cancer diagnosis. Right from my first instance in that room, felt so welcomed and like part of the group. It doesn't matter how individual you are. When you're together, the 22 of you in that boat with a common goal and a common focus, you're invested. We're all completely and totally invested.
That's it!
And coming off the water after a race is a feeling that I can't even describe. It's satisfaction, it's pride, it's proving the strength of what we can do after we've been through something like this. The cost of providing this program and keeping that cost as low as possible is so very important. The one thing that funding has allowed Breast Friends to do is keep that registration fee at $100 per year, providing 8 months of keeping us healthy and whole, and not to mention that camaraderie, that connection that we all have. Breast Friends has enriched my life, my connections, my friendships in a way that I could never have anticipated. We pay a big price to be part of this team. We pay the price of having to survive a diagnosis. We need to give these ladies opportunities. We need to get the connection moving, grow the sport, grow the team, and just be there for each other.
Yeah, go! You're doing it! You're doing it! You're going!
Well, thank you so much for sharing that video with us and waiting all day. Really appreciate your commitment. Appreciate that. We got to move on to our next speaker. I am going to go to Ron Byers from Rainbow Story Hub Foundation.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors of the wards of Edmonton. My name is Ron Byers. I use he, him pronouns, and I am 68 years old, though I do think my Grindr profile says I'm 61. I've been a part of the 2S LGBTQ+ community since I was a young 15 years old, and over the years I've been active socially in much of our community's events, businesses, and organizations. Now, in my old age, I'm lucky enough to still have memories of so much of the history of the queer community in Edmonton. I'm speaking here today to support the Edmonton Heritage Council's budget submission, particularly Plan A, which meets their vision fully funded to 2026. I'm the founder of the Rainbow Story Hub Foundation, along with my friend and collaborator, Rob Brawatsky. Our mandate is to tell the history of the 2S LGBTQ+ community through the eyes of those who lived it, in stories, pictures, and podcasts. The beginning and the continuation of efforts to finally get our community's history available to the public would not have happened without the assistance of the Edmonton Heritage Council. It was a social media post from Christina Hardy, the former curator of the Edmonton City's Museum Project, or ECAMP, back in the beginning of January of 2020 that led to my involvement in co-writing several stories documenting Edmonton's queer history with my collaborating partner, Rob Rowatsky. ECAMP is a program of the Edmonton Heritage Council. That initial connection then led to the founding of a new project in February 2020, later named the Rainbow Story Hub, and then a month ago we incorporated as a registered nonprofit and added foundation to the name. It was the appearance of our new project in the spring of 2020 that caught the attention of Dr. Chris Wells at MacEwan University, which led him to apply for a Project Accelerator grant provided by the Edmonton Heritage Council in the fall of 2020. That initial grant ultimately led to the launch of the Edmonton Queer History Project map, tours, and websites in March of this year. As our foundation looks to build our collection of stories in the new year, capturing our history from a personal, non-academic perspective, we will need funding. At present, we have access to almost nothing in the way of grant programs that would allow us to grow in our current format. Speaking as an elder of the queer community and a queer historian, all of you on our City Council, and indeed many Edmontonians, learned more about the history of our community in the last year than anyone had ever had access to in our entire city's history. And all that started and will only continue with support on so many levels from the Edmonton Heritage Council. Without EHC, we might not be able to continue. In addition to speaking on the importance of additional funding for EHC, I'm also asking for additional funding to be allocated for the City of Edmonton Archives, an important partner in presenting our heritage for all to appreciate. We have had discussions with Councillor Stevenson, and through her office, the City of Edmonton Archives has confirmed that the LGBTQ+ donations dating back to 2007 are sitting in storage with no immediate plans to process them or to make them available to the public. We know that there are two large collections that may take a year or more to process, as well as several smaller collections from members of our community that date back to 2007. In our view, the challenge to both Rainbow Story Hub Foundation and the Edmonton Queer History Project is that we are being prevented from accessing considerable quantities of artifacts that would allow us to continue telling these stories. It should also be noted that if donations from our community date back to 2007, we could assume that other donations from other communities also date back that far. As for City Policy C448, the City of Edmonton Archives, and according to applicable legislation, the City of Edmonton will provide a planned program for the acquisition, management, preservation, and provision of access to records of legal, administrative, evidentiary, cultural, and historical value of the corporation, of city officials, of city-sponsored organizations and events, of organizations connected with the city, from public and private collections when deposited by the owners. At present, the City of Edmonton and the City Archives are not wholly meeting the access to records in a satisfactory manner. With an additional funding of $150,000 per year or $600,000 over the course of a 4-year budget, 2 additional city archivists could be hired to clean up the tens of thousands of artifacts donated by Edmontonians, and then finally effectively meet the City Archives mandate by providing the access to records now stored away so that our community and so many other communities can share their history based on these important artifacts. I speak today not only for the queer community, but also for so many underserved communities whose stories are only just beginning to be told. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ron. Next, we will go to Stacy Powell, Little Bits Therapeutic Writing Association, joining us remotely.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Powell. Thank you for allowing me to join you today. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about my son Aiden's experience with Little Bits Therapeutic Writing Association. For those of you who are parents, I'm fairly sure you've had the pleasure of seeing your kids participate in an activity that brings them joy. Well, for many years, it's something my family hadn't experienced. Aiden was diagnosed with Fragile X syndrome at age 3, a severe developmental disability. Any attempt at something new was typically met with tears, and we usually left home almost immediately. I remember walking into the Little Bits barn with Aiden for his first horse riding session and praying this would be different and praying things wouldn't be over in minutes. And I can only describe what I witnessed that day as magic. I read a quote in one of Aiden's many horse picture books that said, "Horse and rider, each is a selfless guardian of the other's very well-being." And Rosie was Aiden's. Aiden's confidence grew, his muscle tone improved, behaviors disappeared, he became more verbal, and I finally got to see my son experience pure and utter joy. And Aiden had his very first friend, a gentle brown and white horse. And this program didn't just bring so many positive things to Aiden. It actually provided support for me from other parents who are on the same journey. I finally felt like even though my journey was going to be different than the norm, it was going to be okay. As you all know, supporting and giving to programs like this one isn't just about making a donation. It's about making a difference in lives. And this one did just that. I respectfully encourage City Council to continue this fantastic program through your community investment grant. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us and waiting in the queue. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Next, we will go to Melissa Andrews, Free Play for Kids.
Hello, my name is Melissa Andrews, and today I am speaking in support of funding for Free Play for Kids. I work as an elementary music teacher in one of the highest need schools in the city located in the downtown city center. I've been involved with Free Play for Kids for over 12 years. My journey with Free Play began when I was a volunteer soccer coach for students at my school. And over the years, that relationship with the organization has led to me becoming a part of their board of directors in the role of secretary. Over the years, what I have observed is how crucial this program is to a core group of students and their families at my school. Our school is part of the Free to Play program, which offers daily after-school care to students in grades 3 through 6 at no cost. Families know that every day after school, their children are in an inclusive and supportive environment where they learn different aspects of multi-sport programming. They know their children build relationships with their coaches and their peers, and they develop their own skills in social, emotional, and mental health learning. Once a week, our students participate in a food class, and they take home a bag of groceries to create new recipes for their families. This aspect of the program has been so important to those of our families who struggle with food insecurity on a weekly or even on a daily basis. The students who participate in the program at my school have benefited from the consistency that Free Play's model provides. Because of that everyday programming, I've noticed growth in a lot of my older students, particularly in their ability to positively interact with one another and to take charge in situations while still learning to lead with respect and integrity. The other day during pickup, I observed the father of one of the participants greet a Free Play coach by saying, "How are you, brother?" and by giving him a hug. That small gesture shows just how valued the Free Play staff and their program are for our families. They see Free Play as part of their own family. The impact that Free Play for Kids makes for students and families at my school is astronomical. Currently, Free Play works out of 23 other elementary schools across our city for their Free to Play program. They work in multiple junior and senior high schools for the Play to Lead program and 5 evenings a week at various community leagues. I can attest to how beneficial this organization is for the students and the families that I personally know who participate in it. The impact that Free Play for Kids makes is crucial, and it helps to make our community a stronger and more vibrant place for all the children, youth, and the families involved. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Free Play for Kids and the incredible work that this organization provides for so many students and families across the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. That concludes the,
May you call out those that we missed?
I will. It's okay. I will see actually if Alexandra Pulwicki joining us. Nope. Neil Carey. Nope. Sean Holman. Nope. Greg Zwaski. Okay.
Test the mic, you can hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay, so good evening, council members. I understand you've been patient to listen to dozens of people today, and I'm the last one, perhaps fittingly because my last name begins with the final letter of the alphabet. However, I'm not here to make jokes. I'm here for valid reasons, and if I had to title my presentation, I'd title it Crime, Litter, and Disorder, the latter part, disorder, being primarily related to drug use. So I'd like to begin my presentation with the first image, please. Okay, there you can see someone, and this is the apartment that I live at downtown. I live about a 15-minute walk from here. That person, you would presume they are living on the streets. It's an unfortunate situation, but the fact is they're gaining entry to my residence. Not only do they jeopardize my personal safety, they jeopardize the safety of the dozens of people who live in my building. I have images, which I have chosen not to include in this presentation, of defecation, yes, human defecation, in the garbage chute room from people who've gained entry to the building. We've had residents assaulted. My apartment neighbor, who's female and a senior citizen, has been assaulted, had her wallet stolen with cash inside. All the result of people gaining entry to the building. There's two issues at hand here. First is the safety of the building, the security, which can be coordinated from the building management. But second, there's a large population of people living on the streets addicted to drugs. Second slide, please. That's not the slide I'm referring to. I'm referring to the petition slide. Nope. Yes. So as you can see, I started a petition at my building. We finally had some face-to-face time with the building management to lock the doors. I presume each and every one of you, all councillors and the mayor, lock your own residence. That's just common sense, right? Well, we don't have that luxury. People are able to gain access to our building because their argument is that Canada Post needs to be able to come in at certain hours. People have deliveries for medications and so forth. Still, it's a headache. You know, it really impacts your quality of life when you have break-ins. On the note of our safety meeting, which again I coordinated, we had 3 break-ins in the month of October. These are at least 3 that I'm aware of, okay? There's probably more, but 3 that I'm aware of after the safety meeting. Something's not right here. Next slide, please. Okay, so these slides aren't going in the order I wanted, but I'll just get to them. So this is a public park downtown, now touching more on litter. As you can see, there's graffiti. Does that bench look presentable to you? Would you want to sit on it? Looks kind of gross, eh? This is Beatrice Carmichael Park on 104th Street around 100th Avenue. Beatrice Carmichael apparently was an opera singer, so this is the park's condition being left in her memory. Next slide, please. Here's the LRT station. I just happened to make a YouTube video. I live downtown, so I document some of what I observed downtown. Here's some people loitering in the LRT. Next slide, please. Here's someone who's obviously passed out or intoxicated. Next slide, in the LRT. Here's some garbage in the LRT. I mean, this is gross. Edmonton downtown is becoming a dump. It is a dump. We have 4 councillors on here. Aaron Paquette, who's not present. I think he's probably doing this remotely. Andrew Neck, Sarah Hamilton, and Tim Cartmel, who are all carryovers from the previous council. I mean, we need accountability. I know that it's not good PR to say that, you know, Edmonton's a dump, but the fact is we had abysmal leadership. I and many others believe Mr. Iveson was a terrible leader for this city. He didn't want to acknowledge the social ills. His point of view was very one-sided, okay? You can't live in a dump and pretend it's all hunky-dory. You have to acknowledge the problems. Next slide, please. Okay, here's an interesting, and I can't even see my time. How much time do I have left? Can anyone tell me?
You have 47 seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a good tweet because here's some commentary from the Downtown Business Association and the Public Library talking and promoting these Naxalone kits, which are littered around. Next slide, please. No, next slide, please. Not that one. Yes, now here's these very same Naxalone kits littered in my neighborhood. So it's goddamn ridiculous. Okay, final slide, please. The one with the mayor's poll. Well, actually, Anne, that's where I met you. Remember when we met? That's the graffiti that ends up more graffiti there. Final slide, please. The one with the mayor's poll. The slide, please. Yes, I'll just let those numbers sink in. This, Mr. Mayor, is a poll of your performance after 1 year. I did not vote for you. I did not make that mistake. How do those numbers look to you? Poll from the Edmonton Sun from a few months ago.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here today. That concludes the number of speakers on panel 4.
Hello.
Sorry, who is that?
Excuse me, sorry. This is Sean Holman. Sorry, I had trouble with the mute there earlier.
Okay, you're there to make your presentation, Sean. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Sean Holman, Executive Director of Swim Alberta. Thank you for the honor to be here this evening to speak to you on behalf of recreation and competitive swimming in the City of Edmonton and the Province of Alberta. With regard to the proposed changes of the aquatic facility design at Lewis Farms Recreation Center, specifically the downsizing of the 10-lane, 50-meter competition pool to a 25-meter pool. I represent youth, age group clubs, masters clubs, varsity programs, and high-performance clubs in Edmonton. Our community actively supports inclusion and independence for children and youth and adults living with impairments, provides swimming opportunities for 2S LGBTQI+ community and those with Olympic and Paralympic dreams. I would like to briefly touch on the history of the pool venues in Edmonton to understand the situation we are facing today in the city swimming community. The last 50-meter pool was built in Edmonton and is currently named the Don Smith Pool at Kinsman Center for the 1978 Commonwealth Games when Edmonton had a population of 470,000. In the 44 years since, the Metro Edmonton area has tripled in population. To now there is 1.5 million people. The growth of swimming in Edmonton has been consistent to that of the city's population growth. A city conducted a survey in Edmonton citizens in 2004-05 in preparation for the recreational facility strategic planning and found that the number one activity that Edmonton residents wanted to participate in was swimming. And across all Edmonton aquatic and swimming was side by side with soccer as Edmonton's favorite activity. Moreover, the increased number of para and able-bodied high-performance athletes now living and training in Edmonton comes with an increased strain on the existing lane space available in the city that is vital to Swim Alberta continuing to introduce, develop, and produce swimmers in the province through the athlete pipeline. This has been a case for many years. The current infrastructure simply cannot service the aquatic needs of the community. Families and competitive swimming athletes alike in Edmonton now struggle to find aquatic programs and pool time. The construction of the Lewis Farms Recreational Center, including a 50-meter competition pool in the new aquatic center, presents a tremendous opportunity to greatly enhance the ability to grow swimming programs in the city, further by meeting both the current and future demands for lane space throughout the city of Edmonton to attract world-class events. The proposed downsizing will prevent event hosting opportunities and further compound the program participation problem we are currently facing. 50-meter pool at the Lewis Farms Recreational Center is not a long overdue project, but a solution to the strain we are currently facing. The 53-meter competition pool and international regulation dive tank will open many doors to our community, including training space for Edmonton's national, international, and Olympic athletes, provide more inclusive environment to our Paralympic and Special Olympic athletes, provide opportunities for Edmontons to host high-profile sporting events through the two world-class facilities, which will be Kinsman and Lewis Farms, resulting in a significant impact economically on the community. Reduce the strain on waiting lists for Swim Alberta that are currently dealing with that in Edmonton. We provide more recreational opportunities for youth, master swimmers, and the community is active for life swimming and also endures strong volunteer-based support. Our ability to support safe and welcoming environments for our 2S LGBTQ communities throughout our club offerings in the city. I ask you today, on behalf of Swim Alberta's members, to carefully consider the long-term impact this decision will have for decades in Edmonton. An investment today will have a positive impact for tens of thousands of Edmontonians well into the future. Swim Alberta is driven to make our community healthier, more active, and better through sport. The health of our communities is at an all-time low, and we know that sport and play is an instrumental role in the recovery from the pandemic. I thank you for the careful consideration in your decision and continued support in our vision to ensure every swimmer has the opportunity to reach their potential, which enhances the health of our community through swimming by making the decision today that Edmontonians need. We look forward to working with City Council to have an even greater positive impact on health in the community through swimming, creating feelings of inclusion, accessibility, and well-being, and making our city a more active city in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the members of the public on panel 4. And I'll see if council members have any questions. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Bordeaux? Hi there. I love your wine,
Hello.
by the way.
Yes, thank you.
For the PTO, is that a bid or is that something that would be guaranteed if funded that would be coming to Edmonton?
We've been direct awarded already for 23-24 if we choose to move forward with it. For 2025 would be a bid process. So the bid process would commence early in the new year, and we would know by the end of June, by summer, if we receive the 2025 World Championships.
Okay, great. That was my question. Thank you. And then I have a question for Ms. Turgeon. Hi. I just wanted to clarify that your request, you had said that you've had previous funding from the city. Was that through the CIOG?
Yes.
Is that what,
Yes.
that is your request for
Yeah,
CIOG?
through the CIOG.
Okay.
We are here to request that the city do everything within their power to maintain that funding.
Okay.
There are many, many associations that I've only seen a small drop in the bucket today of the representation. And I'm doing it more so for all of those organizations that need it more than we do. I feel there's a definite requirement for it to be continued, and really wish for the best for everybody who applies every year.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much to all of our speakers and for spending the evening with us. Just had a quick question for Mr. Bueller, if you're still online.
I am.
I was about to get into a Bueller. In any case, I was just wondering, you provided some examples of other jurisdictions and the number of aquatic facilities that they have with the 50 feet pools. Could you confirm, are those all public pools?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Okay.
I believe, I don't even know how the, for example, Repsol or what was Repsol is funded in Calgary. I think one of the 50-meter pools is a newly built YMCA, but I'm not sure about the other two. They would certainly have some city component, but I'm not sure. As for Saskatoon and the smaller centers I mentioned, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, sorry, 50 meters. 50 feet did seem a bit small. Yeah, I'm just wondering if is there any possibility for funding partnerships in Edmonton that you're aware of in terms of the city, again, maybe being an investor in a competitive swim facility, but again, having some of the additional investment from community members or organizations?
I can really only speak on behalf of our club, but I know that annually we would spend between $500,000, and in previous years probably up to $750,000 on lane fees, like renting pool time. So again, off the top of my head, I think it would be something that we would consider if the opportunity was available to secure the kind of time we needed. Looking at some sort of arrangement, but I can't speak for the broader aquatic community. It's a very diverse community, a lot of different sports involved. So
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you so much. Those were all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, and yeah, thanks again to everyone who stuck with us late into the evening. I'm just going to go to Miles Berry to start. So I appreciate you providing a little bit of background and context as to how we got here and some of the work that went into reimagining 101 Ave. Now, I think you mentioned you have letters of support from basically every community league that surrounds 101. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, how many is that?
So that would be Capilano, Gold Bar, Fulton Place, Forest Heights, and Terrace Heights.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, and I think one thing that I find really interesting is you basically have a community saying, yes, we want density. Yes, we want active transportation. Yes, we want to see more diverse housing options. And as Drina put it, this is an instance of YIMBY, right? So can you talk a little bit about how you managed to pull that off? Because you basically have a coalition of people saying, we want the change that you're asking for as envisioned by the city plan. Because more often than not, it feels like we have folks oftentimes pushing it back against that type of change.
Well, I think the answer to that is that we've got a fairly well-educated community that really understands the pressures that go along with sorting out a city budget, and we've got property values that are increasing, but we've got property taxes that are going up accordingly as well. We've got many people, such as myself, that are trying to do the right thing with trying to address climate change by building sustainably, by trying to densify with things like garden suites. For instance, we've got several of our coalition members that actually have undertook projects like that. So the short answer is I think we understand the issues and want to have a positive influence on the shape of our future community.
Right, right. Okay, and then just on timing, why is the timing right for advancing from checkpoint 2 to 3?
Well, as I said in my talk, I think we've been realistic with what we've asked along the way. We know that this is not a project that can be done overnight. We have advanced along with the project and asked for funding to keep things moving along. I think the timing is such that when you look at zoning bylaw renewal, for instance, the changes that are coming with that, how that could be applied to the secondary corridor node. It's currently CNC designated, so there's going to be opportunities for mixed use middle density on this avenue, which speaks to all the things that we mentioned with city plan.
Right, great, thank you for that. And then maybe just one final question. I'm of course familiar with the 101 Ave area, but just to provide a little bit more context as to what exactly is located in this area. I'm thinking of, like, there's a brand new supportive housing project, a Capilano Library. It does feel like a hub.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, I should have submitted it. I have here a picture. This is 101 Avenue. My dad was a photographer. So this was taken in 1970s. So here's an overhead view of the avenue in the 1970s. And here's a comparison through Google Earth. So this should speak to what we've done with a mature neighborhood in Edmonton over the past 50 years. There's no change. And this is in our backyard. What are we doing to densify Edmonton for the 21st century?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate everyone being here. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, and if you don't mind emailing those two images to us, will be appreciated. Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Mr. Nelson, I think you had done a survey that 54% of your survey respondents said swimming was the next thing they're going to be doing. Was that
That's from the City of Edmonton 2020 Facility Master Plan. It's city staff, actually.
Okay, okay. I'm just wondering, on that survey, did it note, like, that's just swimming lessons, or is that just going swimming, or is that competitive level?
No, that was swimming in general.
Just in general?
Yeah,
Okay.
it did expand that any household, what their favorite amenity was, and that was 79% went to swimming pools.
Okay, okay. I was just wondering if, yeah, if it went a step further to show. Okay, that's actually really all I wanted to know from you. Thank you. And then, Mr. Barry, you had mentioned in your presentation about consulting with Homer Trust, and I'm just wondering how that fits into the whole 101st Ave.
Yeah, so a lot of our participants with our coalition are involved with our community leagues, and we're around the tables of discussions for, you know, when opportunities do come up. So the conversation with Homer Trust came up, for instance, with SECLA, the Southeast Community League Association group, and that was where I was involved in that discussion. And we talked about parcels of land that were available within our community. In this case, it was along 101st Avenue that there was a few properties that were identified as good opportunities for projects like that. So that's how that came about. It was when Councillor Henderson was in council, and you know, so we sort of had that conversation at that level, at the community league level, and then along the way we were there to answer questions to the community, to dispel some of the misconceptions about, you know, what these kinds of projects might look like, and how they could be integrated into the community as well. So for instance, we tried to invite Homer Trust to be part of a public space activation event that we had over the summer. Unfortunately, the project wasn't quite far along enough to invite those future residents from that housing project to participate. So.
Okay. So did you dispel some of those myths within the communities?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I hope so. Anyways, there's always a little bit of that that's out there that you have to sort of try to just be that voice of reason to encourage the diversity.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I just wanted to know that connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my first question is Colleen Hamilton. And so I really love the videos, really good with. And so my question is about, and then the request is about continue to support CIOG. So besides that, is there any specific support you think city could do to support this group better?
I think, like right now, we're struggling to find a place to have our off-season training. It's been a bit of a struggle. So, I mean, any support that the city could afford us in helping us find a place that's reasonable and economical, we would certainly appreciate that. I think the other thing that we would appreciate as a team is just as much public awareness as you can give us. You know, breast cancer does affect 1 out of every 8 persons, and I said persons. So it's not just females, it is men as well. So those are the other non-cash contributions that we would readily accept.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad I asked that question.
Thank you.
And so my next question is to Mr. Ron Bears. So I specifically want to talk about the Heritage Council Fund. And so when you mentioned about the next 4 years for asking $600,000, is a part of that $2.1 million for Heritage Council, or is it on the top of that?
The $600,000 that I was referring to in the last part of my presentation was for the City of Edmonton Archives, which was separate from the Edmonton Heritage Council.
Okay.
And that would cover the cost of to hire 2 archivists for a period of 4 years. in order to process all these donations that are sitting in the basement that we can't get to.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And because I'm looking at the budget book, I couldn't find that item.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So my last question is going to Mr. Zawaski. Thank you for showing the picture. I share your frustration and for sure. And specifically, I think our city is working with many organizations to address the public concern and the specific public safety concern right now, and is our Edmontonians' big concern, one of the biggest concern. So really appreciate you brought that too. So even though there are lots of work have been done, do you have a specific suggestion or any ideas you can give to us and say how we can do things differently to really address this issue?
Thank you, Councillor Rice, for the question. You know, it's tough because I think it all falls on drug addiction. So here's an idea. I don't know if it's worth, if it would go forward, but people who are living on the streets who may be addicted to drugs may have friends or contacts or family elsewhere outside of Edmonton. If you learn information about them, offer them a bus ticket back to wherever they come from, then they are no longer causing a burden on people who are law-abiding. I mean, there has to be just though more pushback. And we talk about this city plan. Is there anything in my question is there anything in the city plan which is a pushback against the drugs and criminal activity? I would guess there is not.
Okay, thank you. And I do have almost 1 minute. And then you mentioned that accountability piece. So I'm interested to know more about how you look at that accountability from public perspective. So our council and could demonstrate that more.
So you're asking me specifically about accountability. Well, I mean, like there's programs like Neighborhood Watch and there's citizens activist committees that can monitor the streets, but I mean, I really wonder, it's got so out of hand that what are people supposed to do? Their hands are kind of tied. I mean, when it's just, there's so, you walk down the streets of downtown, you'll see syringes, you'll see broken beer bottles, you'll see a lot of disgusting things. So there's some things people can do, but when it's on the burden of the average person to go and clean up the mess of the social ills, it seems that the issue could perhaps be solved politically instead of placing the burden on the average person.
Sorry, time, Councillor Rice. Okay. Any other questions?
Sure, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up on that. So let's say that we shipped people out of town to somewhere else, so it's someone else's problem. What's to stop other cities from shipping their folks over to Edmonton?
Mr. Paquette, are you asking me specifically?
Yeah.
Well, I'll counter that with the question of why is Edmonton
it's a question I have for you.
Well, nothing's stopping them, but again, why do we get the label of sanctuary city? Is Edmonton a dumping ground? That's my question for you.
Well, hold up. Who gave us that label?
Well, the council voted for it, as I understand.
No, you understand incorrectly.
Okay, well, enlighten me, but that's, to my knowledge, go ahead. To my knowledge, we're a sanctuary city, and that was voted on by council.
No, that's actually incorrect.
Okay, well, that's...
So anyway, back to the original question. What's going to stop people from sending people here if we start that as a precedence? So let's say we start sending people to Vancouver. Vancouver's like, how about no? And they've got way more folks than we do who are in distress, and they're like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You take all of our people then. And then what? We just have like this parade of buses going back and forth between cities?
Yeah, obviously that doesn't work, but what you can do is you can find people who are caught up in severe addiction and you can present them with options. You can say, look, your behaviors are a disruption to...
Okay, I got to interrupt you there. People in severe addiction. So you want to present with options and say, okay, rationally, because obviously you're in a rational state of mind, here are some options we want to present to you. Is that sort of what you're telling me?
Well, that's exactly what I'm telling you, Aaron. What I'm telling you is that you have to stop having so much compassion. You have to literally.
Oh, okay, just 1 second.
So,
folks who are in absolute severe addiction.
Councillor Paquette, this is not
Have
going to...
you ever encountered them?
Okay, Aaron, I don't have time for your garbage.
Councillor Paquette,
Because
this is...
one would assume that if they had rational thought processes, they probably wouldn't be in severe addiction. So I'm just trying to understand this whole perspective.
Aaron, I'm going to choose not to respond to you. I have an idea of where you stand on this issue. You've been on council a long time.
Okay, got it. I think this is not going to get...
Okay, well, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the questions today. This evening, tonight, for the panel number 4. Thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate your involvement. We'll go to our next panel. Yes. Thank you so much for that. And people listening online may not have heard the compliment. Compliment from public is congratulating and appreciating our staff for giving all the support for this public hearing. So thank you so much for that. Yeah. Okay, now we are into panel 5. Okay, Nick Lilly, joining remotely.
Present.
All right. Maya Kolegiru, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee.
Close enough. Present.
Thank you. Gemma Dunn, Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations.
Present.
Herb Fluelling, the Aquatic Council of Edmonton. I haven't spoken there at the back. Just change in the order of the speakers. Herb, are you there? Okay. Tanya Levier, Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Present.
Tanya, you're there. Holly Baker, Kinsman Diving, in person.
I've gone virtual, but I'm here.
No worries. Monica Figura, Edmonton Youth for Climate, in person or virtual? Monica?
She's not able to come.
Okay. Jay Firoz, Edmonton Youth for Climate, in person or virtual? Right now you're virtual, Jay? Jay, are you there?
Jay will be here very soon.
Yeah. Jay is not here, sorry? No.
She's just, they're just joining.
Okay. Juliana Weber.
I'm here online.
Thank you. Kevin McGon.
Yes, I'm here, and we'll just need one spot. Jess Phillips is following me, but we can share the spot.
I'm sorry, Jess Phillips wants to go ahead of you?
No, Jess is we're from the same organization, and we're good with just one spot.
Oh, just, okay, you'll make a presentation, got it. Okay, Jeffrey Sundquist. Jeffrey, right here you are. Nice to see you. Harrison Moore, in person. Harrison Moore.
I'm actually online, Mr.
You're
Mayor.
online? Okay. Peter Emrangan. Peter, you're online too?
I'm online too, yeah.
Okay. Shafraz Kaba. Remotely? Shafraz?
Remotely, yes.
Kristen Fotang, University of Florida Students Union. Are you virtually, Kristen? We don't see you here. Christian here. No, you don't hear you? Okay, we'll get back to you. Kaylin Anderson, remotely we see you, Kaylin. You're there?
Hello.
Dale Gino, in person or virtual? Dale Gino? No. Peggy Garrity, Edmonton Screen Industries office, virtually or in person? Oh, in person? No. Tom, I see. Vinika, Tom, you're here in person. Is Peggy joining us as well? Okay, so Peggy won't be here. Okay, all right. We will start with Nick Lilly.
Fantastic. Well, hi, everybody. My name is Nick Lilly, CEO of HomeEd, Edmonton's nonprofit housing corporation. Actually, before I jump in, I just want to take a few seconds to offer some appreciation for you all. This is a thankless job, a thankless time, and your decisions undoubtedly will leave a lot of people unsatisfied. But, you're elected based on your convictions. I hope you stay true to them now. One thing I think nearly all of you campaigned on or sought to address is homelessness and housing affordability in this city. Anyone paying attention can see how hard you and city administration are working to support the hundreds of folks who are homeless with severe health and income challenges. And I, like many others, hope that that continues through this budget. But I'm also really worried about the tidal wave of housed families who are increasingly at risk due to escalating costs of food, of gas, of utilities, and of increases in market rents. Now, as a landlord, I can appreciate why rents do need to go up when you're facing your own wicked escalation in cost to operate. While more affordable housing is the answer, your existing affordable housing providers need your help to address this. The fact is that affordable housing providers in this cost environment without government subsidies, all of us are just struggling to preserve our percent of rent subsidization, never mind deepening it. So for some affordable housing providers, that will mean rent rate increases at the worst possible time for our residents. For other providers, it may mean walking away from the delivery of on-site health and wellness supports that council has pursued so intently over the years. And unquestionably, it means reduced resources to renew and to grow the supply of affordable housing, which we all know is so desperately needed. There is one service package, an unfunded one in your operating budget that has the best chance in my mind to address this. That's the Affordable Housing Grant on page 98, which offers providers like HomeEd relief from the municipal component of property tax, provided we preserve or enhance our depths of affordability. In the grand scheme of this city budget, this service package is a tiny drop in a huge bucket. But for those providing affordable housing, it is an absolute game changer. If you fund this service package, you'll keep our affordable housing system healthy. But if you exclude it, we'll have to prepare for the wave of issues that follows. Simply put, in my mind, if you do nothing else for affordable housing in Edmonton, I encourage you, I beg you at this point, to fund the affordable housing grant package and help keep Edmontonians housed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Maya Gologiro. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Hi, Mayor Sohi and Council. Thanks so much for sticking it out today and listening to me this late in the evening. My name is Maya Caligiru, and I'm a newly minted co-chair of the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. Today, I'm going to be representing this committee. In 2018, the City of Edmonton co-developed and signed on to the Edmonton Declaration, a document that clearly stated the need for all levels of government, especially cities, to urgently act and limit global warming to under 1.5 Celsius. In a time when the world seems as though it could not be more divided, the City of Edmonton took a really bold stance of naming the climate crisis exactly what it was, a climate emergency. Well, it's 2022 now, and we can state definitively that Edmonton is warming at one of the fastest rates in the world. We're facing warmer winters, frequent heat waves, and lucky us, both droughts and floods. Our natural ecosystems are at stake. Our local flora and fauna are at stake. And if that's not enough for you, our own city infrastructure and the health of our citizens are both at risk. To get to the point, the budget being discussed today is simply unacceptable. This budget completely disregards not only Edmonton's historical commitments to tackling the climate crisis, but also the future of our city and citizens. The sheer disappointment that our committee felt when we reviewed what was funded and what was not was pretty unanimous. This is a business as usual budget, and very little, if any, direct climate mitigation and adaptation is being funded. I can't tell you that I have a deep understanding of how to create city budgets or how to run a city. I understand that what gets prioritized is done so in what I can imagine is good faith and with the hope that your decisions are making a difference for the everyday life of Edmontonians. However, I must express to you in no uncertain terms that if we do not dedicate more funds to climate mitigation and adaptation strategies, then Edmontonians will suffer. And to be clear, the Edmontonians who will suffer the most are either those who belong to the most at-risk populations among us or have not even yet been born. One study found how climate change was going to impact Edmonton. It found that climate change could cause direct annual costs of approximately $1 billion by the 2050s and $4.1 billion by the 2080s. These costs arise from the physical impacts of climate change, such as costs incurred to repair damaged infrastructure, as well as costs to intangible goods and services, such as travel delays due to damaged infrastructure. Annual GDP losses due to climate-related impacts on Edmonton by the 2050s are estimated to be about $2.1 billion annually and $6.0 billion annually by the 2080s. This research also identified that climate change could also cause an additional 22,000 direct physical and mental health episodes in Edmonton annually by the 2050s. If funding climate mitigation and adaptation now seems expensive, just imagine what your predecessors are going to have to deal with. This is one of those situations where an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I know it's difficult to legitimize funding certain climate strategies. Perhaps they seem too risky, not well thought through, or maybe they don't garner enough support from your constituents. To me, this speaks to the need for more open dialogue between City Council and citizens. Edmontonians need to understand that investing in climate mitigation, and especially adaptation, is in our benefit. If certain strategies seem as though they're not well thought through or well researched, then we need to look at what other cities are doing and learn from them. I know this is not always easy because not many other cities are actually doing what Edmonton is doing. We're seen by other Canadian cities as leaders in this area, which is incredible, and I am really proud of this. However, we simply no longer have the time to take incremental steps. Sometimes we'll need to take risks. Sometimes we need to do what we know is right, even if the path isn't clear. It isn't easy being on the cutting edge in the way that we are. There are a few examples to learn from, but this is why we need to be the example and the leaders that I know that we can be. With that, I implore you to do the necessary. Please amend this budget and come together and rally for a cause that unites us all. In conclusion, I'd like to name the top 5 climate mitigation strategies that our committee came together and decided that we would like to see funded. 1, citywide bike lane infrastructure. 2, broad use of district energy. 3, retrofitting city buildings. 4, funding the environment and climate resilience team. And 5, investing in transitioning to electric vehicles for city fleets. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us and also giving us a clear sense of what you want out of the budget for climate action. Thank you so much. Next, we go to Gemma Dunn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Council. I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organisations, ECVO, and I want to thank Council and City Administration for being such a great partner with the non-profit and voluntary sector here in Edmonton. This evening, I'm here to speak to the importance of maintaining the Community Investment Operating Grant and its significant impact on the non-profit sector and in our communities, along with considering indexing all grants in line with inflation. Since the pandemic, the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organisations has had many conversations with organisations about the challenges they are facing. Before the impact of COVID-19 were being felt, many organisations were already facing reductions in funding due in part to a global recession and an economic downturn here in Alberta, and yet non-profits continuously answered the call to do more with less. Edmontonians are struggling in the wake of the pandemic, and the non-profit sector are seeing it on the front lines, experiencing not only high demand for services, but higher complexity of client needs, increasing call volumes to Alberta's Helpline 211, Over the last 3 years, attest to these increasing struggles. The biggest demand from Albertans has been in the areas of mental health and substance use, criminal and justice legal services, followed by community services, basic needs and income support. Despite the challenges during the pandemic, non-profits and charities have worked together to provide vital programs and services to everyday Edmontonians. The pandemic has shown that non-profits and charities, governments and businesses can respond quickly in times of emergency and provide support for our communities, and that they are more effective when they work in collaboration with one another. The non-profit sector plays a crucial role by providing supports to Edmontonians whose access to programs and services on the front line, while also creating jobs for Edmontonians. With the sector facing mounting challenges such as growing inflation, labour shortages, increased demand and decreased revenue, it is critical that the City of Edmonton demonstrates an understanding of the importance and the unique needs of the sector to support pandemic recovery as both a societal necessity and an economic driver. Quite simply, non-profits are past the point of being able to do more with less effectively. Many have had to cancel fundraising and other types of events, impacting their finances and abilities to network and connect with peers from other non-profit organisations. Organisations are now working hard to recover connections in an environment where their capacity to function has been diminished and demands are growing. In dollar value, these grants may seem small, but their impacts are often much larger. These grants are especially unique in that they are operating grants. They are grants that enable organisations to pay for office space and to keep the lights on. The majority of funding available to the sector is often programme or project based. These grants provide the additional flexibility organisations need to evolve and adjust their programmes and missions to better suit the changing needs of our communities. And they are also easy to apply for and report on. It is also important to note that organisations who receive this funding continue to be on the front lines of maintaining physical and mental health for Edmonton's most vulnerable citizens. In a recent report, Alberta's non-profits around the impact of COVID-19, respondents reported that financial resources such as core organisational operating funding are integral in being able to deliver on their mission in the next 12 months. The majority of respondents reported that their revenues had decreased. This is the environment for non-profits right now. Every single dollar counts. CIOG last received an increase in 2018, and this was only a 2% increase. Therefore, based on inflation and population growth, this programme is reduced year on year. We would ask that not only you keep this highly valuable programme, but also consider indexing the CIOG programme in line with inflation and population growth, taking the current investment of $3,649,995 to $4,1,860,000. Based on the StatsCan's inflation calendar, this would be a 14.69% increase. We would also ask that Council consider indexing all granting programmes to take into consideration inflation and population growth. The non-profit and voluntary sector is an essential piece of the ecosystem in meeting success indicators outlined in Connected Edmonton Strategic Plan for 2019 to 2028. These include healthy city indicators such as reduced discrimination and racism, a greater sense of community, higher volunteerism, and more engagement with arts and culture. What I've spoken about here this evening has led us to two prime recommendations for City Council to consider. That City Council vote to maintain the Community Investment Operating Grant in full, continuing to provide over 300 charities and non-profits with crucial funding, which benefit many Edmontonians, and a commitment to indexing all granting programmes to inflation and population growth in the budget, starting with 2023. Thank you for the opportunity for speaking at Council today.
Thank you so much, Gemma. Next, we'll go to Herb Flewelling. Herb Flewelling? Nope. We'll go to Tanya La Riviere.
Good evening, Mayor Sohi and Council. My name is Tanya Riviere. I am the current chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, or AAC. For those who are not aware of our role, we are a committee of 15 people, all with lived experience of disability. We advise City Council on concerns of the disability community to help improve livability for those who experience disability. We are here today to support funding for service packages proposed in this budget that are key concerns to the AAC. They include enhanced snow and ice control service standards, sidewalk maintenance strategy, GAP funding,
maybe
just hold on. Tanya,
I don't
just,
think they can hear you.
just wait. You can see me? Okay, we need to reset everything?
Just a second. They have to rejoin the public hearing.
Non-impede accessibility.
There you go.
We often see snow piled into accessible stalls and ramps, curb cuts, and accessible paths. of
Tanya, I'm
travel.
going to stop you there. If you could start all over again, because we lost you almost for about half a minute or 45 seconds.
Okay. All right. I apologize. I don't know if that's
No,
on my end.
it was on our end. The system kicked out because we've been here too long. Yeah. Yeah, you go ahead.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sohi and Council. My name is Tanya Lariviere. I am the current chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, AAC. For those who are not aware of our role, we are a committee of 15 people, all with lived experience of disability. We advise City Council on concerns of the disability community to help improve livability for those who experience disability. We are here today to support funding for service packages proposed in this budget that are key concerns of the AAC. They include enhanced snow and ice control service standards, sidewalk maintenance strategy gap funding, on-demand permanent funding, affordable housing and homelessness prevention. First and foremost, we support funding the enhanced snow and ice control service standards package. For seniors and those with a disability, inadequate snow and ice control adds another barrier to livability in our city for 6 months of the year. It is important to this committee that we see safety valued and prioritized. In addition to the service standards proposed in this package, we would like contracted companies to learn about snow removal and storage that does not impede accessibility. We often see snow piled into accessible stalls and ramps, curb cuts, and accessible paths of travel. This would enhance the reliability and efficiency of funding proposed in this package. The AAC would be happy to share some brief information that can help maximize safety, efficiency, and dollars. Sidewalk maintenance strategy. We support the enhanced funding to bridge the gap between reactive and proactive sidewalk maintenance. There has been a 96% increase in need for sidewalk repair since 2012. A quarter of our population identifies as having a disability. Unsafe or inaccessible sidewalks can deter access to their community, which compromises well-being, independence, and freedom of mobility. The need to repair and maintain safe sidewalks is high. As the city deliberates on priority servicing models, we ask that you recognize that individuals with disabilities experience a heightened vulnerability to safety, inequity, and well-being if sidewalk repairs are not prioritized. On-demand permanent funding. Affordable and accessible transportation is a key concern of the AAC. We are happy to learn that on-demand service is having a positive impact and is meeting the needs of community while being cost-effective. We support permanent operation funding of on-demand service, so it will continue to meet the needs of all citizens and mobilities. And it has proven to be an important service that enables independence and access to essential services. Enhanced funding for affordable housing and homelessness. Affordable housing is foundational as we work towards and within the community safety and well-being strategy. The success of it every pillar relies on it. Pardon me. The recent housing needs assessment analysis supporting this service package indicates over 45,000 renter households with a disability are in core housing need. Their housing is not adequate, affordable, or suitable. That number is 4 times that of the next highest priority group, racialized people, around 11,000. We absolutely support an affordable housing investment plan. It is a critical need, but we also need to consider accessible housing as part of the solution. From a policy perspective, we think there is a clear and demonstrable need to develop an affordable and accessible housing strategy and to incorporate accessible housing into the affordable housing investment plan. The data proves the need, and it is a substantial one. The need will continue to grow as long as our city grows and ages along rising costs of living. The AAC would like to continue engagement with Council and MIN regarding these statistics and next steps. We also support localized funding of the small but mighty community investment operating grant, which funds approximately 20 disability organizations, and see funding for leisure centers to support services and programming for integrated recreation. We want to endorse the work being done by the Corporate Accessibility Working Committee implementing the Corporate Accessibility Plan. We cannot overemphasize the importance of continuing to invest adequately and continuously in accessible infrastructure and improvements. We appreciate all the speakers who have spoken about the importance of accessible programming and services to support individual and community wellness. We want to recognize this council for their past contributions to advancing accessibility. We appreciate of this budget deliberation and to all of you, and appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Now we go to Holly Baker.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sohi, city councilors, and fellow citizens. My name is Holly Baker, and I'm the member of the board of directors for the Edmonton Kinsman Diving Club. I would like to speak to you about our sport of diving and why we hope Lewis Farms Aquatic Center will be built as planned. It's well known that the sport develops self-discipline, focus, ambition, and self-confidence, which we see from our divers as they improve their status in studies at school and socially in the community as well. There's one additional attribute to our sport of diving, and that's courage. I'd like to share a quick bedtime story with you guys since we're so late in the evening here. In 1984, 24-year-old diver Canadian Sylvie Bernier from Quebec won the Olympic gold medal on the 3-meter springboard at the Olympic Games in Los Angeles. After the Games, Sylvie was to be presented with an award of excellence from the government of Quebec. She was the first ever Quebec athlete to win an Olympic gold medal. Premier Levesque was waiting on the stage at the ceremony for Sylvie to join him and was smoking a cigarette at the time. And when Mr. Levesque approached Sylvie to make her presentation, she said, "I'm sorry, Premier Levesque, I don't want to accept my award while you're smoking." Premier Levesque put out a cigarette and approached her again with her award. However, out of habit, he had taken another cigarette out and put it in his mouth. At which point, Sylvie reached out, took the cigarette out of his mouth, broke it in two, and at that point, dozens of flash bulbs from various media outlets took pictures, and it was splashed across the front pages of papers around the world and in Canada. By this one courageous act, Sylvie Bernier probably saved thousands of lives from lung cancer. And this is just one story of the character development aspect of our sport and the sport of diving. The Edmonton diving program at the Kinsman Sports Center diving pool has produced 4 Olympic divers since 1984. Combined with losing diving training capacity at the Kinsman pool because of the doubling of our population and with the elimination of the deep pool for diving at Lewis Farms, there's a high likelihood there will be no more Olympic divers. This makes me very sad since I'm the mother of a 13-year-old girl who's a national level 10-meter platform diver. And unfortunately, our family at that point would have to make a difficult choice to leave our hometown of Edmonton, which we love so much, so that she could choose to follow her dream. Of course, this affects all of our top divers who will have their training reduced, as well as the thousands of divers who would not even be able to try the sport of diving locally. The elimination of the Lewis Farms deep pool with the 7.5 meter and 10 meter platforms is absolutely critical for the future of around 2,000 divers expected in the next decade, and would be counter to the core principles in the Edmonton vision and mission statements, which read, supporting excellence by fostering environment committed to excellence, including world-class infrastructure and programs. Edmonton will support people who train and compete at the highest levels of their ability. To dismiss the need of our citizens as expressed in polls, focus groups, and meetings with councillors over the past 2 councils would be a disservice to athletes and citizens alike. The inflation rate is expected to return to normal in 2 years. Only the money spent each year on the construction of this facility will be borrowed as construction proceeds, and this means that the full amount of the cost of the facility would not be mortgaged until the inflation rate has normalized. Also, with the cost of the delay for redesigning the...
Gemma, can you mute yourself? Gemma? Here you go. Good.
Thanks. Also, with the cost of delay for redesigning the pools, the 6% increase in materials and labor and increased interest rates, the cost of eliminating the deep pool will exceed the cost of just keeping it, as in the original design for Lewis Farms Aquatic Center. So here's where I ask council to also be courageous, like our divers, and please proceed with Lewis Farms Rec Center as planned for the next generation of Edmontonians and hopeful Olympians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Holly. Next, we will go to Jay Feroz. Jay, are you there? 1, 2, 3. Jay, no. Okay, we'll carry on to Juliana Weber.
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Jay, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. There you go.
Alrighty. Powerless, anxious, frustrated, overwhelmed, scared. These are some of the results of a survey we did, asking people their feelings on climate change. These are also emotions that I feel on a daily basis when I think of climate change in our future. A few years ago, I was in a very dark place. My thoughts were consumed with rising sea levels, heat domes, the mass loss of biodiversity, and a simmering terror of what our world would be like in 10, 20, 50, 100 years. I was scared, hopeless, and consumed with a suffocating grief. These emotions were and are debilitating. Knowing your future is in the hands of people who don't seem to care is horrifying. I realized that if I wanted change, I would have to bring it. So I decided to join Edmonton Youth for Climate. Over the past few months, myself and other members have spoken at council meetings, organized a climate art display, and coordinated strikes. We have sacrificed our education, our time, and our mental well-being, fighting for a sustainable future. A future is not something we should have to fight for. We are doing your job, and it's costing us. You have talked about wanting a sustainable future. You have said that climate action is important, and you have told us that you care. And yet these values were not reflected in the proposed budget. Like many Edmontonians, I was shocked and disappointed when the budget came out. The lack of funding for climate solutions was astounding. I know that you hear from a few of your constituents that climate change shouldn't be a priority, but 97% of scientists, and according to a survey by the City of Edmonton in 2020, 75% of Edmontonians would say otherwise. Whether you believe climate change is a threat or not, it's coming, and everyone is going to have to deal with the consequences. Last summer, 619 people died due to the heat dome in BC. And last winter, we developed a youth survey which showed that nearly all of the respondents believed that urgent climate action should be a priority, and were concerned about climate change and feared for their future. From another survey we posted last week, the call for climate action, such as bike lanes, building retrofits, and natural climate solutions, was nearly unanimous. So hear us loud and clear. We need climate action to be funded in the budget. I recognize that the city does not have unlimited funds, but funding climate action is not not funding climate action is not the solution, and delaying climate action further will cost us billions of dollars. Moving forward, we have to be open to more innovative revenue sources. We need to work with different levels of government, and we need to prioritize. The other day at council, I was asked what impact climate action at a municipal level actually has. And in addition to the fact that municipalities are efficient at dealing with such issues, a ripple effect can be achieved. I see Edmonton being a role model for cities across North America, a vibrant city with abundant and thriving natural ecosystems, a city where we focus on healing root causes instead of overfunding the police, a place where young people want to stay, and a place where we feel as though our wishes are reflected in the decisions our government makes. A city that champions climate action in all of their decisions. I truly believe that this city can become a reality, but we need you to fund it, and we can't wait another 4, 8, 12 years. We have known about climate change for decades, but governments continue to pass it on to the next generation. I am angry at past governments for ignoring the crisis. I am angry that present governments are still not doing enough. And I am angry that this burden will be forced upon future generations. So don't you dare burden future councils, future generations with a problem that we can begin solving today.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much for your passion. Really appreciate that. Next, we will go to Juliana Weber.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is Juliana Weber, and I'm a member of Edmonton Youth for Climate. The City of Edmonton must step it up and fund climate action now before it is too late to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Wasting time will cause more people to be impacted and more money to be needed to escape the trap we have created for ourselves. This budget is missing over $500 million of essential green infrastructure funding. We are in a climate emergency and people are suffering as a result of inaction. This is unacceptable. You must fully fund these items to protect people and to improve everyone's quality of life. We cannot wait until 2026 to do something. I've been worried about climate change for a long time, but lately it has been impossible to ignore. I started organizing with Edmonton Youth for Climate in 2021, and although it gave me an outlet for my anxiety and made me feel empowered, my worry, sadness, and anger have just gotten stronger as I've become more involved. I feel guilty all the time about climate change and my role in it, because for me, my biggest concerns are just about things I like to do and how they will be affected. How the snow is melty and icy and weird in winters now. How, as a cross-country skier, the season might get shorter. Or feeling heartbroken because our beautiful ecosystem might not be able to survive in 20 years because it will be too hot and dry, or trying not to cry on the way to school because I feel too small to make a difference. My existence doesn't hang in the balance like it does for some people. It is frustrating that despite knowing about climate change for decades, governments have refused to act, instead continuing to push off meaningful climate action for another few years. The thing is, these climate action items have many more benefits than just reducing carbon emissions. For example, building the accelerated bike plan will encourage more people to bike, increasing overall health in the city, saving in healthcare costs. People will be happier. Youth and people who can't drive or can't afford a car will have a way to get around, increasing equity in the city. It will help protect cyclists, which aligns with the city's Vision Zero goal. Improving transit means that people can be better connected to work and school. Congestion will lessen and air quality will improve. Protecting more natural spaces will increase people's access to the outdoors, improving equity and people's mental health. By the time 2050 rolls around, I will be 46. I want a city where people are safe on their way to work, where people can enjoy nature close to home, and 15-minute communities are the norm. I want a city where climate change is manageable because we thought ahead and acted before it got too expensive or drastic. We can make this happen by funding climate action. I know that this is a tight budget, but this is an emergency, so the city must get creative. There are options available for the city to raise funds. Things like increasing residential parking fees, transport pricing, charging vehicles to go downtown, putting in an empty homes tax, implementing a progressive property tax, expanding stormwater fees, putting a carbon levy in place, and more. Edmonton can look to cities like Vancouver, Saskatoon, or Halifax that are further along in this climate action funding journey for inspiration. The bottom line is Edmonton declared a climate emergency in 2019. We are in 2022 and still there is no climate funding in the budget, even though that we know we are expected to blow our carbon budget by 2037. I want you to think of your children or grandchildren, your nieces or nephews, your young friends, all of the children in your ward. Think about telling them how you could have voted to protect their futures. You could have funded climate action instead of leaving it for them to clean up, but you didn't. You chose not to protect their futures, their dreams and hopes and goals. I know that there is a better way, one where we can do what is right on a local scale and a global scale. You can choose to fund bike lanes and district energy network strategies and nodes, natural solutions, and transit. You can choose to protect our futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Kevin McCann.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Sohi and members of City Council. Thank you for your longstanding partnership and the opportunity to present today on something that we're very passionate about. My name is Kevin McGann, Fund Development Director with the Canadian Birkebeiner Society, and I'm here today with Jess Phillips, our Birkie Coordinator. So what's a Birkie? Canada's premier classic-style cross-country ski festival, one of only 3 Birkebeiner events in the world, staged right here in Edmonton area. This great event promotes cross-country skiing as part of a healthy, active lifestyle in a fun and friendly environment for all ages and abilities. As a not-for-profit society, we've been staging the Birkie since 1985, honoring the tradition of perseverance, courage, fortitude, and of course, Nordic fun for the whole family. We deliver in-person and virtual events attended by over 2,000 participants and volunteers annually, most coming from the Edmonton metropolitan area. We offer a diverse spectrum of events tailored to all ages and abilities, including a family fun event where kids ski for free. Youth and adults get to choose distances ranging from 2 to 55 kilometers with a pack. In-person ski events are run at the Ukrainian Village in Lamont County, Horilac Park in Edmonton, and Cooking Lake Blackfoot in Strathcona and Beaver counties. In partnership with Alberta Parks and Environment, we significantly contribute to trail maintenance and grooming at Cooking Lake Blackfoot Recreation Area, providing no-fee access to a large network of incredibly scenic and accessible ski trails. It's my absolute favorite place to ski, and I'd be happy to show this gem off to any of you who'd like to join me. The Birkie is the epitome of great winter city culture. Now, I'd like to share with you what makes the Birkie an especially inclusive winter city activity. My family's been volunteering for and skiing in the Birkie for years. My son and I plan to ski the 55 again this year. But what about those that didn't grow up on skis? I'd like to share the story of my predecessor in this role, Aman. So Aman is a new immigrant to Canada. When we first met, he enthusiastically told me the story of how he came to know the beauty and value of cross-country skiing because of the Birkie. He said if it were not for the Birkie, he would never thought he could ski 31 kilometers with no prior experience in cross-country skiing. He and his team trained so that he could make it through the 31K. And for a man, it was a great sense of accomplishment and showcased that the sky's the limit. Cross-country skiing is a relatively affordable sport where people do not have to drive long distances and buy expensive lift tickets. They can get the affordable skis and go skiing at any of the parks or the groomed Cooking Lake Blackfoot Recreation Area trails. We've got a couple of initiatives with respect to inclusivity. The virtual Birkie, as a result of the pandemic, we looked for alternative ways to maintain the continuity of the annual Birkie. With COVID precautions, the opportunity to get outside and be part of a community was more important than ever for physical and mental health. Therefore, we introduced virtual Birkie, where participants could choose their own trails, location, and time. The virtual event helped increase participation diversity. For example, the female participation increased from 40% in the in-person event to 72% in the virtual event. The flexibility of the virtual Birkie turned out to be popular. Not everyone is comfortable with a mass start of hundreds of skiers. It accommodates athletes that cannot travel to Edmonton but have a connection with our community. It accommodates my octogenarian friend Brian and others who volunteer at the in-person event, so can't ski in the virtual or can't ski at that event. The virtual Birkie is a great gateway to Birkie and is now a permanent part of our annual event. And the low entry fee also makes it quite accessible. I'd also like to talk about our partnership with Spirit North. So Spirit North is a national charitable organization that uses land-based activities to improve the health and well-being of Indigenous youth. During 21-22 Birkie, as part of equitable access and inclusion through Spirit North, we worked with Mother Earth's Children's Charter School. That's Canada's only Indigenous charter school, to bring a group of students, 22 kids, grades K to 4 and 27 in grades 5 to 9 to the Berkey event. This enabled us to introduce cross-country skiing to Indigenous youth. This year, we're expanding our partnership. We plan to fund 60 individuals from 4 different First Nations communities to participate in the Berkey, including travel, accommodation, and entry fees. So we're committed to inclusion and diversity. In fact, as part of our annual board retreat to discuss strategic priorities, we'll be looking at assessing and exploring additional opportunities.
Sorry, Kevin.
At the board. Oh, am I close to the end?
Yeah, it's a little bit over 5 minutes now. Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
That the CIOG grant has been very helpful in us being able to maintain the Berkey.
Got it. Thank you. We know what your ask is now. Good. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And next, we will go to Jeffrey Sundquist.
Good evening, Your Worship, councillors, administration, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeff Sundquist. I'm the President and CEO of the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. Many of you are familiar with the Chamber and our important work. The Edmonton Chamber of Commerce is the official voice of business in the Edmonton metropolitan region, and with a 133-year history and representing over 1,700 member companies that employ over 100,000 people, we are one of the largest chambers in Canada and among the most influential business organizations in the country. The Chamber supports business success through providing thought leadership on issues, delivering professional development and networking for businesses, advocating for conditions that keep businesses competitive. Over the past 3 months, the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, alongside UDI Edmonton, NAOP Edmonton, and BOMA Edmonton, have been meeting with the business community and many of you to go over the budget, review the cost-benefit analysis, and advocate for our members and the broader business community. This is an incredibly important time in our city's future, and we must proceed with the utmost care and thoughtfulness. From what we've heard from the business community and community leaders alike, the current proposed budget raises concerns in regards to both fiscal constraint and transformative city building projects. Many partners from across the city building spectrum are clear in their desire to see a more strategic budget. We recognize this is a challenging budget. Citizens and governments alike are affected by 40-year record inflation, and as you go through your debate and weigh some tough decisions, we respectfully highlight some recommendations within 5 key themes. Better refined priorities. The proposed budget lacks a clear list of priorities for Edmonton, running contrary to the city's goal of priority-based budgeting. Rather, it compiles a list of projects open for debate during a short public hearing process. For a more thoughtful discussion, the budget should clearly articulate priorities and associated trade-offs and compromises for the entire city, as the business community has had to do during these challenging times. Second is allow more flexibility. The proposed budget commits significant spending at the front end of its 4-year cycle, and given Edmonton's current fiscal position, perhaps some expenses could be delayed or reduced until new circumstances require their strategic investment. 3, focus on what cities do best. The proposed budget needs to focus on what municipal governments excel at, for example, infrastructure maintenance, waste management, and transportation. 4th, keep taxes low. The proposed budget shows $20 billion in spending and a possible tax increase of 16.4% over the next 4 years, simply to preserve the status quo. These figures do not include a proposed estimated $200 million in unfunded service packages, and these increases will impact businesses big and small, from companies looking at Edmonton as a place to invest to the local coffee shop in your respective constituencies. And finally, maximize the return on investment and ensure ratepayers are getting value for money. Each new dollar spent should have an equal or greater value to the community in return. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you so much, Jeff, and thank you so much coming in person and waiting for your turn. I know it's been a long day, so thank you so much for that. Next, we will go to Harrison Moore.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I have a PowerPoint here, so I think that should be popping up soon. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and members of council. I'm not seeing it here. We'll go next slide. Is my PowerPoint up here?
Yes.
Sorry, can people see my presentation? I might just might view it.
Not yet. We can't see it yet. Can you carry on until the presentation being?
Yeah, absolutely. So to introduce myself.
There you go.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Here we go. So thanks to everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Harry Moore, and I'm here to ask that we please invest in our active transportation networks in the upcoming budget. Next slide. Briefly about myself, I'm a palliative care doctor. I work mainly at the U of A hospital, but I also help out at the Alex and the Grey Nuns. I've always called Edmonton home. It's home to my 2 young children as well. And I move about the city in a wide variety of ways like most of us do. Next slide. So there are a number of reasons why we should invest in our active transportation network: economic reasons, traffic reasons. We've heard about the environmental reasons. Next slide. I'm in healthcare, so I'm going to focus on safety, improving safety and promoting good health and positive well-being. Next slide. Safety first. Next slide. Off our province's website, very simply, dedicated and protected bike lanes are the safest option while cycling. Next slide. There's a lot of data that shows that cities that have well-developed active transportation networks have fewer road-related fatalities and fewer road-related serious injuries. Next slide. You can see the vast majority of cyclist deaths and serious injuries, both in Edmonton and in Canada, are because of motor vehicle collisions. Very simply, we need to separate motor vehicles from people moving about our city actively. This is more important than safety equipment, more important than education campaigns, dedicated, protected lanes. Next slide, please. We're, of course, talking about numbers tonight. It's a budgetary hearing. I'm presenting statistics, but every one of those numbers of somebody who died or seriously injured while cycling is, of course, a person. Isaac was one of my friends. He died cycling on White Avenue. Next slide. It's not just the prevention of negative outcomes like death, serious injury, it's promotion of positive health and well-being. Next slide. I obviously don't need to tell you that physical activity has a wide variety of benefits, both for children and adults, mental health and physical health as well. Next slide. Fair question. Just because you build a whole bunch of protected active transportation lanes, does it mean that people get more physical activity? There's a lot of data on this, both for children, and next slide, as well as adults. And in short, if you give people the ability to safely move about their city actively, they're going to be more active. There's a lot of data on this now. Next slide, please. And this is not just for Copenhagen and Amsterdam. This is going on right here in our city. This is the 83rd Avenue bike path. I use this regularly. This thing's amazing. It's amazing what a little bit of concrete to separate off a bit of the road will do. I see people of all ages, babies in chariots. I see people going to school. I see senior citizens in motorized wheelchairs and scooters. It's not just on beautiful days like this. I'm using this still, and it was amazing how many people were out there tonight. It's not just bikes, it's people scooting, rollerblading, skateboarding. I mentioned motorized wheelchairs and mobility aids. We could really rebrand these things as people lanes because bike lanes is far too narrow a definition, and people lanes might be a little bit less controversial. Next slide. In short, investment in active transportation is investment in public health. Next slide. And it's investment in the health and the safety of the people in Edmonton. Next slide. I strongly believe this is an investment that we should make a priority, and I hope you do as well. And thank you for giving me the chance to speak tonight.
Thank you so much, Harrison Moore. Next, we will go to Peter Emerangan.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi and city councilors for persisting so long. I'm a builder and a longtime member of your Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Advisory Committee. In 2018, you co-authored and signed the Edmonton Declaration, recognizing that immediate action by cities is crucial to avoiding climate catastrophe, and you promised in front of the world that Edmonton would do our part. In 2019, you recognized and declared an emergency. 2021, in response to the emergency, you adopted Edmonton's Community Energy Transition Action Strategy and Action Plan, complete with pathways, strategies, big wins, and then shortly after that, our committee met with administration to reiterate the need for the citywide budget and a city culture change that would make every decision a climate decision. And we were told at the time, don't preach at us, we got this. Well, what the heck happened? Like, how on earth do we end up with a budget that with effectively no new funding for the most serious problem we'll ever face? And, you know, the climate asks in this budget were already minimal, already self-censored, nowhere near what we ultimately need. And even those didn't get funded. And the plan and the action plan is a good start, but without continuous and a lot more planning, it remains aspirational, kind of hopeful science fiction. We assumed at least the planning work that needs to be done before actions that actually reduce emissions can start would get funded. And I know from my work on net zero retrofits how much more complicated these things are than we first thought. You know, in spite of nifty high-tech advances and lots of innovation and hard work, making existing buildings net zero is challenging, expensive, and takes a lot of upfront analysis and design. Discovering affordable, efficient processes to transform all of Canada's 14 million dwellings to net zero before 2050 is a massive and too often really discouraging prospect. Some days I think this is just too hard. Why can't we just do everything else? Electrify transportation, industry, power generation, and forget about buildings. Do you remember the emissions graph we showed you about how little time we have to cut our annual emissions to stay within a safe 1.5 degree scenario? When I do the math, if we do everything else but buildings, we're guaranteed close to 3 years, or 3 degrees, like catastrophic warming. We just don't have a choice. We've got to do it all. And it would be naive in the extreme to expect that the other actions in the plan will be any easier. They will all need lots of upfront planning and development before reducing any emissions. And annual emissions rates are important, but really it's total emissions that are going to destroy our way of life. If we let emissions continue to spew for 4 more years, we'll never make up that loss. Those emissions from every car trip, every furnace kicks in, every day of business as usual are up there for the next 1,000 years doing their global warming dirty work. This budget kicks the can down the road for 4 more years before we even start to plan to fix this is madness. And what does it say to Edmontonians? Edmontonians who are relying on us to lead the way. Edmontonians who need hope and inspiration to find the resources they need to act in their own lives. Edmontonians who want to be able to reassure their worried kids that it's all going to be okay. I know this is hard. It's the biggest challenge in human history, but this is on us. If we don't find the funding for this transition, it's guaranteed not to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So we are going to stop here. It's almost, I know, Shivraz, you were next, right? But we would love to see you tomorrow. Okay. Okay, so we're going to stop here and resume the non-stat public hearing tomorrow at 9:30 here. So until then, we are not adjourned, but on recess or right, whatever you call it, at 9 o'clock in the evening, right? So we'll be back at 9:30 tomorrow. Okay. All right. Until then, please get a good night's sleep.